It's good morning, Bairstow, to our two-match umpires, Nigel Long and Russell Warren. And Bairstow, good morning to the Yorkshire team, led into the field by Dominic Bess, with Will Luxton acting as 12th man and Finley Bean still keeping wickets. And good morning, Bairstow, as well to the two not-out batters from Glamorgan, Ingram and Ben Kellaway.
Very good morning from BBC Sport Online. Welcome to Sophia Gardens, Croeso I Gerddi Sophia, for the second day of Glamorgan against Yorkshire, with Glamorgan resuming on 99 for 4. And as you may have heard over the public address system, no Johnny Bairstow in the Yorkshire lineup at the moment, having taken the blow on the hand last night while keeping wicket. And Jonathan Doidge, shall we wait to find out whether his absence is temporary or permanent from the match?
Yeah, there's a message into his head coach to see if he'll tell us what the situation is, but he was here earlier in the morning, although I must admit I didn't see him with my own eyes, but definitely been reported that he was here, and that he left the ground probably about half an hour ago. For what purpose, we're not sure.
Ben Coe to bowl the first ball of the morning to Ben Kellaway, who leaves it outside off stump as it goes away, and it's taken by Finley Bean. How much wicket-keeping experience has he got?
Well, he kept, funnily enough, during an over at Trent Bridge bowled by Johnny Bairstow last year. A magnificent over, 1 over for 6 I think it was, and Finley kept then. So he's got keeping experience as a younger player, but kind of not at this level, and he's not been the go-to keeper in the club. It's been Harry Duke, of course, or Johnny Tattersall previously.
As that one is driven sweetly by Kellaway through the offside, and that'll bring the 100 up with a boundary through the covers. 103 for 4. Kellaway moves on to 39.
But the fact that he is keeping, as I think I said at the back end of yesterday when he did those last 5.5 overs, tells you probably everything you need to know about the state of Sam Whiteman and keeping. You know, he's done that in Australia. He's been a long-term keeper, but there's been talk about him having finger-related issues, and clearly they don't want to risk him.
As Code is on his way in again and bowls to Kellaway, who's beaten by that one, groping forward, half defensive, half aggressive, and through it went to the gloves of number 33, Finley Bean. Yes, I suppose, as you say, Harry Duke would have been maybe the most like-for-like replacement, but if he's not here. And it does beg a few questions as to whether teams, well, he wouldn't take a sub-keeper as a specialist, I suppose, away with you. As Code is into bowl and Kellaway edges on the bounce to slip. But teams might think of taking maybe an extra player away with them, so they've got a ready replacement in the case of injuries, which allowed for the first time. Previously it was just COVID and concussion.
Yeah, here's the thought.
Here's Code, elbows pumping on his way in, past umpire Warren, bowls up in the block hole, and Kellaway comes down on it and digs it out. Trickles on the offside.
He was pretty good yesterday, wasn't he, Ben Code? He was Yorkshire's tightest bowler, with the exception of that 1 over by Dom Bess, which was a maiden, conceding at fewer than 2 runs per over in the 7 overs he bowled.
Yes, ball in hand was probably the place to be yesterday. As Code is in and bowls through to Bean. No shot played by Kellaway. First over of the morning is complete. The one boundary scoring shot off it. Here on BBC Sport Online, Jonathan Doidge, myself, Nick Webb, and Edward Bevan is with us today. You'll hear him in about half an hour's time.
So it looks as though George Hill is going to take first use of the ball on day 2 from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. I was saying yesterday, did plenty of damage last year, bowling high 70s, don't think quite touching 80s so much, but pace-wise that's what you're looking at for George. You'd kind of say typical county seamer in that respect, but he hits the seam often and he can swing the ball both ways. And so can prove a real handful. He's bowling round the wicket here first up, and that's a good start from him as Ingram pushes forward at a bit of Cardiff air. And he tends to have these little hot spells, George. If you look at last year's stats, then you'd say he's clearly consistent anyway, both on the front of picking up wickets and also in terms of economy rates. But if he gets in and among, then you can often see a quick rattle of wickets, another good delivery. So started well here. First ball was when we saw it, the replay there, was a little bit wider of off stump than I'd first imagined. We're not sitting straight behind the arm. In fact, what are we, 4, 5, 6, 7, I reckon I'm about 7 strips to the leg side of where Colin Ingram is facing.
Yeah, it's one of the strips towards the edge of the square, towards the grandstand side.
There's Hill again, this time Ingram able to get bat on ball to a straighter delivery.
It's the pattern that we see in the season. They tend to start more towards the sides of the square and then get central. Obviously they use the central game strips for televised games. 2 England men's internationals here, 1 England women, and the franchise stuff in July, August.
Here's George again, wide on the crease. Ingram half forward this time, pushing into the offside. Matthew Revis fields. You might have heard mention of Yorkshire's 12th man. Came out yesterday and he's doing the job again today. Will Luxton is the man, and he's standing at 3rd slip at the moment with George bowling. Don Bess appears to have gone in George's usual position at 1st slip. Adam Lyth at 2nd, and Finlay Bean would normally be at 3rd, but of course he's keeping now in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Here's Hill again, driven firmly this time by Colin Ingram, but that woody sound tells you he didn't time it. Sam Whiteman is at mid-off. Jack White at mid-on. We've got Logan van Beek at mid-wicket. Ben Coe disappeared off after that first over down to long leg. He'd be the better part of 10 metres inside the boundary. James Wharton has gone in at point, and Matthew Revis in the covers as George in for his final ball of his first over of day 2, and that's once again solidly blocked by Colin Ingram. But a good start by George Hill, right on it from the word go, and a maiden to open the day for him as well.
Yeah, Colin Ingram, years on the county circuit, a decade with Glamorgan, and you can usually tell the experience in his game by the way he goes about things. Quite happy to block things out and just sit on his bat occasionally. 41 off 82 balls in this particular innings, but when he does hit the ball aggressively, it travels very fast, as Van Beek found out when he slapped a square 6 over point. 103 for 4 then, here on BBC Sport Online. As Ben Code into his 2nd over of the day is in to bowl, and Kellaway is forward defending. There are more here than yesterday, understandably, because I was amazed that any spectators were left in the ground at all after what was it, a 5 and a bit hour delay. But thought there might have been a few more on Easter weekend. As Code is in, and bowls, and Kellaway on the back foot. 103 for 4.
Now Dom Bess has got the helmet on at slip. So there's been a rearrangement of slips with George Hill not bowling the ball here. He's gone back in at first, his usual spot. Lyth at second. Bess has switched from first slip when George is bowling to third, and he's moved himself up a couple of yards, hence the helmet, I think, just to try and snaffle those chances that were dropping short yesterday.
As Kellaway is forward defending to point, and there is no run. Yes, Ingram referred in his post-match interview to 1 or 2 half chances. Well, I'm not sure anything actually went down, but there were edges in the direction of the slips that didn't, as you say, carry.
Yeah, there were certainly 3 of them, if not 4, that were not very far short at all. So he's doing his best to kind of narrow that margin, really, I guess, Dom Bess.
As Code bowls and Kellaway pushes forward, makes tentative contact. The ball just dribbles out on the offside. The blue sky is rather more convincing this morning. There's plenty of cloud around still, but we are getting bursts of sunshine. It took a long while to come through yesterday when we started later than all the other games around the country in the county championship. Code in towards us. Bowls. Kellaway is forward carefully, steering it towards cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, slow start, but I think you'd be well advised to do that with bat in hand, with 4 already on the board against your name and for the opposition.
Yes, Chris Cook is in at 7. Well, he's been a top order batter in his time. As Code bowls and Kellaway leaves that one going away outside off stump, safely in the gloves of Bean. And it is another maiden over. 103 for 4.
Forecast wise, I think it's pretty good today. I still think from what I saw this morning that there may be, the longer today goes on, the more the threat of some precipitation. It's a southwesterly breeze coming in up the Bristol Channel, I think, today, and then tomorrow it switches to a pretty much bang on westerly. The worst of the weather is north of this, but as I say, we might get a little bit wet, maybe last hour, we'll see. It's George Hill in and bowling to Ingram for the first ball of the 4th over of the day. The sun was shining. We've got some fairly leaden underside to some of the cloud, but it's definitely brighter than it was for most of the day yesterday. Obviously any sunshine out there with what is still a brisk enough wind will help to take any overnight moisture out of the pitch, and the hosts will be hoping that that makes batting conditions easier, as Ingram, walking into this shot, drives firm. That's a good pickup from his own bowling there, and he's followed through by George Hill, which may have prevented a boundary. Actually, he struck it so well. Sam Whiteman was in the process of brain engaging and moving to his left from mid-off, but not sure he would have got there if George had missed it. Still 103 for 4 in the 40th over of this match. He's held in again, fuller length delivery, and just dropped out to Matthew Revis in the offside. Revis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 yesterday. I like the way he shaped up on his first spell of the season. And as I mentioned earlier, probably only Logan Van Beek, 7 overs for 31. He was a little bit off it with the radar. As Hill's in again, and once more Ingram dropping this out into the offside. 41 runs to his name. They're scoring at 2.6 at the moment. Got 104 overs to try and get through today, having missed so much play yesterday. So although we've not heard an official announcement, I think it's 2 hour and 10 minute sessions, so expect lunch to be 110, we think, as Hill is in, and that's half defended, half punched really to Sam Whiteman coming round from mid-off, and again no run. So George being patient here, and it's very, very noticeable on both the 36 overs of yesterday and today that the call is keep the stumps in play for the Yorkshire seamers, and I think they've done that well. Obviously brought them some early joy yesterday before this good rearguard from the Glamorgan pair, and that's a nice shot by Ingram. He's not quite got hold of it as well as he might. It's still good enough to get him 4 runs through the covers. Didn't zing off the bat, and again there was that woody sound about it, as if it was somewhere near but not quite out of the middle, but he still punched it well enough. Nice square drive, and takes him to 45. Glamorgan to 107 for 4. George Hill just over pitching slightly. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17 for him.
So if you want to contact us, you can email me on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk on this still slightly chilly day, and on X I am NickWebb 2017, and I'm on that on Blue Sky as well. And 107 for 4. Code into his 10th over. Still a short-sleeved shirt for the Yorkshire seamer, as he's on his way. Bowls to Kellaway, stepped down the pitch, tried to leg glance, missed. Through to Bean.
Richard Mallander says, morning JD et al. All is well with the world. This most wonderful of things, county cricket is back. Apologies for absence yesterday, with it being our wedding anniversary. I was with the long-suffering Mrs. M. You've got to pick your battles, keeping everything crossed that JB can still play a part in this game. And many thanks for the coverage. Thanks, Rich. Morning to you. Happy Easter, I suppose.
Code is in to bowl. Kellaway drives beautifully straight back down the ground past the bowler, couldn't get a hand to it, and that will go for 4. Nothing Whiteman could do to retrieve that. Ben Kellaway straight drive is a very nice shot indeed, as long as you're not bowling to him.
Yeah, very measured, wasn't it, really? Just let the ball come to him, took it late. And both boundaries, these last 2 overs, coming from over-pitch deliveries.
Cyclist goes past on the path behind Code as he runs into bowl, and Kellaway glances away on the leg side, and they were through for the single just about. There was a little hesitation, and Ingram might have been struggling with a direct hit there. They weren't quite on the same wavelength for a while. It was a sharp single, as in fact Ingram started late, and I think if that had hit, it might have been out, but the umpire would have had a very tight call to give.
Yeah, I think it was to do with the pace of the ball, or sort of lack of it really, from the bat of Kellaway, that meant that Ingram was just having to wait to make sure before he set off, and his mate knew how well he'd struck it. It's one of those things, isn't it, that striker knows more than non-striker, and he was saying, yeah, there's one here.
112 for 4. Round the wicket comes Code, the left-handed Ingram, who gets one off a thick inside edge down to fine leg. Safely enough for a single. 113 for 4. Robert Logan on social media. Nice to see cricket back, and hoping Glamorgan enjoy their time in Division 1. Can you see Caerphilly Mountain? Yes, we can. The allusion yesterday to if you can see it, it might be about to rain, and if you can't see it, it's already raining. But it's cloudy, but don't think rain is imminent, as Kellaway defends that one out on the offside. And there is no run. Rob Williams on social media, so glad the cricket is back, lovely to hear you again. Also, more braf I clywed Ken, fy hoff sylwebwr rugby ar y cricket. Good to hear Kenneth Davis is favourite rugby commentator on the cricket yesterday. As Kellaway is driving this one into the offside, there will be a comfortable single there as it's well to the left of cover. 114 for 4, Glamorgan ticking along. Dexter the Frenchie, an alleged dog, messages: after a long winter spent burying bones in light drizzle and gale force winds, it's great to be watching my favourite summer sports being played in light drizzle and gale force winds. Have a great season, everyone. Thank you, Dexter. 114 for 4.
Yep, George Hill is going to continue. At the Cathedral Road end, sun back out, and Messrs Ingram and Kellaway will be thankful for that. It's not as stiff a breeze as it by any stretch as it was yesterday, but it is still breezy. Call it a strong wind yesterday. George with his shirt untucked, number 18 on his back, and he's bowling over the wicket then to the right-handed Ben Kellaway. Plays that into the ground in the gully area. No run. If we're talking possible permanent substitutions in the match, it may stay this way. Will Luxton, you would think, naturally would be replacing the batting side, if you like, of Johnny. If it comes to that, he's a player who'd fit nicely into the middle order. Here is Hill from the crease. Kellaway defends. Obviously Finlay being perhaps top of the order, it's putting extra onus on him if he does have to keep for a long period of time in this, something that he's obviously not done before in a first-class match for any length of time. But he's young and he fits. So I'm sure he can handle it. Here comes Hill. Again, nicely flicked off the legs this time by Kellaway. He's got it square. And Revis, with that sort of lolloping stride after he picks the ball up and then fires it in flat to the gloves of Bean. 1 run.
It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it, to decide what is a like-for-like replacement, and obviously I don't think we're going to get to the point where umpires say, well, your replacement for Bairstow has to keep wickets, because I think that would be taking things a bit far. Essex lost Tom Westley, batter, or mainly a batter, occasional bowler, with a broken finger, I think it was, yesterday, and Noah Thane replaced him but isn't allowed to bowl. George Hill making his way then. Short ball. Oh, dear me. Where's that gone?
I think Colin Ingram will be nipping off to get the cue, the cue and the chalk out of the top pocket there. He's trying to pull that one somewhere over towards the pavilion side of the ground. George, a rare short ball from George Hill. He very rarely bowls them, and he certainly got his opponent thinking about that, because he played that with no certainty whatsoever, and it just looped up in the air into no man's land on the offside. Here he is again. Oh, good delivery this time. Colin Ingram, who we know can play, just hanging his bat out at that one, so just slightly rattled after that previous delivery. He needs to get his head back on it.
He had to look at the replay to see where the ball had gone that previous delivery, and then beaten by the next one. But he was aiming it through mid-wicket, and the ball, as you say, just dollying up on the offside.
Here comes Hill again, wide on the crease. This time he does offer up a delivery that Ingram can pull in controlled fashion along the deck to Ben Code, who's at long leg, a single to complete the over at 116 for 4. So 17 runs added in the 6 overs we've seen this morning. The majority in boundaries. Ingram 47 off 92, Kellaway 46 off 88.
Ben Bonney put on social media a picture of one of the desolate Sapphire Gardens yesterday, saying no place like it. Steve Grant, in response to my article online about whether Tribe and or Kellaway might break the drought of 21 years without Glamorgan providing a senior England player. England call-ups have always been somewhat periodic, he says, and a little list. Obviously a bit of a gap between the likes of Tony Lewis in the early 70s and Greg Thomas in the mid to late 80s. Here comes Code around the wicket. Ingram has his head back on as he defends that back to the bowler.
Was it Tony who was on commentary at Lord's 1981 Ashes when Ian Botham was out for the pair, and he just came out with those few words that summed it up, when he just said Botham returns to silence as he walked past the members? Was it Tony? I think it might have been his voice.
As Ingram blocks it up to mid-off. I'm sure he'd take it even if it wasn't. Very fine commentator presenter after his playing days. 116 for 4. Here on BBC Sport Online. As Code is in, balls to Ingram, and blocks it up to mid-off. Ingram on 47, Kellaway on 46. They came in after a clatter of wickets. 20 for no wicket became 28 for 4, and had visions of even Yorkshire getting to bat last night and the 36 overs play that was possible, but these two halted the slide, at least for the time being, as Ingram blocks that one very dead bat and the ball barely makes it off the strip. It's trickling out on the offside. No run. 116 for 4. Not sure if Edward Bevan will be able to tell you about Glamorgan's 2 previous seasons in the First Division, or whether he's wiped it from his memory as entirely forgettable. He spent 2 single seasons, not consecutive, in the top flight before. Code is in, balls. Ingram pushing forward, I think inside edge on the pad. A howl of frustration from the bowler. 116 for 4. Of course, Yorkshire promoted a couple of years ago, and respectable enough record of won 4, lost 4 last season. I'm sure Glamorgan would bite your hand off for that sort of record this season. Code finishes over, is in to bowl, and Ingram is forward defending. 116 for 4.
It should have been 1-5, lost 4, because they should have won at Essex. They started the day needing, the final day needing 8 wickets to win the match, and it was a real grind to pick up the first wicket of the day, and then they had a purple patch and took 6 more and had 35 minutes to get the final wicket to win the match, and didn't put them away. And I think that was the one match that really got away last season. And I said a few times during the year that when you look back on the first match that they lost by 5 wickets at Hampshire, they had a disastrous first session of the season, were chasing the game throughout and still only managed to lose it, if you like, by 5 wickets, which was a lot closer than it had looked at one stage. And I think that was another game where, you know, just one more session, it could have looked a fair bit different. George Hill continuing at the Cathedral Road end, and Kellaway playing into the offside, no run. But ultimately, as we know with leagues, by the time you get to the end of the season, the table tends not to lie. Just the 2 slips in place at the moment. Finlay Bean has the gloves on. If you're joining us more recently, Johnny Bairstow was at the ground, but left it probably about an hour ago, half an hour or so before the start of play. No further news other than, unless something else has happened, we'd have every reason to believe it's to do with the thumb what looked like a thumb injury to him late yesterday. That was a single turn into the leg side by Kellaway, bringing Ingram back on to strike, and George Hill will switch to bowling round the wicket to the lefty.
Yes, and as you say, that Yorkshire 11 will remain out there, whether it's a fielding sub or probably a permanent sub, as Luxton is the obvious replacement.
Next delivery punched out into the offside by Ingram, 1 run. Anthony McGrath has responded and just said, with regard to Johnny Bairstow, sore thumb.
Yes.
He's going to hit some balls indoors, but doesn't want to make it worse by keeping.
Right. So that's a definite maybe as things stand.
So that's bang up to date from the Yorkshire head coach. Here's George Hill. Floats one up this time. Nicely played off his legs by Kellaway. Just strayed a bit too leg stumpish there, George. Kellaway falling away slightly as he played it, but that takes him to a half century. It's not always been easy or fluent, but he is still there and doing a cracking job for his team that nearly put on 100 this pair. 91 deliveries for Ben Kellaway. And he still had just about good enough balance to get that where he wanted it to go fine. Ben Cody's down at long leg, but no chance of getting across to it. So 122 for 4. Comes Hill again. That's dropped into the leg side this time by Kellaway.
8 boundaries in the half century.
When you're starting the season in April and you've seen 4 of your teammates disappear with just 28 runs on the board, you'll take them however they come. Here's Hill again. This towards the inside of Kellaway's bat. Diverts it to substitute fielder Luxton to complete that over at 122 for 4. Then Ingram just short of his half century at the moment from 99 deliveries. Kellaway's now faced 93 and is 51 not out.
And in the freezing temperatures of yesterday, my brain was frozen and I neglected to mention that it was the earliest championship start in Cardiff to a season yesterday. April the 3rd, beating by a day the previous year. As Code in bowls and Ingram is forward defending. 122 for 4. With in past seasons there might have been eras where the players would have been just turning up around now and remembering where the ground was, doing a week's worth of nets and then playing a university in mid-April. But everything shifted forward due to the packed calendar. As Code bowls and Ingram steers it away on the offside. But although the reduction in T20 blast games from 14 to 12 was meant to eliminate back-to-back fixtures and too much pressure on teams having to play a game at home followed by a game away, etc. the next day, guess how Glamorgan start their T20 blast? Code is in bowls. Ingram gets a thick inside edge and a single down towards fine leg. Not the first time he's got one very much off the inside part of the bat, but he moves to 49, 123 for 4. That's in the back half of May when Glamorgan are at Northampton on a Friday night and here on the Saturday night. Don't ask me. Richard Dawson looked similarly perplexed when I asked him about it. Glamorgan coach. I'm not sure if you've studied the Yorkshire fixture list as yet for your logistics of your travels, whether they have any such horrors.
Not thought about in that context, to be honest.
Code bowls. Kellaway defends on the leg side, no run.
I do know with the changes to the T20 groups that we've got a trip down, of all places, for a T20 match.
Hove? Canterbury?
Southampton.
Oh, Southampton, yeah, that's probably about as somewhere near as far as you can go. Code in bowls. Kellaway works to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, no run. Yes, Glamorgan's random generator away game is against Lancashire at Blackpool, which will be interesting experience. I haven't covered cricket there. If I'm selected for commentary that day.
Bucket and spade for you, Nick. Let's hope that they don't play like a bunch of donkeys.
Code in. Bowls. Kellaway pushes on the offside. There's a second cover fielder in very tight there in the catching position. Dom Bess for the end of that over. 123 for 4. I have worked in Blackpool once. That was, believe it or not, a political party conference back in the late 80s. And the first hotel I checked into was so horrendous I checked out of it 5 minutes later. Edward Bevan will join Jonathan Doidge.
Funnily enough, I had a similar experience in Blackpool a couple of years ago. Enough said. George Hill to continue at the Cathedral Road end. And Nick for a breather, might go get the coffees in. Here's Hill round the wicket. Ingram dropping that one out into the offside, timed it quite nicely, but James Wharton was quickly on hand to do the fielding. So if you have joined us more recently, we're 35 minutes into play nearly. That news from yesterday was that Johnny Bairstow left the field with 5.5 overs to go with what looked to be a thumb injury. That's been confirmed as Hill is in, and that's punched into the offside by Ingram, and there is no run. Just let Edward get settled with the headset. So yeah, just for those joining us more recently, a text from Yorkshire head coach Anthony McGrath confirms that Johnny has a sore thumb and he's going to hit some balls indoors. Doesn't want to make it worse by keeping wicket. Finlay Bean therefore is the keeper as Hill comes in and bowls, and with an open face that's going to be 4 runs played by Ingram with good control backward of point, and the applause tells you that he has made it to a half century, and it's been well put together. It's taken him 105 deliveries. And we'll get the stats up for you. Let's have a quick look. Colin Ingram 7 fours and the 1-6 of the season so far for either of these sides. In fact, 8 fours, I should say. That was his 8th boundary, and he's just played another one out in that same general direction, fielded by Matthew Revis. So,
100 partnership.
Yeah. It's been tough. It's been a battle since they came together yesterday at 28 for 4, but rightly so. They go and give each other a handshake or something of that ilk mid-pitch, and they've got Glamorgan some sort of footing in this match now. 128 for 4. 2 to come in the over. Hill is in. That's blocked by Kellaway. Just those 2 slips. George Hill still searching for the first wicket in the match. First wicket of the season after the 50-odd he took last year. He's not felt far away at times. when that first change of the day is coming by. Yorkshire's skipper out there as that's flicked away backward of square on the leg side. And fired back in by, I think it's Logan van Beek down there. It is, so another single. So 129 for 4. I think we're to take it fairly confidently that Dom Bess will be Yorkshire's standing skipper on the field in place of the absent Johnny Bairstow. And if that is the case, he's decided he's going to bring himself on here, Dom. So there's a change of bowling at the River Taff end, and he's going to set his field for a bit of off spin for the first time on day 2. Good morning to you, Edward Bevan.
Good morning, Jonathan. Nice to see you again, and a happy new season to everybody, especially my friends up in Yorkshire, where I've enjoyed many happy trips at Edgbaston, the wonderful Scarborough, Bradford Park Avenue years ago, and Harrogate. Don't think I happened to have the opportunity of going to York, where they play now, but it's always a joy to go up the Broadshires. Yeah, commendable recovery here from Glamorgan. It looks a good pitch now. So I think mentioned to you this morning, it's the old adage, you get the saying, yeah, it'll do something in the first hour, then it'll settle down. That happened yesterday in a number of county matches where there's early collapse, but then recovery. Here's Bairstow from the river end in bright sunshine here at Safari Gardens. A slip and a short leg, the close fielders. Wicketkeeper standing up as Bess is in. Goes over the wicket and gets that through a bit. Now if he does toss it up to young Kellaway, he might just fancy a drive over the top, but mid-on has dropped back as if he knows, perhaps from experience, that Kellaway does like the lofted drive, but this time he times attempted reverse sweep, misses it completely, and the bails come off. He's firmly entrenched in his crease. Bess, formerly of Somerset, England of course, comes in past the umpire now and bows, tosses this one up and it bowled him. Beautifully flighted ball, and I think it might have been the arm ball, and Bess absolutely delighted, not only with the wicket of course, but also with his changes he made as captain. And Kellaway departs for 52. The partnership is 101. Lovely bit of off spin there, Jonathan Dodge.
It was, wasn't it? I've just missed the replay actually by turning the microphone on, but it felt like a cracking delivery at the time, beating him in the flight, really. Yeah. Oh, there definitely was some turn, definite turn from well outside off stump. So good delivery. He's got one through the gate, hasn't he? Really. And no wonder he celebrated, because it's been seam all the way, barring that one over that was a maiden yesterday for Dom. So at the moment he's got stellar figures of 1 for none off 9 deliveries. How long is that going to last for, we'll see, but it's a great start for him and a very good way to break a century partnership.
And it might tell us of course that perhaps this pitch is going to get a little bit of turn. Glamorgan might have known that, because they have included Mason Crane, the leg spinner, together with the off spinner Ben Kellaway. All makes for interest in game of cricket, but an excellent partnership of 101 between Colin Ingram, who in my mind is the best player in this Glamorgan side. He was highest scorer last year, even though he was left out for a couple of games. Don't know quite why that was, probably because they wanted to play somebody young, but he is, he's getting better in county cricket, especially year by year. He's certainly rescued Glamorgan here. The new batsman is Chris Cook, experienced player, and been with Glamorgan many years now, and keeping as well as ever. So you've got the two elder statesmen at the crease, and has a long chat with his partner there too. And no doubt Ingram has said, look, that was a ball that turned. The perfect off spinner there from Dom Bess. So the right-handed Cook comes in. Glamorgan 129 for 5, much better than 28 for 4, but a lot to do on this pitch now, which appears to be a good cricket wicket. halfway through the over, and here is Bess in and bowls, tosses this one up, but that's not such a good delivery as he's driven out towards extra cover, and Cook gets a friendly full toss to get off the mark.
Yeah, curious delivery after the brilliance of the ball before, and Dom just having a word with Chris Cook and probably saying something to the effect of, how are you not fishing that one out of the taff at this point?
Nice to get one off the mark for the season, Chris. Now, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram and going away from the left-hander's bat, and there's a silly point, about 2 or 3 yards in front on the offside, and a slip. As Bess comes in and goes very wide of the crease to bowl, and it's played gently out on to the onside. 130 for 5 as Bess, in his second over, his first of the morning, comes round the wicket and bowls. And that's a much quicker delivery. Hits him on the pad, but looked to be drifting down leg side. Nevertheless, just the single and a very important wicket as Glamorgan are now, after 47 overs, 130 for 5.
Yeah, good start to the day from Yorkshire's acting skipper. George Hill is going to continue at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. We can just have a quick look at what's going on elsewhere. What are we now? Going on for 3/4 of an hour into day 2 of the campaign. More in a sec, because George about to run up and bowl here too. Chris Cook, who's got that slightly open stance, but not a wide stance, is it really? It's quite narrow by comparison to most county batsmen that you see. That's turned into the leg side, fielded by Whiteman, no run. So just to give you the scores, as opposed to much in the way of detail between the deliveries. Somerset 327 for 7 at Taunton, having been put in by Nottinghamshire yesterday. Surrey were all out for 328 yesterday at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 39 without loss in the 11th there. Oh, good delivery by Hill. There's an appeal for LBW here, as he's just fallen over that one, Chris Cook. Didn't feel like it was going to be, especially where it hit him amidships, and it might have just gone over the top. But just worth a shout, just to remind him that wouldn't want to miss too many from George's bowling. Also in this top division, Sussex 361 all out, and Leicestershire 49 for 2 in the 15th. Give you some Division 2 scores as well. Now then comes George Hill once again, this time a exaggerated forward defensive block by Cook. So in Div 2 at Northampton, Lancashire still batting in the first innings there, 384 for 9. They decided to bat first yesterday. I think we're the only county who won the toss and decided to do so. Durham 335 all out. Kent are in trouble, 81 for 5 in the 25th over at the Riverside. Hill in and bowling again. Cook solidly blocking. Middlesex at Lords are 305 for 5 against Gloucestershire. And where else have we got to go? Yeah, Derbyshire 447 for 4. Looks just as difficult as ever to pick up wickets at Derby. They're playing Worcestershire, who are not having a great time of things, having decided that they wanted to bowl first, are they? 447 for 4. 2 to come in the over. Hill is in, and again Cook blocks. And then Glamorgan women at Bristol against Gloucestershire, 114 for 2 in a warm-up. There's also warm-ups between Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset 59 for 3. Essex women are playing Lancs women at Chelmsford, 74 for 4. And Canterbury Kent 130 for 4 against the University of Exeter women. To keep you up to date with what's going on in the world of women's cricket, they of course start next Saturday, I think I'm right in saying. Their first set of fixtures, competitive ones, as Hill has another delivery blocked at the end of that over to Chris Cook, who is 1 not out. Ingram 54, 130 for 5 after 48 overs, and I'm delighted to say that it's always great to see to work with you, Ed, when I'm down here, and particularly so when
That's
you bring
the
in the
reason.
Welsh
I'm just
games.
here. Well,
So thanks to Margaret for being fully tuned in last night and
Yes.
supplying.
We were having our meal actually, and I had my laptop in front of me, and then she picked up her name. What were they talking about? You, I said. Welsh cakes. So she immediately filled, got the utensils out. I said, don't bother with them. Good at all. There's plenty of food around. But I thought, yes, why not? Plenty of runs around the country, hearing those scores from Jonathan, as Bess comes in and bowls quicker deliveries, so he's mixing his mode of attack here. Some are quicker, some... The one that bowled Kellaway was an absolute beauty. And this will be a challenge for bowler and batsman, you feel. Bess from the river end comes round the wicket, passed on by Warren, draws Ingram forward and pushes it away onto the offside.
Jack White just going through a few warm-ups, so I think
saw
we can
that.
expect to see him maybe at the Cathedral Road end next.
Bess again. Doesn't take long to bowl an over. Tosses this one up. It's driven nicely, but fielded at short extra cover. Heard you and Nick talking about journeys. I remember one particular journey years ago. I just wait for Bess to come round the wicket. Bowls to Ingram. Ingram is forward. Plays at a backward point. We went up on the Friday of a 3-day match to Middlesbrough, which is rather a long trail on a Friday. Played the first day on the Saturday, and then had to travel down to Trent Bridge that night for a Sunday league game against Nottingham, as Bess is in, bowls and driven nicely out to deep extra for a single. And after having played the work down at Trent Bridge all day Saturday, we jumped in the car and went back to Middlesbrough to start another 2 days on Monday morning. It is some crazy routes, and it was the start of the John Player League business. That's a good delivery to finish at the end of the over. 131 for 5. Best 1 for 2 off just those 3 overs, but as accurate as ever.
Far too young, obviously, to remember John Player League.
Oh, they were great days. They
Far
were
too-
packed
far
crowds.
too young.
It really was.
No, I do remember it. I remember for me, went to the odd Sunday league game when Dad might take us along, Mum and Dad, but mainly from watching it on telly.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Jack White.
And the sort of names that, when I think of Sunday league cricket in particular, the names that conjures up would be Barry Richards, playing for Hampshire. Vincent van der Bijl comes back to me, playing for Middlesex.
Big
Wayne
South
Daniel,
African, yeah.
Derek Underwood, of course, was still playing. Those are the sort of names I was growing up watching on TV back in the day. Yorkshire, of course, won it
Good
in
side.
1983 when they finished bottom of the county championship. Managed to
That happened quite a lot, actually, with
pick up the
sides
Sunday league title.
strong on a Sunday, not so clever in the week.
And speaking of which, Kevin Sharp's just messaged me to say he's listening and watching. He's been away in South Africa with the Yorkshire women for the last, whatever it is, 10 days or something like that. And he, of course, was part of the 1983 Sunday League winning side. And that's a dot ball. Jack White first up then
Ryan,
to Colin Ingram.
was Ryan Sidebottom around then, or just starting? Because he was a very, very effective Sunday League player.
Ryan might have been toddling
Just-
around. Arnie.
His dad was,
Yeah.
I remember his dad, Arnie Sidebottom. Played in midfield also for Man United.
Yep, here is White once again, and Ingram, firm push out into the offside, will pick up a single.
The talk about wicketkeepers, what brought to mind to me was when Johnny Bairstow's father was keeping wicket. You had a man, he was one of the best short legs in the game, called Richard Blakey at that time, and he was a terrific wicketkeeper himself, and he caught everything that came his way, and it was very, very ironic that had that happened these days. You haven't got okay, he's doing a good job, but he's not a specialist wicketkeeper as Richard Blakey was, who toured, of course, with England.
Yeah. Cook on 1. They've just brought on, Bess has just brought himself in at a short position in the onside, 10 yards or so from the bat. He's also asked Will Luxton, who's just fielded the ball from that defensive push by Cook, to bring himself into a similar short extra cover type position. So there's obviously a theory that Chris Cook might get under 1 here.
I tell you what, John, I think, isn't this good attritional cricket though? 4-day cricket, and it's quite absorbing, I find.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I've not seen the ball disappear out of the park, but it's still absorbing to watch, isn't it? Here comes White once again, and Cook watchful, defends once more. I suppose he'd want to drag his length back just a tad, Jack White, when he gets loose. If he's trying to bring those 2 fielders into play. He's got a couple of slips as well. George Hill at 1 and Adam Lyth at 2. And it's a ring field otherwise at this moment in time with a long leg. 132 for 5 and a couple to come in this, the 50th over. White in again,
sure.
Nicely driven. Just wide of the short man in there, Will Luxton. James Wharton was will-o'-the-wisp across the ground to do the fielding, kept him to 1. Didn't completely get hold of it, did it? I think, given that he hit the gap, it would have gone racing away for 4 had he really timed that. But it was comfortably pulled in by Warts. And with the lefty back on strike, Ingram, Bess has put himself in at gully and come out of what would have been a short extra cover for him. But Luxton is still tight at a short mid-wicket.
Short.
As that's punched away into the offside this time. And they're going to come back for... Ooh, well, not that comfortable a 2. Ingram did have to make sure he sprinted all the way to the line. When he got the dip in and the torso was thrust out there, as well as the bat, and they got home for 2. 135 for 5 off 50. Were you a sprinter, Ed, in your athletic days?
Certainly not. No. I did field in my younger days in the covers, but that ended in the end. I remember throwing my arm out in a game, and never the same afterwards. Didn't inhibit my batting, but certainly I wasn't a sprinter or anything like that.
I could have seen you as a, representing Wales in the Commonwealth Games.
Oh my word, no, you've gone a bit too far now.
Beating the old enemy, England, over 400 metres, something like that.
No, I'd rather have been playing for Wales against England at rugby rather than athletics, but no, it's...
What was your rugby position?
Scrum half.
Scrum half.
That befits a small man.
I thought maybe, prop, or you'd have been brilliant in the line out. If somebody had put you on their shoulders, you could have done some serious damage in the line out.
No, you're right. As Nick says, no lifting around. I find it easy these days.
Who was your rugby hero when you grew up watching the game?
Oh, towards the sort of middle end of my career, obviously it was Gareth Edwards at the start because he was a phenomenal rugby player. And funnily enough, Mike Gibson of Ireland, who I thought was a tremendous player. But there were some very, very good players. And I like to see the old tapes of how the game was played back in those days, especially in the early 70s when there's some wonderful rugby. My grandson said to me the other day, I wish I was playing in those days because now you get across the field blocking every sort of break and it's not as attractive. As Bess starts a new over, tosses it up to Cook, who calls for a quick single up toward mid-on, who is deep, but Cook is easily home there, but a well-judged run. And going back to running, I thought that last run from Ingram, who made 2 out of it. If that had been a direct hit, that would have been an interesting call. As Ingram waits, his Bess bowls a very quicker delivery, medium pace, and it's played defensively. Church. Next ball is pushed up to me. Are you listening to this music? Lovely music comes from somewhere. Well, there must be an international hockey match there, because that must be the national anthem of some country. As Bess comes in, tosses this one up, forward, watchfully comes Ingram, places it away into the offside. Do we all stand?
Well, I think so. We should, shouldn't we? Presumably, if they're playing against Yorkshire, they'll be playing Ilkley Morbar Tat next.
Dominic Bess from the River End on this, the second day of the county championship season, is pushed away, a quicker ball out to deep extra for a single. Ingram moves on to 59. Canada, says a voice from the back. Well, it is some sort of a lot of cars around this morning when I went to the car park.
Funny that, isn't it?
Bess bowls, tosses it up, watchfully played again. End of an over. The overs are coming through quickly now, which will help the score, the over rate, which is level.
Who'd have thought there'd have been a lot of cars in the car park, Ed? It just defies logic, doesn't it, really?
Well, you know what I mean. Because normally there's 3 there. I see Nick has got his faithful old jalopy there. First car I look for. And that's the Welsh national anthem, if you didn't know.
So Gareth Edwards, I mean, I can't think of Gareth Edwards without either thinking of A, question of sport, B, that try, or C, the voice of Bill McLaren.
Or Cliff Morgan, who described that try.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
Cliff.
But Bill, in the wider sense of
Lovely,
describing lots of those moments during the heyday of Welsh Rugby Union. So, Colin Ingram's on strike. He's on 59, 137 for 5, and Jack White, 11 overs, 3 for 30. Was very good yesterday, and he's trying to be very good again today. First ball of the over is from wide on the crease, round the wicket to the left-hander. It's full, and has just been eased into the offside for Revis to do the fielding. We've had precisely an hour of play. Saturday the 4th of April, early morning April 4. You'll know the lyrics to that U2 song. So it will be, therefore, the anniversary of the day that Martin Luther King was shot, won't it? As in comes White, and that's defended by Cook. April the 4th, 1968, I believe. Saints beat Wigan. Yeah, I tipped Saints for the title in my column in The Independent, so that's not a bad thing. But obviously the big result of the day was Leeds Rhinos beating Bradford Bulls 24-12. In comes Jack White. That's dropped out into the offside by Cook, and by Ingram, I should say. No run.
I haven't seen, but Nick will tell me who won that Northampton. Was it last night, Nick? Did they? Northampton won. Yeah. Right.
Welcoming listeners to 5 Sports Extra as well. 137 for 5 here, Glamorgan. Just the 1 wicket falling in that first hour. It was that of Ben Kellaway. Ball with a beauty by Dom Bess in his first over, his 3rd ball of the day. He got 52, Kellaway, as White is in again and Ingram defends into the offside. 52, 8 fours, 136 minutes stay at the crease either side of the overnight, and 101 deliveries faced by Kellaway, but he got a ball from Bess wide of off stump that turned sharply, and he wasn't able to bridge the gap between bat and pad. George Hill had started pretty well, as had Ben Code, but neither able to make a breakthrough. And that partnership, 101 for the 5th wicket from 28 for 4 yesterday, as White in again, and that's turned to leg where Luxton will field. And the news of the day from here, for Sports Extra listeners who might not have been with us earlier, no Johnny Bairstow at this moment in time. He went off, as you might have heard, yesterday, 5.5 overs before the end of the 36 that were bowled, having taken a blow on the thumb to a delivery from, my recall, I'm almost certain it was Logan Van Beek who bowled from the River Taff end. It was, thanks to my colleagues for confirming that my memory's not completely gone, as White in again, and that's defended into the offside by Ingram to complete the over at 137 for 5. So the latest with regard to that situation. We've not seen Johnny out on the field of play from a competitive perspective this morning, and his head coach Anthony McGrath kindly messaged about a half hour or so ago saying that Johnny's got a sore thumb. He's going to hit some balls indoor school away to our left, but he won't be out there keeping wicket because he doesn't want to make it any worse. So it's obviously, there's a fair bit of discomfort. That means that Finlay Bean is currently standing up to the stumps to his skipper Dom Bess. Bess taking the captaincy duties when Bairstow's not on the field, and so Will Luxton is the Yorkshire 12th man again, as he was yesterday.
Well, it will be Dom Bess to continue from the river end, as he comes in now over the wicket and bowls to Chris Cook, who goes back on his stumps, tries to force it, and it does successfully force it through the offside out of deep extra cover, and he'll get a single. We were talking about statistics yesterday. This is the earliest start for Glamorgan. And Neville Scott, a colleague of ours who writes for the Times, and he loves this, all the statistics, and I'll just break off as around the wicket. Bess this time bowls to Ingram. Ingram is forward, plays it back down the pitch. It's the first wicket ever to fall was in 136 years was Rory Burns yesterday, the earliest wicket. So there we are. Bess bowls, much quicker delivery, forced off the back foot, and a tumbling stop there at short extra cover. I'm looking at the scorecards here and trying to decipher the numbers at the side as bet, but they're in dark blue. I don't know if you find it, gentlemen, it's rather difficult to pick out. $138 for 5. Jonathan departs. Nick makes his way in and has to change mics and earphones as that delivery is guided nicely down to his third man. And they'll just get the single as the ball is returned by White. We saw yesterday that Yorkshire, not only their ground fielding but their slip catching close to the wicket, were quite superb. Bean taking a sharp catch, and the Bess himself hanging on at leg slip to dismiss Carlson. As in comes Bess, tosses this one up again, but Cook is not to be tempted, and it is pushed away. That is the end of another rapid over. Best 1 for 6 of 5 overs. Glamorgan 139 for 5. Ingram on 60. Cook is on 4. Nick Webb joins me, and a very good morning and a happy new season to you, my colleague.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. It's a pleasure to be here as Glamorgan try and battle back. If you just gave this scorecard, you'd probably say that Yorkshire would be the happier of the two teams. Oh, yes. But since it was 28 for 4 at one point, then things are being edged back towards the Glamorgan camp, maybe. White then is going to bowl once they've had a look at the ball. Wharton shows it to umpire Long, says don't expect us to bowl with it, and he's got a grin in his face as the umpire's turned him down. Said,
get on with it.
Don't try and pull that one, Sunshine. Nothing wrong with it. 139 for 5 then. Largely cloudy at the moment. We have had some sunshine as White is into bowl, and that's driven by Ingram, but straight to Whiteman at mid-off, and there's no run.
The pitch now is playing very nicely. Obviously the shine has gone off, and what Glamorgan must have been thinking yesterday when they lost 5 wickets for 8 runs, the thought, well, this is first division cricket. But there was some excellent bowling, especially for this young man. Well,
not so young.
Not so young, 34, but
yeah.
There we are.
Former Northampton player, as he's running away from us at the Cathedral Road end, and bowls, and Ingram blocks stoically again up to Whiteman at mid-off.
These two have got, I'll probably put the kiss of death on them, a history of rescuing Glamorgan and some very large partnerships, Nick.
Yeah, they're good friends off the field as well, I believe, and of a similar age, and both from South Africa, both firmly ensconced in South Wales now.
And Ingram, even though he's ensconced, as you say, Nick, is still an overseas player.
As White is on his way into Ingram, who's on 60 not out, and defends that one on the offside. There was a point at which Ingram becomes a domestic player. It might be next year or the year after, but he'll have to obviously still be piling up the runs.
He certainly is.
He certainly is at the moment. But he's the sort of fellow I don't think who'll hang around in the first-class game as a player if he detects his powers starting to wane.
They're certainly not waning at all the last couple of years.
As White is in to bowl and Ingram blocks, and it's strange really because he was a very much a limited overs specialist at one point, and now his best performances are in the red ball.
Didn't he get a big score first game last year, or the second game? I haven't got last year's book with me, but I remember he started well.
Which means thank you to Glamorgan for supplying copies of the
Yes, indeed.
Glamorgan yearbook to the commentary box. We're very grateful as always.
Gets larger every year.
It is a pretty thick volume this year. White bowls. Ingram drives into the offside, but well fielded. But cover by a diving Revis, number 77.
Yeah, he's playing every ball on merit. Hit the only 6 we've seen in the innings yesterday. He didn't really middle that, but he still went for 6, a flat 6 over cover.
Yes, extraordinary shot. Down to one slip in the gully now. Largely containing field for the well-set Ingram as White bowls, and Ingram again is forward rather more cautiously this time, and a maiden over goes by. Jack White still has 3 for 30 next to his name on the board, and Glamorgan 139 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra.
Yeah, the run rate 2.5, which is not all that quick, but of course, having lost 5 wickets, they want to try and consolidate even further. And with all the respect to the batsmen to come, especially Tim Varagooten, got a number of 50s last year, there's not a huge amount of batting for Glamorgan. Or Gorvin has got a first-class 50, so is Mason Crane, of course. I don't know much about Ryan Hadley's batting.
He's very much a number 11, Edward, as we saw last year with Asitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan. I wouldn't expect any more runs from Ryan Hadley.
Oh, is that so?
Well, judging by his career average of 3, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we shall await with interest. Here's Bess again then. About to start his 6th over. Comes in, bowls, and that's a lovely flighted delivery by the off-spinner, which is nudged away gently onto the offside. There is no run. 139 for 5. There's Dominic Bess. Comes in, bowls, again comes forward, pushes it away. Thank you, Nick has printed these out. It's just a far better job than the ones on the left. These numbers that they have each side. Bess in and bowls and tosses this one up. It's driven back and still doesn't pierce the field.
It's real cat and mouse stuff at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, good. As I said a little earlier, Attritional county cricket. In comes the off-spinner, Bess bowls again, perfect off-break. The field, a slip, a cover, a mid-off on the offside, then 6 on the onside, a short leg, mid-on was rather deep, an orthodox mid-on, quite wider than the one that's behind him, and backward fine leg and a mid-wicket on the boundary as Bess comes in. He doesn't run very far, but it aborts that run up there. Perhaps Cook wasn't ready. But bowlers often try to hurry the batsman, that Cook there turned away. No runs of this over again as Bess is in over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, Cook goes for the cut. And it beats him, goes through the wicket-keeper. Bean. I remember an old coach telling me many years ago, don't try and cut the off-spin until you've got 150. That, I think, might have just proved the point. Dominic Bess to complete the over. In, bowls, Cook is forward, second successive maiden, and Glamorgan remain on 139 for 5 on this, the second day. The weather forecast, delighted to say, for the next 2 days, and I think today, is dry.
Yeah, shouldn't be any rain within the playing hours, maybe a shower or two this evening, as it's a little bit warmer than yesterday today. The temperature's meant to go down again tomorrow on Easter Sunday. Morning to Gary Jones. Championship cricket is back, he messages on Blue Sky. Wonderful to have our tones through the Wi-Fi for another summer, and wishes us all the best, and the team all the best for the season ahead. Thank you very much indeed to Gary. If you want to email us, it's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and happy to read out messages from Yorkshire listeners as well on that. I'm now on X. You've been on X for ages, haven't you?
Or the other thing that they called it before that, Twitter. So
Ed Bevan Cricket.
Not Ed Bevan Cricket, very simple.
Lady Tenby wishes to communicate with her husband and says this may be our best chance of communicating with him. He's supposed to be packing for holidays this morning, but is instead following our coverage. At this rate, he'll be taking nothing but budgie smugglers and a woolly hat. Well, that's
Lord
first.
Tenby, where are you?
I think that's the first that we've had marital communication via the medium of the BBC stream. White is on his way away from us, bowling to Colin Ingram, who fiddles at that one outside off stump, lunge forward slightly uncertainly.
He's bowling a lovely length, isn't he, as he did yesterday. 3 for 30 off. This is his 14th over. He's probing, beating the odd delivery, but very attritional. The batsman is settling there. Not much on offer. I've had people send me letters years ago on John Player League when it got very, very exciting. He veered into the hedge at the end of the innings.
White is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives on the onside.
You know the sort of thing, gents. 4 to win, 2 balls left. Oh, the next ball is out. Glamorgan must hit the boundary. This poor chap, and he sent me this letter, went on, and all of a sudden I was coming in to the hedge. So I always apologise about that. But those were the days when everything was on edge. 40 overs, 8 overs, limited run-ups, and packed crowds.
As White, in front of a not very packed crowd, is in to bowl to Ingram, who hits that one straight to mid-wicket, who's in shortish, almost in a catching position. Morning to Duncan, who his day's plans are watching a bit of us on the Glamorgan stream, where he'll also find the BBC commentary for all the home games in the Championship, and later on watching Cardiff and the Ospreys, both in action in the European Challenge Cup quarter-finals rugby union. You can also watch those on S4C, as well as listening on BBC Radio Wales, BBC Sport Online. White in, bowls to Ingram, who again plays cautiously to Code at mid-on. They're certainly joining the dots at the moment, the Yorkshire bowlers.
They certainly are. I had a very good day of sports yesterday, Nick. You were sitting there in this not very nice day. First of all, there was Swansea and York and Sheffield United. Glorious weather at Bramall Lane. And then that ended just nicely to tune into you boys at 4:15. Then ended up by watching a 7-a-side tournament out in Tampa Bay in Florida.
As White is in, bowls, and Ingram works it away on the offside, but straight to backward point, no run. Rugby sevens, why so, Edward? What was your interest in that?
Well, my grandson was playing there, and it was very odd to watch rugby out in the States, especially the commentary.
Yeah.
But no, good. It was good. They won their 3 games, so they're back on today. It was streamed.
What team was that?
It was an invitation side. The name escapes me. Something Invincibles. They certainly
Living
were.
up their name.
And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
White is in to bowl, and Ingram on the defensive again. We can talk about far-flung rugby tournaments, because at the moment, well, it's a good battle, but the scoreboard certainly isn't moving.
No.
Glamorgan 139 for 5.
Yes, and this is the sort of cricket that a lot of us respect, as I was mentioning to Jonathan early on. Attritional county cricket, played in rather freezing conditions, not so freezing today, but
Wrap up if you come in tomorrow.
and then the best month of all, of course, August, is taken over by the other competition, the 100, which just gets its followers and gets its critics. But there we are. We live in a different cricket in life than we used to. Dominic Bess, not surprisingly, continues and bowls to Cook. Who is he getting? Rather impatient? No, he's not, because he's made 4 from 22 balls and he's quite content to take Glamorgan, if they can, up to around the 200 mark. Bess in, bowls, quicker ball, it's chopped away, this time down towards third man. Might and it might not. I think it won't get there, though. It pulls up as it's picked up just short of the boundary by Adam Live. And they go through for a couple. Breaks a 3, in fact. I was watching the ball and not the running. So 3 to Cook, he moves on to 7. First runs for some time. Just chopped delicately down. The third man pass slip, perfectly safe.
Silly point in.
Yes, he's been there all morning, actually. This is bowled short and quick, and he's cut away. And this is going up to the boundary. That will be 4. They fasten onto anything that's short or of a full length. So 7 runs, rather dense. Bess's figures of 1 for 13 in 6.5 overs. 146 for 5.
The only thing about Kellaway's dismissal by Bess is that Kellaway will think, well, that one turned, I can get some turn when I get to bowl.
Yeah, that was the point I was making. That Glamorgan have included 2 spinners in Mason Crane, who we hardly see at the start of the season. In comes Bess again, and this time's a better delivery, which is pushed back to the bowler.
It must be very rare that a side goes into a championship match in April with only 3 specialist spinners and no real part-time backup in the seam.
No. In comes the next ball, which is played defensively out into the cover region. There is no run as White picks up. Tosses the ball to Luxton, who tosses the ball back to the bowler on this pleasant spring, early spring afternoon it is now, as this ball is played back to the bowler to end the over. 146 for 5. Ingram 64. Cook on the 7 if you just joined us. Just the 1 wicket to fall this morning. Ben Kellaway in Bess's second over, his first over of the morning. A flighted delivery, beautiful off break which came in, took the off stump. He went for 52, having shared a partnership of 101 with Colin Ingram, who, as I say, is still there on 64. Cook is on 7. And it'll be Nick to continue commentary.
For those watching on the stream, I believe the tall figure walking around the boundary is Ryan Hadley. Met him for about 3 seconds yesterday. Late arrival, the Aussie seamer.
Talking to the crowd. Well, not the crowd, the few spectators down there.
Yes. Good morning to Lily, enjoying the bowling of Jack White, George Hill and Dom Bess this morning, and hoping that her favourite Matthew Revis gets something before lunch. Well, your request has been answered, Lily, because Mr. Revis is indeed going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. Good morning as well. Are we still morning? No, afternoon, just about. From Jonathan Hepworth, read his email after this, from Revis to Chris Cook, who's hit on the pad, no run. Great to hear Jonathan and hosts on live stream commentary. Travelled from Cheltenham yesterday but gave up the ghost at 15:30 when no play he thought was likely. Still, Glamorgan, welcome, wonderful, and shout out to supporter Simon for his company. And thank you to John Hepworth for your email, sir. Sorry you didn't hang on a little bit longer. Revis in, bowls, Cook jabs it away.
I'm just wondering, Nick, if
Picks up a single.
Lord Tenby is packing his gear to go on holiday. So you better get on with it, mate. You know, a lot of problems there. Don't get ready in time, miss the flight. Don't forget those tunnels at Newport. It's bank holiday.
John Evans on Twitter, hoping Glamorgan will make a good go of life back in Division 1. Well, so are we all back here, John. Good to hear from you. Rob Williams says, would love to come to a match this year, but being visually impaired, he would need a real-time commentary. Are there any grounds in Division 1 that offer this? Well, obviously you can pick up our commentary on the grounds just to explain this, but it's about 40 seconds to a minute in delay, so it's not ideal to follow it in the ground. Yeah, I believe in Sussex they do a real-time one, so you might care to contact Sussex.
Whether Lords do it, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Lords, but we're not there this season in terms of Glamorgan. So have a word with Sussex, and I believe the commentary there is in real time around the ground. As Revis bowls and Ingram defends. 147 for 5. Ingram has 64. His scoring rate is dropping somewhat. It was about a run every other ball for the half century off 105, but he's now 64 off 147, so he's soaking up the pressure with this oldish ball. Revis in to bowl, and Ingram plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, this is normally the time of the innings when the batters are looking to make hay, isn't it, at this stage against the older ball?
Well, I think, Nick, because I mentioned earlier that they're conscious of what's to come. A couple of batsmen, they've got 50s, but you wouldn't rely on them to say to get 70 or 80, as you would on these two.
Revis bowls, Ingram drives.
And you must
Revis getting excited, but it...
you must appreciate the bowling has been top class.
Yeah, they've bowled tightly Yorkshire. No early season signs of rust among the visitors' attack. 5 seamers And the spell from acting captain Dom Bess. Revis in bowls, and off the back foot, Ingram steers it on the offside. It was fielded by Cliff. On as a subfielder at cover, and there is no run. 147 for 5. If you are just joining us, the only wicket to fall this morning, that of Ben Kellaway, bowled by Dom Bess for 52 after a stand of 101 with Colin Ingram, and Johnny Bairstow remains off the field, and we still await as to whether it's a temporary fielding substitution or a permanent match substitution, as is allowed for the first time. A little bit of a pause. What do you make of that change, Edward? Are you in favour or not?
The only thing I can't quite understand is that the people who are injured now, they might recover in 4 days, as you do from a broken finger, but can't play in the next championship match. As if to say, you're having one on us.
Well, that's to deter people from swinging the lead, isn't it? And
they've got to change something, Nick, you know. Van Beek is going to have a bowl after a good 7-over spell from Bess, 1 for 13. And I think to myself, well, you know, I don't know what to make of it, but then it's only for a short time, isn't it?
What, the bowling change or the injury replacement?
Well, the injury replacement, and then it's got to be like for like.
Yeah.
That Fan is on for Essex because Tom Westley was out, and then he's an all-rounder, but he can only bat.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Here's Van Beek for his first bowl of the morning. Bowls, and it's short and beautifully played for possibly, yes, will it be 4? No, it's dragged in just a metre or so short, and they cross for 3 runs. Lovely time shot, his best shot of the morning from Chris Cook. Gets 3 runs and 149 for 5. What do you make of it?
They didn't get the third.
No, they didn't.
It's fine as long as teams don't start to take the mickey. And I suppose that 8-day layoff is a deterrent to that. That, you know, if you can't go off in one match and play in the next.
As I say, that ball is pushed away on the offside. Got to do something everywhere, haven't they? Kookaburra ball, this, that, and the other.
Thank
just leave
goodness
it.
No Kookaburra this season.
Oh yes.
Yeah, previously it was concussion and COVID, wasn't it, for match substitutes?
That's
right. As long as we don't see tactical subs in the county game, that would lead me to tear my remaining hair out.
Logan Van Beek comes in, bowls off the back foot for short delivery.
Which has, I think, crept into... Is it the Australian Big Bash now, as well as...
Something like that, yeah.
As well as the IPL? No, tactical subs in a T20 game. Yep. Daft.
Listening with interest, yesterday discussion, I think it was Kenny Davis and yourself, or it might have been Jonathan, about who's going to play for England, and I'm rather a little on the side of and the next ball is pushed away. I'm about to talk about Asa Tribe. My take on this, for goodness sake, just let the boy play. He's in his play 1.5 seasons of county cricket, and he's a fine prospect. And already they say, yep, put him in. I've seen him play once at Kevin Peterson in the winter in one of these franchise games. He will play for England, possibly. We hope he will. But we talked about pressure. As Van Beek bowls driven, well fielded by the bowler. A long way to go down, and there's no run. I don't know what your view is on this, Nick, but there's enough pressure in opening the bat in Division 1 of the County Championship, and he's bound to be, well, I think he might have done it, and he's conscious of it.
Yeah.
And
but here's because I asked him about it.
Yeah,
no,
great.
He's a confident young man. I think he mentally can handle it. It's just whether his
and then you get the critics.
Technique is up to internationals as yet.
Exactly. And you think about Habib, end of the over, by the way, 149 for 5. Habib, Live, and Sibley were the 3 highest scorers last year. And they must be thinking, well, okay, we're getting on, but they're very fine players, and they must be thinking, well, any chance of us getting in there? And then you've got Rob Key and McCullum are going to phone the county coaches this week, next week, to have a word. Well, what about? And in the meantime...
And everyone is going to tell them, yes, pick my boy.
Yeah, or do you pick an attacking player? And I see the Kent and England opener has failed miserably in the start of the season. Duckett hasn't played, so good luck, everybody. But let them get on with the game. And
yes, the general consensus among the pundits seems to be that Crawley has had a long enough run without delivering consistently enough. Revis is in to bowl, Ingram on the defensive.
On the other side, Nick, is how Crawley must be feeling when he picks up the Kip newspaper and sees Crawley failed yet again. As I say, don't heap pressure on young players. As they did on, well, okay, Shoaib Akhtar's, Shoaib Bashir's a good test. He's discarded from counties. On the other side of the coin.
As Revis bowls and Ingram works it into a gap on the offside, they'll take at least one and they'll settle for one, and that's the 150 up for Glamorgan in the 60th over, so pretty much 2.5 runs and over as a ripple of applause. 100 runs away still from a batting bonus point though, and only 5 wickets in hand. Yep. Edward, thank you. We'll hear from you on the other side of lunch. And Jonathan Doidge, our Yorkshire representative, will be back in the commentary seat alongside me. 150 for 5 as that's turned on the leg side for no run by Cook, who's on 10. Ingram 64. Cautious approach from Ingram largely this morning. As I'll try and swap commentary positions and try and avoid disaster. Sun out at the moment here in Cardiff. 150 for 5. Revis to Cook. Leaves. A ball that comes back in, but only 2 types of leave, and that was a good one because it didn't disturb the timbers. As Revis wanders back towards his mark. There's a little cutch between 2 of the Yorkshire fielders there trying to keep warm. It's obviously not as warm as it looks from up here. Revis in, bowls, Cook on the defensive, prods it gently up to mid-off, no run. 150 for 5, so 51 runs added for the loss of Kellaway's wicket. And probably marginally Glamorgan's morning so far. As Cook works one on the leg side for a single. 151 for 5, but if Yorkshire just take one more wicket, they'll be reasonably pleased with their day 2 performance as well, Jonathan.
Yep, they certainly haven't let the hosts get away, have they? Just over 2.5 and over scoring out, so they've not blazed the trail by any stretch, which is understandable this time of year. And I suppose, given they've still got 5 wickets to take, and there's therefore a time element to it, every bit of sun on the deck and wind out there to draw out any last amounts of moisture in it, they'll be hoping will be to their benefit. And so in that perfect world scenario, Yorkshire would be hoping to bat once in the match when they get their opportunity. But first of all, got some hard work to do in the wicket taking department, and to that end Logan van Beek is into the attack for the first time today. 8 overs for 33 yesterday, coming in from the river end. Bangs the first one in short. It was fairly sharp and no, not really a loosener, was it? Gave it a rip into the pitch. It was turned away into the leg side for 2 runs there to Cook. Takes his score on to 13, 153 for 5.
Yes, I was thinking back to last season because we didn't do any men's games together, but a couple of women's games where Yorkshire dumped Glamorgan out of first the T20 Blast and then the One Day Cup in the final.
Yep, here's Van Beek, and that's turned off the hip this time by Cook, down to Sam Whiteman in front of us at fine leg, 1 run. Yep, they played well. I guess at that level, having been dropped to Tier 2, they were probably entitled to do. I know they'd lost a lot of players up to Durham when the Diamonds split, but it'd be really interesting to see how they go this season. I mentioned yesterday about the additions to the squad, and some stellar ones at that. Kevin Sharp, who's been on this morning, said he's tuned in, has been away and working with them as part of the coaching team. Richard Pyra, of course, heads that up. Chris Bryce involved as well. And a lot more women's cricket to be played this year, as Van Beek is in round the wicket, and that's dropped into the offside by Ingram, no run. I know I went to the Yorkshire season opening lunch the other week at Headingley when there was a live link-up with Richard Pyra, Lauren Winfield-Hill and Ster Callis, and I know Lauren was particularly enthused by the extra number of matches to be played this year. She spent the winter in Australia.
Yeah, you'll have to explain about that because Glamorgan's still in Tier 2.
Van Beek is in, and that's punched just past his right hand, and a diving, tumbling stop by Jack White, who's still on terra firma after doing so. Maybe the ball got trapped under his body as he landed.
Yes, and now it has again as he turns back over. I think he's holding his knee.
Left knee. Obviously felt something that's not quite right.
It's a good scrambling stop.
Oh yeah, the left knee, he splayed, didn't he, as he went down for the ball, and didn't look great. Immediate physio sprint on from the side. Is he going to continue? He's just hobbling for the moment. You'd imagine that with that sort of splaying feel to how he went down for the ball, that there might have been a twist to the knee, and he's just been asked to do a little lowering at the knee. He's trying to run it off anyway, to be fair. Is he going to go off? Yep, he is. So he's just going to go off and get checked out. Doesn't look that bad, does it, the way he's managing to walk off? But they're going to take precautionary action, so that'll be a second substitute on the field, and that to me looks like the running style of Benjamin Cliff.
He's a lanky fellow as well.
It is. That's his skippy sort of run. So 13th man now on the field. Jack White leaving the field of play at around about 22:01, half an hour or so before today's prescribed lunch break, which will be a bit later than usual because of the catch-up from overs missed yesterday. So I hope Jack will be okay. He seems to be, doesn't he, walking off, but
yeah, he's had his spell for the morning, hasn't he? So no real harm done if he doesn't reappear until after lunch.
Ingram on strike on 65 then, 154 for 5 after that slight break for injury. Van Beek is in, that's dropped into the offside, and they've got through quickly for a single. Ben Cliff straight into the action, doing the fielding there in the covers. I've got a bit of correspondence as well. Now we've got a curious situation here that I spent all last season, Nick, asking people to email Yorkshire Cricket at BBC.
Yeah. You're still locked out of it.
I know how now. I have no access to BBC emails because my email was driven by the fact that I did work for Salford, which has not happened for the last 3 months or so, and so they've shut down the email, so I can't get on. So even though people have wrongly sent emails into BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, which was the old email address that I was diverting people from last year.
Yeah,
I can actually read some
correspondence. So you've got the old one, but not the new one. Yeah,
it's not really revived. It's just that it's obviously never been closed down, and so people have dropped lucky, if you like, throwing it in that bin. As Van Beek's final ball is blocked by Cook, and there's no run. So Jonathan says, hi guys, best of luck to the two teams for the new season. Fully agree with the new injury rule, and I'm sure, or at least I hope, the counties will apply it in the very best spirit. Do you know if the new rule about playing out the final over of the day, even if a batsman is out, will apply? I'd be fully supportive of the change, but I'm not sure when the change will take place. Good question.
That is a very good question. Not sure whether it's for this season or not.
And Sally, out there, oh no, in Yorkshire instead of New York for a change. I was going to say out there in the States, because she normally messages in. Happy new season to you, Sally. All is good now the domestic season's begun, she says. For once I've not had to wake up early to listen, as I'm actually in England, clearing out my mother's house in Harrogate and getting it ready to sell. Looking forward to being at Headingley on Friday. My husband arrives in the country on Wednesday to help me, so he's getting dragged along. Dad and I have also planned a trip to Taunton in May. It'll be great to see some cricket in real life instead of just online. Be good to see you as well, Sally.
As Revis starts a new over, and Ingram on 66 defends on the offside dead bat. Yeah, Yorkshire listeners are perfectly at liberty to do the Glamorgan Cricket BBC address, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, to which I was reinstated a couple of days ago, so I'm back on that one. As Revis lopes in and bowls, and Ingram cuts nicely, but there's a deep point on the boundary, and just a single is taken as Logan Van Beek does the fielding in front of the grandstand.
BBC incredibly security conscious after all the happenings and disasters of recent years, so they don't leave you long, do they, on the emails?
Oh no, usually the day after the cricket season I'm off. Yeah.
Miriam in Brighton, happy new season to you as well. She says, hi Jonathan, I hope you wintered well. So lovely to have county cricket back, feeling positive about Yorkshire's season. And P.S. we needed that wicket from Bess. She says that was obviously nearly an hour ago now, and they could do with another one.
So on social media, I'm Nick Webb 2017, Blue Sky and X. Nice to see my Blue Sky followers ticking up gently. Revis is in to bowl, and Cook is forward defending, remains on 14.
It's a funny one, Blue Sky. I did set one up before the last season started, but you kind of feel like you're talking to yourself because there's only a handful of people following on that front, so I don't mention it that often, but it is, you'll find me on something like jonathan.b.skyb or something like that. I can't remember what it is now. I'll find it. Let me find it and do the job properly.
Yeah, I'm Nick Webb 2017 on both. Revis in bowls to Cook, who drives back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, at jonathandoidge.bsky.social is the address on there. And actually there are one or two bits of correspondence from those who've been hibernating in the winter.
Good afternoon to Chris Drew, who points out that the former Glamorgan captain Sam Northeast has got a half century in his first match back to his original county Kent. As Revis is in to bowl and Cook leaves, that was fairly adjacent, but it's through to Finlay Bean.
So good day to you, to Russell, who messaged in yesterday, and Lily, who've been in touch on Blue Sky.
Northeast 58 not out, and is really the only man standing for Kent, because they're 126 for 6 in reply to Durham's 335. Revis in to bowl. Cook defends to cover, and there's no run.
On X it's at Jonathan Doidge, and there's a couple on there as well. So let's have a look.
And the over 156 for 5. Ingram 67. Cook 14.
Grumpy Neil says you might have mentioned the reason why, but why is Sam Whiteman not keeping ahead of Bean, seeing as he's an actual keeper? Well, Grumpy Neil, I could get grumpy with you because I mentioned this probably 3 times yesterday and a couple of times already today, but Sam Whiteman, albeit a keeper, I think throughout the winter, whenever the coaching staff have been asked about, I mean, the first question was, would he keep instead of Johnny Bairstow? I addressed that one earlier. No, Johnny was always going to be keeping, but I think Sam has had some finger issues, injury issues.
What keepers haven't?
Yeah, so I think there was already it was out there, if you like, that he wasn't going to be keeping for Yorkshire because of that. So looking after those fingers so they can get some runs with the bat. Hence not taking the gloves out there at the point that Johnny got injured. And Nick Moxon confirms that it was Tony Lewis who quoted that famous line. I used to watch Botham's Ashes religiously on VCR as a child, he says. You can get that soft Tony Lewis voice of Botham returns to silence. Here's Van Beek round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Ingram, who's on 67 and defends into the offside. Nick's also taking full responsibility for jinxing Johnny Bairstow yesterday when he said he could easily score a couple of centuries before the first Test match.
Not sure if that was me who said it. It might have been Kenneth. Or was it John? Sorry, is that a listener, Nick?
It was Nick who said it.
Nick, a listener, rather than talking about me. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was being blamed for something I didn't say.
Good to hear he's taking full responsibility. Van Beek in once again around the wicket, wide on the crease and turned into the leg side by the solid Colin Ingram. 67 off 159 deliveries for him so far. Scoring rate bang on 2.5. So as I was saying, that's coming down ever so slightly, and
it's a bit of a crawl. You just get the feeling that Glamorgan need to be a little bit more positive against this old ball, otherwise they'll be getting to the new ball with under 200 on the board.
Van Beek again, that's turned to leg this time, and they've picked up a single, not a bad shy at the stumps, and a dive in by Cook, well backed up by George Hill. Connor Murphy, hi Connor, hope you're well. He says, hi Doidge, what's your prediction for the biggest derby of the weekend today? Rugby League this is, Huddersfield Giants versus York Knights. Well, of course, Connor, I'm going to say it's a York Knights win, as he's a Huddersfield man. And they're obviously having a bit of a torrid start to the campaign, the Giants. And York have picked up a couple of wins, and most notably that first match of the season against the quadruple champions, Hull KR.
I have absolutely nothing to contribute on the 13-man game, I'm afraid.
No. It has been said. I don't mind filling in the gaps at all. Great sport.
I did vaguely report on the Rugby League International between Wales and Lebanon in Llanelli about 15 years ago.
Yeah. Here's Van Beek, and that is punched back to the bowler, who was switched it over the wicket to bowl there to Cook. Was that not during the 2000 World Cup?
I don't think it was quite that long
Was it
ago.
later than that, was it? Yeah.
But there weren't an awful lot of Lebanese-sounding names in the Lebanon side, and probably even fewer Lebanese-sounding accents, since they're all Aussies.
Yep. Here comes Van Beek again. Cook with a fairly high backlift. Compact stance, turns it to leg, where it's fielded by Revis. There's no run. Well, I can remember coming down. I think I went to Twickenham to the second match of that tournament. Bizarrely, the way that Rugby League does these things back to front sometimes. I remember the second match. I think they started in Belfast. It was something like Northern Ireland or Ireland versus Scotland. And then we went to Twickenham that evening for England against Australia. And he comes again from Bacon, banged that one in short, but over the head of the batter, who's happy to leave, 157 for 5 after 63 overs. And then I think I'm right in saying, having stayed in London, drove across the Sunday morning here to what we knew as the Millennium Stadium, and that entire tournament was blighted by horrendous weather. It just rained pretty much from the first kick to the last, and everyone was bragging down here about Cardiff. Well, the roof on the stadium, brilliant, it was fantastic. Well, there was a leak in the join in the roof, and it was like a sort of waterfall. Just running straight onto the pitch from the middle. So they took the kick-off even from wide of the centre spot. And that was the shape of things to come in that tournament, I remember.
Yeah, it mostly works, the roof, to be fair. But there have been one or two occasions when it's been stuck. Revis from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Ingram, who pulls and will pick up a single for a firmly hit shot out to the square leg boundary, because there is a deep square leg. 158 for 5. We mentioned Glamorgan women. They've moved on to 226 for 5 in the 40th over against Gloucestershire at Bristol in their warm-up. And there's some new names certainly in that Glamorgan side. We shall have to research. I think they've got a couple of the Wiltshire players playing, because Wiltshire are grouped with Glamorgan for academy purposes. The two Bielises in the batting order together for added confusion. As that's driven by Chris Cook. Everyone who's got in has got a few runs. There have been a couple of retired out, so it's obviously very much a friendly, trying to get everyone some time at the crease, and the top 6 all have. Lauren Parfitt's 42 as the top score, but everyone has scored at least 25, so the match proving its purpose, I suppose, as Glamorgan warm up against Gloucestershire. As that is prodded away on the leg side by Cook, no run.
Retired out. It's sort of one of those things that reminds you of playing cricket as a child, doesn't it? I can remember playing games in the local park or whatever, or on the street, where somebody would say, if you were batting, somebody would say, "I can't see your wickets. You got to move because I can't see your wickets." What's the most bizarre thing, folks, that your little games that you played, your little local laws? What was the most bizarre?
Revis bowls. Cook slashes it towards point, but it's well fielded.
The points of contact. I can remember playing. We lived on a cul-de-sac, only about half a dozen houses or whatever on this cul-de-sac, and the batting wickets, if you like, were always at the bottom end of the cul-de-sac, in the last house. And the gardens were so close. I mean, you're talking 10 yards either side. That it was 3 gardens and out.
Revis is in to bowl, and that's pulled by Cook down to fine leg this time. And it's just a single, and Glamorgan are managing to find the outfielders at the moment, which is good bowling. Bowling to your field, 159 for 5.
So I encourage you to play straight down the ground, because it was open-ended at the top of the cul-de-sac onto the next street. So you could drive straight down the ground, get a boundary, but if you hit a boundary into a garden, you'd get your runs.
Yeah.
But, on count back, 3 gardens and you were gone.
Oof. Well, I blame this for my shots, such as they are, being almost entirely on the leg side, because in our back garden there was room to hit on the on-side, but not on the off-side. As Revis strikes Ingram on the pad, goes up, but not entirely convincingly, as the ball cannons away. It is just a dot ball. It's 159 for 5. Because if I played an off-drive batting against my dad in the back garden, then the ball would probably get lost in some rather long grass at the bottom of our garden with horrible brambles and stuff. So this is my excuse for not being able to play an off-drive.
If we ever got confined to playing in the drive, because our back garden was a bit too small to play, really, but in the drive we had a carport, so that was kind of a net. But there was a gap between that and where the garage started of, let's say, a couple of yards. And the old, the little slope that they used to build, concrete slope into your garage, because the garage had been moved back by this couple of yards when we had an extension built, you'd run up and bowl, and if it hit the slopey bit, it'd actually disappear over the garage roof. So that was a proper bouncer. You'd definitely have been wided by any of these umpires out there.
We have got 13 minutes to go till lunch, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a late lunch today.
Cook on strike on 15. And in comes Van Beek, and that's played off the hip nicely along the deck for a single. Whiteman round to do the fielding. The other thing was that, because, as I say, we lived at the bottom of a cul-de-sac, it was just a waste field next to where we lived. So if you were batting in the garage or whatever, if you got an edge, top edge, and it looped over the fence in the middle of summer when everything's at its height in terms of growth, you'd have to go groping around in brambles and nettles over this fence to get your ball back. So when they eventually cleared all that, because they've now built some houses on the end of what was our street, I'm sure they must probably found about 50 tennis balls that we've never managed to recover, as that was short and pulled through mid-wicket by Ingram, with a single out to James Wharton, taking Colin Ingram to 70, highest scorer in the match by some distance now, 161 for 5. And still plenty of cricket to be played with this old ball before Yorkshire can take a second new one, at which point they'd be hoping to finish off this Glamorgan first innings, and ideally for them they'd want to pick up one or two between now and that second new ball, and hope that they're bowling at the tail with it.
They want another one. They want another ball. Yorkshire not happy with it. These two, by the way, have put on 32 for the 6th wicket, and they've been together for about 18 overs, so the partnership is under 2 and over, and this time the Yorkshire appeal is successful, and umpire Warren is chugging off in search of the box of balls.
Jack White, by the way, did return to the field of play,
which Yorkshire will be thoroughly grateful for, having possibly already lost Bairstow, who has not been on the field this morning, and we'll see how his sore thumb bears up to some gentle practice in the nets before deciding whether he's going to bat or hand that over to Will Luxton for the rest of the game. But obviously Bairstow would not be happy about missing next week.
No, Hampshire at Headingley next week. I'm not going to be around actually for the first 2 days of that one. Graham Colley will be your home commentator, Yorkshire commentator for that match to start with, and I'll be back for days 3 and 4. Oh, we're going to lose the monitor here now.
Yeah,
then. I
try
think
flicking
yesterday
a button around, and
was
there
told
we
to
are.
press
Well
a
done.
button. There we go.
Well done. Scarborough, you're going to have a new home at Scarborough because they've shut off the ground the last I read.
No, we're staying put.
You're okay,
I
are
think
you?
we're the only people who are going to be
right.
allowed on that stand for safety reasons.
Oh, doesn't matter if the BBC, they're
No, it's all right if
expendable.
that collapses and we end up under a pile of rubble. Might make the commentary better. Yeah, I know, I've heard all the jokes before. That's fine. 161 for 5, Ingram 70, Cook on strike. He's on 16 from precisely 50 deliveries, and Logan Van Beek none for 40 in his 11th over here. Following that ball change, can we see an immediate change of what's going on out in the middle? Well, not with that first delivery. Dominic Bess has set an interesting looking in-out field. Van Beek has obviously got a bit more pace than most of the Yorkshire bowlers when he's banged it in, and so they have Matthew Revis set a bit deeper than normal at mid-on, There's a straightish mid-wicket. George Hill, hands in pockets at the moment, probably about 15 to 20 yards off the bat. Whiteman has gone to his right shoulder in a more orthodox mid-wicket position. There's a man set on the boundary square. That is Will Luxton. Long leg down beneath us to the left is Jack White. And he might come into play here. Well, no, he won't, because the ball, a short one by Van Beek, has been pulled, and it was well beyond the chance of White being able to get there, and has gone for 4. Adam Lyth at first slip. Finley Bean, of course, still has the gloves in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. James Wharton's gone in at point. Bess has put himself in shortish in the covers. And then the other fielder to mention is Ben Code, who's up at mid-off. So 165 for 5 following that boundary that took Cook to 20. Van Beek just terminates his run-up after a couple of strides. White sweatband on his left wrist as he bowls now, and that's dropped into the offside by Cook and fielded by Bess, and there's no run.
That was Cook's first boundary, by the way, having faced 51 balls without striking a boundary.
It was almost that the delivery that Van Beek bowled, obviously a short one, it was almost as if, well, let's just test out how hard this ball is compared to what we've just thrown away. And that was the answer. And he's gone short again and fallen over with the effort of delivering the ball. Said yesterday he was an effort sort of bowler, and that underlines that in red. And a good piece of fielding there, because it was a nicely controlled pull, wasn't it, by Cook?
Yeah.
Could have been a second boundary. And Luxton, who's out there and has been throughout this morning subbing, he's left a trail of divot in the
Please
turf
replace your
behind him.
divots.
Yeah, he's trying to do that as he dived full length to stop that just a yard or so inside the boundary backward of square leg. So end of the over, 167 for 5. We'll probably get 2 more in, Nick, before the lunch break.
Yeah. That looked like a cunning plan by Yorkshire, in that they did have a deep square and a fine leg back on the ropes, but Cook played both pull hook shots that he played in that over in very controlled fashion, as to not throw away his wickets to a boundary catch just before the lunch interval. Glamorgan have batted grittily after the century stand between Kellaway and Ingram. Ingram's still there, facing up to Revis, and Ingram driving correctly, but all along the ground to Whiteman at mid-off. So in-outfield continues, a deep point, a deep square leg, as well as the fine leg.
Now, Adam Lyth just been winging his arms round is the solitary slip at the moment. It wouldn't be beyond the realms if they threw the ball to him just for an over.
He's the golden arm, yeah. 3 wickets at 20 last season. As Revis bowls, and Ingram looks to steer it towards third man, but it's stopped at gully stroke third slip, and there's no run. So what to expect from Mr. Lyth with the arms at dobbers?
Yeah, he bowls off spin. It'll give it plenty of air usually. He does turn the ball.
As Revis in bowls, and Ingram drives in controlled fashion to Whiteman.
And as usual, if he does pick up a wicket or two, the celebrations are often more exaggerated than maybe if he'd got another century, you know.
Glamorgan's new Aussie recruit has more first-class wickets than runs. Ryan Hadley at number 11. As that almost found the edge, as Ingram again tried to run it towards third man but missed. It went through to Bean.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been undeserved a bit of luck on Matthew Revis's side. He's worked really hard with the ball. He's probably missed by 6 inches, hasn't it? But you can see his anguish. He's not going for many runs here, and he's putting in plenty of effort.
Revis on his way. Last over for him, and that is fiddled towards third slip again by Ingram, but on the bounce. He's obviously happy to play in that area, Colin Ingram, but I'm not sure how advisable it is. Mind you, he's got many years of first-class cricket, and I haven't.
Ed's headed for the Welsh cakes, by the way, which presumably must be his starter for lunch. What's on the lunch menu? You've had your lunch already?
Cottage pie.
Oh, cottage pie. Nice.
Greenery.
Revis in bowls, this time on the legs of Ingram, who will turn it away down towards fine leg for a single. 168 for 5. The run is up on the board almost before they'd finished running it. Ingram therefore will retain strike because that was the last ball of the over, and this will probably be the last over of the morning. 168 for 5. Ingram 71. Cook 22, Kellaway bowled by Bess for 52, and it will be the acting skipper in the absence of Johnny Bairstow who will bowl the last over, and Mr. Lythe's whirling has gone unanswered.
Yeah, probably just reminding his standing skip that he's capable of taking a wicket as well. So Ed, if it's cottage pie and greenery, is the greenery leek? Disappointed there's no leak on the menu today. So, final over, we think, before lunch. Bess is in. That's turned to leg by Ingram, who's going to pick up a single. And, well, the field set up for this final over. Of course, we've got left-hand, right-hand combi. The right-hander is Cook, who's now on strike. Lythe at slip. Under the helmet at short leg is Wharton. We've got a man 45 back at a square, Jack White. Man out posted on the boundary looks like George Hill, who's just a bit squarer than mid-wicket. As Cook flicks one off his hip, plays that shot nicely, and that's a good bit of fielding by Jack White. Pinged it across flat to Finley Bean. Whiteman is in the covers. There's a man out on the boundary square on the offside. Mid-off, mid-on, and a straight mid-wicket is Will Luxton. And then he's dropped into the offside by Cook. No run, it's Van Beek who is just in front of square on the offside for the square drive. If Bess hangs it out too wide, he's in and bowling over the wicket, and that's dropped into the offside again by Cook. Whiteman licked his split round to do the fielding. 2 to come in the over. 9 minutes past has clicked over on the scoreboard clock as Cook goes firmly at this one, and made good contact as well, but unfortunately for him, he picked out Whiteman spot on at cover. Best firing through the over. Final ball of it now. Ooh, edge I think from Cook, and it's dropped short of Lythe at slip by the looks of things. We've only got the back view here.
Did that carry from Lythe's reaction? He looks pretty hacked off. We'll get a replay now.
Oh, yeah, you're right, he did.
Shin high.
He's going backwards, falling backwards, and it's a catchable height and the sort of chance that you'd expect him to take. It's the first opportunity that they have grasped in the season so far. Bess, yeah, his reaction is, I cannot believe that you've put that down, Adam. But he has, and that would have been a great way to finish the session for Yorkshire. As it is, who knows what it might cost. It was Cook with the edge. He's going to be able to enjoy his lunch more than he might have done a minute or so ago. 22 from 59 deliveries. Ingram 72 from 170. Just that one wicket, as Nick was saying a minute or two ago, of Ben Kellaway, bowled by Bess for 52 in this entire morning session that has seen Glamorgan move from 99 for 4 overnight to 169 for 5 in the 31 overs that we've seen this morning. We'll be back after the lunch break.
I've got some lunchtime scores as well as latest scores in the other games around the country. We'll start first of all at Bristol, where you may remember Glamorgan's women's team are playing their first friendly of the season against Gloucestershire. It's a 50-over contest, and after 44 overs, Glamorgan are 242 for 8. Don't forget the two teams will be in action here next Sunday in the first game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, with action getting underway next Sunday here at Safari Gardens at 10:30. In the other games around the country, in the Rothesay County Championship, there was a delayed start at the Utilita Bowl, where Essex have moved on to 308 for 6. That's against Hampshire. Lunchtime at Taunton sees Nottinghamshire 34 without loss. That's after they dismissed Somerset for 347. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire this morning have moved on to 125 for 1. That's after they bowled Surrey out yesterday for 328. At Northampton, Northamptonshire 52 for 5. Still trailing Lancashire by 332 runs. At Chesterley Street, Kent are 126 for 6, trailing Durham by 209 runs. At Lords, Middlesex are still in their first innings, they're 382 for 6. At Grace Road, Leicestershire have moved on to 139 for 5, still trailing Sussex by 222 runs. And Derbyshire are still batting against Worcestershire. That's at the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby, where Derbyshire are 548 for 5. A reminder that you can obtain a score sheet for this match completely free of charge by visiting reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And you can also obtain a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook from the same location. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castor Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end, with snacks also being purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today, situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Amongst the new displays, there's a very fitting tribute to the late Hugh Morris. There's also a short film looking back on Hugh's magnificent contribution to cricket. And we're very grateful to Hugh's family for making available the items which are on display, as well as the images in the film booth. And a special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, has also been produced and is available for purchase in the museum. It costs just £10, with all proceeds going to Berlindra Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. In front of the National Cricket Centre, I can see two of the Glamorgan community coaches, Zane and Tansy, and they're there if you wish to borrow any bats or balls to play with softballs on the outfield or to go into Tom's nets on the pavilion lawn. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Welcome back to Sapphire Gardens. Rather cloudy here, but the clouds are high, and we see the umpires walking out. The two umpires, two experienced umpires for this game. Nigel Long and Russell Warren. And the position of play, Glamorgan, who stumbled yesterday to 28 for 4, they lost 5 wickets for just 8 runs, have recovered well, and they will resume at 169 for 5, just the 1 wicket to fall this morning. That'll Ben Kellaway, who shared a partnership of 101 with Colin Ingram before Kellaway was bowled by Dominic Bess. Lovely flighted off break for 52. Colin Ingram is still there on 72 not out. He's been joined by Nick Cook, who is 22. And these are put on a useful partnership of 40 for this 6th wicket. Now, Yorkshire have been handicapped by the absence of their captain, Johnny Bairstow. Is still here on the ground. Remember, he hurt his hand yesterday. But I think he is going to stay, see how it goes, and hopefully for Yorkshire, certainly, that he gets better and may take a part in the last 2 days. There's also a scare when Jack White, going down to field the ball at mid-on, was hit, we think, on the knee, and he was hobbling about, and he was persuaded some 10 minutes before the interval to go off the field. So, Jonathan is with me, and no news of Jack White. He didn't look too bad. He wandered off with the physio, he walked off then, as opposed to limping off.
Yeah, well, I know that you will have had your feet up and having a manicure before the lunch break, so you won't have seen that he came back on actually before lunch, Ed, and he's just doing some knee lifts and skipping away as he comes back onto the field, so it looks like we're going to see him bowling fairly soon, if not immediately.
When's the new one due? 13 overs, 67 overs bowled. Yorkshire have bowled well, and this reflects in the run rate of Glamorgan, just 2.52, 2.5 runs an over. But it's been excellent bowling, and good to see an off-spinner like Dominic Bess bowl so tightly at this time of the year. And it will be
George Hill,
is going to have a bowl, and he has bowled very well in this game, and he'll be bowling to Colin Ingram in commentary, taken up by Jonathan.
Yeah, George, 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 31 so far. So, still in search of his first wicket of the 2026 campaign. And with this ageing ball, he's in from wide on the crease, round the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who just is up on his toes as he turns that one into the leg side, where it's fielded by Will Luxton, who's been on for the last few overs of yesterday and throughout day 2.
What I didn't mention, Jonathan, in the very last ball of the morning, bowled by Bess, because Cook edged one to slip and had him live. Very surprisingly put it down, but more of that in a moment.
Yep, here's Hill, and that's a solid block by Ingram into the leg side, no run. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a drop. It was a catchable chance, the sort of chance he's taken many of during the years.
Yeah,
it was just, if you watch the slow-mo...
was it dipping?
It was one of those, though, where the brain was engaging and taking him backwards slightly. I fielded a lot of slip, and you can do that sometimes if you think you've seen something, and it's obviously all happens in a split second, doesn't it? And that's angled into the deck, and Bess does the fielding at gully, no run, but he'll know, we know, he should have taken the chance, really. It's as simple as that, and he didn't.
Possibly a lack of concentration. Last ball before lunch, let's go and have some dinner. And thinking it's been a cold morning, last ball, and it might just have been a little bit like that.
Funnily enough, you do think, normally the focus is on, can the batters hold their concentration till that very last ball, but it's also incumbent on you as a fielder to do just the same, isn't it? Here's Hill, and that is another solid block by Colin Ingram. I've said that numerous times today, because that's how he's playing those defensive pushes very often.
And also, Adam Lyth might have been just thinking, well, yeah, this pitch is playing well. It's a bit on the slow side, but and all of a sudden your mind wanders, oops, and there she goes. But That was the only blemish, because I think Yorkshire fielded particularly well, especially close to the wicket in this match so far.
Here comes Hill, and this time nicely flicked off the legs by Ingram. That's 4. Very fine down the leg side. George just spraying it too close to leg stump, and Ben Code was set more long than fine leg, so no chance of him getting to that. The natural pace on the ball was sufficient. First boundary of this afternoon session. We've been greeted, if we can put it that way, by cloud cover. There's a bit of blue poking through, but it's
the high clouds there, all right.
Yeah, better conditions than yesterday. There's Hills in again, and once more it's angled into the deck, but bounces awkwardly in front of Bess, who can't take it cleanly, and with good support there from Chris Cook, Ingram got himself through for a single. So that's the first over back completed, the 68th of the innings. 12 more of those before a second new ball becomes available. 174 now for the loss of 5 wickets, Glamorgan.
Talking about the clouds, and I always tell visiting commentators, look to the left always. It's Caerphilly Mountain there. If you can see it, we're okay. If you can't see it, we're in trouble. Dominic Bess then to continue, bowling his accurate off spin. 1 for 14 off 8 overs. The wicket there of Ben Kellaway, who played particularly well, and it's a good feel here. He's got a slip and a man on back pad on the offside, 2 on the drive, and a mid on, which is rather deep, or who is rather deep, mid off and mid on. He comes in and he's bowling round the wicket to the left hand, a short though, and cut away, and it's very well fielded there, a backward point by the aforementioned Jack White. Moving all right then, no problems. Bess, who hurries through his overs, comes in again and bowls to Ingram. Ingram is back and plays it gently towards the deep cover boundary, and they amble through for a single, and Ingram on to 77, 175 for 5. As the right-handed Cook now has a slip and a short leg. 5 men on the offside, and he goes down the pitch and hammers it up to deep extra, and he will also get a single. He moves on to 23. This score, we're really moving at pace this year. Ingram waits. In comes the next delivery. That's short again and quicker, as it's played to backward point to White again does the fielding. A lot of cricket left in this game. There's a lot of cricket left today. 71.2 overs at the moment. Whether we'll get through that and see what the light's like remains to be seen. As the next ball brings him forward, there's a little gasp as it's pushed slightly in the air but into the ground and taken at the half volley there by the man at Boot Hill, which I mean very close to the bat. Best to complete the over. Bowling a little bit quicker in this over, as the final ball is punched out to deep extra. Takes Glamorgan at 177 for 5, Ingram on 79, Cook is on 23. Glamorgan's recovery, by all means not complete, but a far, far better position than it was at 28 for 4. Jonathan.
Yep, George Hill going to continue at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 36 so far. The 5 wickets have gone 3 to Jack White, 3 for 30, 1 for 23 to Ben Code, and the other one, of course, was that beautiful delivery by Bess, 1 for 16 to him, as this first ball of the over is dropped out into the offside by Ingram, who angled it wide of James Wharton, whose throw evaded Finley Bean.
I do sympathise with wicket keepers if they don't get good returns. I remember David Ward, you may or may not remember, played, kept wicket in emergency for Surrey, and it was a boiling hot day here, and the feeling was dreadful. And poor Ward, he was covered in dust and muck as he walked off the field. Finley been doing a good job. He has done it before, you say?
Yeah. Hill, there is run coming into bowl then to Cook over the wicket. Cook playing out to point. No run. Bess has brought himself in just off the cut strip to Chris Cook. He'd be probably 17 yards or so from the batter. James Wharton's also in a catching position, really, fairly tight at a straight mid-wicket. And Will Luxton is relatively close in as well at a short extra cover. He's walking in and will field this latest delivery now that's pushed into the offside. Just the one slip in place. Hands in pockets at the moment. Adam Lyth, who was out there minus cap for quite a long spell yesterday, did put it on before the end of the day. He's got it. He's had it on throughout so far today. Keeping the head warm. Probably needs it at the moment with no sun. As Hill's in again, and Cook firmly pushing towards Jack White just to his left, and able to get through for one. Just that one wicket to have fallen on day 2. Ben Kellaway.
50 partnership, I think.
Ben Kellaway bowled by Bess for 52. And yep, nothing gets past you, Mr. Bevan.
First game of the season. Got to be attentive.
So 50 up between this pair, make that 51 as Bess, in fact, going to make it more like 55, because Bess has had a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Jack White wasn't able to get round quickly enough to prevent it going for 4 overthrows. So 5. And Ingram moves on to 85 as a result. 184 for 5. Lots of 8s and 5s there. And Chris Cook on 24 will have strike for the next delivery. Well, it's a risky run, I guess, if you're going to have a shy. It would have been interesting had he hit direct.
I think he was home. I had a quick look. I think he was home. Ingram's been running well for... Well, he's still a young pup, isn't he? He's only 40.
Here comes George Hill, final ball of the 70th. Played out to Luxton in the covers by Cook to complete that over. So 7 runs coming from it, including that 5. Means that George has gone for 43 off 14 now.
I'm just looking at the scores, Jonathan, in the interval, and I was telling you that Lancashire made 384 or thereabouts, and Northampton deep trouble 54 for 5. And a young pup called Anderson had taken 4 of the 5 wickets for Lancashire. So he's back in action and will play forever. Extraordinary as Bess starts a new over and tosses this one up, and it's just pushed defensively out into the offside. And he really is concentrating as the Lancashire captain now, and good for him. This ball is pushed away again on the offside. And another player, and I heard you talking about players who've been having a little moan. He came out with something of a competition that's still running yesterday or the day before. Probably read about it. As this short and hammered ball is following Jack White around, as it often does if you had a little bump on the knee or thereabouts. 85 for Ingram. In comes the next ball. A little short. He's bowled a little shorter than he had previously. He did mix it up, but every ball seems to be just so much quicker. Whether it's the slowness, I think it's a rather slow pitch. I don't know what your observation is, but I think it's a little on the slow side, and perhaps he's trying to get it to bite a little bit more than it has.
Yeah, definitely on the slow side. I think that's why the ball's not been carrying to the slips.
That's edged for... No, it was, and Cook thought he might have a run, but it only went about 15 yards, and Adam Lyth scampered back, so there's no run.
I say the ball's not being carried to the slips before you emailing in droves. Obviously it has on some occasions, but there's been quite a lot. There's been at least as many that have dropped short. Let's just put it that way.
I think there was some residual moisture yesterday in the first hour or so as the last ball of the over is pushed away onto the offside, and there we are. Well, you did expect it. It's been under covers for nearly 2 days and a bit the night before, and you would expect it, and hence they took advantage of the Yorkshire seamers and reduced Glamorgan to all sorts of problems. But now they've recovered pretty well. 185 for 5, Ingram on 86, Cook's at 24, and it'll be George Hill to continue from this Cathedral Road end.
Nick Briggs has messaged in to say, hi Jonathan, great to hear your dulcet tones once again, which herald in the start to a new cricket season and the summer months. Sadly, some things never change for the good, says Nick. I refer, of course, to the annual stitch-up by the ECB of severely restricting the availability of the best Yorkshire players, whilst on the other hand giving the Surrey players the opportunity to play whenever they want.
Is
Hill
it that
in
the case?
bowling, and that's punched out square on the offside by Ingram, and 1 run. Just let me finish the email first. He said that's not a good look for average cricket fans who want to see the best players, and leaves a rather sour taste in the mouth. Your views, please. Well, Nick, you know that I'm always willing to give you my views on this subject. I'm not sure where you got it from that the ECB have restricted the appearances of Messrs Root and Brook, as that is turned square on the leg side by Cook, who will pick up a single. Yeah, I mean, let me know. I'd be interested to find out which ECB person or persons told you that Joe Root and Harry Brook are playing 3 and 2 games respectively as a result of their decision.
I find it incredible, I really do. You'd think they just want to start playing cricket. They hardly play. Duckett was supposed to play for Notts, but for some reason he then pulled out.
Here's Hill round the wicket, driven at by Ingram. Fielded there by Wharton, and there is no run. So I'm not sure who has made the decision, whether it's the ECB or whether it's Harry and Joe.
You know, bowlers want to bowl and remain in nick. I think it was mentioned yesterday, Michael Hogan. Yeah, I just want to play every game. I want to keep.
Here's Hill, and that's dropped into the offside, no run. Yeah, but you think that, and spectators might think that, but players don't always think that, do they?
No.
You know, you have to consider the possibility that players might not always want to play all the games that they are available for. Just saying.
Well, it's short enough season.
In comes Hill, round the wicket, and is played out square on the offside by Ingram, and they've picked up another single. He is now on to 88.
What I'm
on 25.
I must mention that they say, oh yes, well, bowlers, I know he used to bowl 1,000 overs a season years ago, but they didn't have one-day cricket. But no, neither did they have motorways, and often the game would finish on a Friday night, and you could have a journey from Swansea to Hull, thereabouts, and on the Tuesday night, vice versa.
Hill is in, punched by Cook up to White at mid-off.
I speak to some of these old players, and they never get into the hotel until 2 or 3 in the morning. Had to be out on the field the next day. It was a hard 4 or 5 days, and they just wanted to play. And I remember reading a book about an old Yorkshire wicketkeeper. His name, it was way before my time, before the war. And this Yorkshire wicketkeeper one night was in the pub with the lads, having finished a day's play, and had his hands, you might have heard the story, behind his back. and he'd had a bang and broken one or two, and one fellow said, "What's the matter with you? Why have you got that hand permanently behind your back?" I'll just wait for this one ball, as Dom Bess will continue from the river end, bowls the left-handed Ingram, who drives back to the bowler. And in those days, Jonathan, they used to get pay for the game, and that was it. There was no thought of contracts. And he said, "Look, I don't want the skipper to know that I've broken a finger, and I want to play." That is not an old man's tale, but you know, they just wanted to play and earn money, and there we are. There is a lot of money in cricket these days for the good players. There are franchises everywhere. So why don't you want to play? Best bowl short, cut away, and it's fielded at backward point by Van Beek, and there's no run. Okay, people will probably email us and say, "Oh, come on, oh, fuddy-duddy there, yes, it's hard these days." But it's a line of thought, and I agree with you. I know your feelings and mine. Let's think now. Who is playing? Kent, yes, they've got an England player opening the batting there, we know, of course. I can't think at the moment. Oh, that went straight, more or less, into the hands of Alan Live. Now, did that turn? Did it hit something? Did it hit? It hit the straight, whether it hit the rough. It's medium pace, wasn't it?
Yeah, just like the camera, where obviously positioned behind batter.
Yeah, here we go.
So not easy to pick up those nicks, but it looked like it just turned, hasn't it, out of the rough, and he's played and missed it. And
there's a plenty of rough there, as we look at the cameras. Best had given us a chance to concentrate because he's in again, and that's another main ball did beat the bat, and he's created a lot of rough there, which the Glamorgan spinners will probably be very grateful for. 188 for 5. We've given that a good airing, but I can't think apart from the opener. There's nobody else playing. Bashir was on the Ashes tour, but he didn't get a look in. So okay, he is playing for Derby, but that's you know, that's be by the by.
Yeah. Dean Southall, the Don, because he's up in Doncaster, says, "Dear JD and co, great to hear you again. Waiting patiently for your first impression of the year. Hope we can take some quick wickets soon. Come on, Yorkshire." Yeah, no impressions just yet. I daren't do an attempt at a Welsh accent with my colleagues sitting alongside, because
I dare give a Yorkshire accent.
It's never been any good anyway when I have previously attempted it, and you might say that about all the attempts I make. I'm sure you probably do. Matthew Revis is taking over at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. None for 22 off 10 so far. And he's into the action by conceding a boundary. Just straying on leg stump, and Cook, who's played well off his legs throughout his knock, takes all those opportunities and turns them into some sort of runs. On this occasion, he got it finer than Ben Code, who was down at long leg and picks up 4.
Taking evasive action, 2 ladies down that fine leg boundary, then the ball bouncing up over their heads. Be careful.
So just under 7 overs to go before a second new ball can be taken. Revis in and bowling again, this time greeted with a defensive push by Cook. It was put to me during the lunch break that Matthew Revis didn't look like taking a wicket if he bowled all day, but I didn't see that from what I was watching this morning. He's asked a few questions, not managed to find a way through.
It's gone a more tinge darker, which may increase a lot more cloud and better swing. This ball is old now, and
yep, that's turned to leg and fielded by James Wharton. Afternoon to you, Lily. Yorkshire need to get Colin Ingram out as soon as possible, she says. Dom Bess bowling tightly, and she wants to see Matthew Revis back into the attack. Well, right on cue.
Well, you're only going for what, 2.6 and over. 10.3 overs, 0 for 26. It's not too bad.
Revis is in. And that's punched into the offside for Luxton to field. Neil Dutton says, you may not have as many followers on Blue Sky yet, but I like to think I'm the only Scouser doing so. Hey, calm down, Neil. You're having a laugh. That is Jonathan Doige, or at jonathandoige.bsky.social, if you want to use Blue Sky as a means of communicating. There's Revis in again, once more defended into the offside by Cook. Let's check in on t'other socials that we have. Tony Sweeney, afternoon JD, Edward and Nick. Good to get your thoughts on the season the other week at the supporters meeting. Just about over witnessing Borough's collapse at Millwall yesterday. Hoping for better things at Swansea on Monday. Ooh.
I'll be there. 5:30 kick-off.
And Revis is in.
Oh,
good
well
delivery, and he's sneaked one past the outside edge this time. That felt like an effort ball, unless it was just the way that it cannoned off Finley Bean's gloves. He's having a laugh. He wouldn't have been having a laugh if there was a little nick on that.
Or if he nicked shirt a finger.
Yeah. But angled in, yeah, and just holds its line and does go past the outside edge, and even draws a nod from Chris Cook. So Matthew Revis getting closer to picking up a first wicket of the season, but not quite yet. 192 for 5.
Not much footy around today. They had some cup quarterfinals today. They have morning games. City were playing Liverpool, weren't they, Man City?
Good question. I'm not fully au fait with the entire programme of fixtures, I've got to say.
I just heard that on the way up in the car, so that was probably had a result from there. I'll have a look now when I get back. Ingram's on 88, 192 for 5. As Bess is about to bowl on him, he's coming round the wicket. It's big appeal from everybody except for Dominic Bess. As that looked it hit the pad, did it turn? We should. No, going down like side. He is bowling so well. He's having a lot of respect from the both batsmen. 1 for 18 in his 12th over. As this is nudged away. And the run rate still 2.5, 2.58. But it's preservation of wickets is essential for Glamorgan at this stage. Dominic Bess, halfway through this over, comes in wide of the crease, bowls, and that's going down leg side again, drifting down.
Andrew Clark sent me a link in with regard to when contracted players, ECB contracted players, aren't allowed not to play, and who makes that decision. And the link says that the ECB make that decision.
So have they decided that 10 of the England side?
Well, I would just say, don't always believe what you read in the papers all the time, if you know what I'm saying. So it's not always the ECB. I think we all know that, surely. Sometimes the player says that, and then the ECB will sometimes carry the can for that.
Who knows? Best bowls to complete the over, and it is a maiden. 88 to Ingram, 29 to Cook, 192 for 5. The last wicket falling at 129. And that's a partnership so far of 63. Do you know, my maths, since I've been doing this job, has improved tremendously.
Has it?
I was hopeless at school at maths, really was. And now it's all about figures and numbers, this game, Jonathan.
It is. So when you put 2 and 2 together in class, you came up with 425 for 7, did you?
Something like that, yes. Never my strong point.
Dutch Bird Kate, good afternoon to you. She says, hello from Carmona in sunny Spain. I'm sure the views and weather are very similar in Cardiff. Haha. As that is angled down through third man by Cook. And and a single there, nicely cut out by George Hill, who had to give a pretty quick chase. Yeah, so the point of contact on X is at Jonathan Deutsch for broadcasting purposes.
Nick looks as if he's just been for a walk up a mountain with his beanie hat and his anorak on. Rather a t-shirt and shorts.
Revis, shirt untucked, 77, the number on his back, is round the wicket, bowling to Ingram, who, once again, you can trip it out now, probably put this on loop with a solid block into the offside.
And just to finish on that discussion we've had, it could, of course, Jonathan, have been either Mr. Key or the coach or the captain, who knows, advising players or putting a word in. So we shall leave it at that.
Revis is in, and that's flicked off the legs by Ingram. And Luxton will field out in the deep, and they'll pick up another single. Colin Ingram is he's kind of heading to the 3 figures on the principle of getting him in singles.
Ah, no then. He picked a kiss of death. Yeah, he's played very, very well. And okay, he played and missed yesterday morning, you accept that. Few times on a pitch that was very conducive to seam bowling.
Revis coming in again. Cook blocks, getting him in singles. That was the famous, supposedly famous Wilfred Rhodes, wasn't it? But I did
South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did once hear a brilliant interview with him from before he died. It's an audio interview. I think I'm right in saying it was David Frith.
He was blind, of course, wasn't he, Wilfred Rhodes, at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and didn't he live down Bournemouth or somewhere like that, Eastbourne? When this interview takes place, here's Revis in. That's turned to leg, no ball. Goodness gracious me, the first one of the season. Ball by Matthew Revis. Yeah, just fantastic to listen to, just hear the bloke's voice, because you read so much about him, and obviously, I mean, he was still alive when I was born, but I don't remember him at the time. Wouldn't have known who he was then, when I was about 3 or something like that.
Look at his figures.
Yeah, and he sort of dispels the myth of the getting him in singles thing during the interview, but it's just, yeah, fantastic, an education to listen to him as Cook defends that latest Revis delivery up to Jack White at mid-off. If you ever get a chance to get your hands on that audio, it's I can't remember, it was probably around about half an hour's worth of chat with him.
Yeah, I've listened to not so much of Wilfred Rhodes, but other old players. And
good delivery by Revis, and he's got his first wicket of the season.
Beauty.
And Cook has gone. Revis dashing off down to 3rd man to celebrate for some real hard yakka from him. In his 12th over, he's picked up his first with 30 runs against his name. But vitally, I guess, for Yorkshire, having seen those two hang around and more or less dropping anchor, that has come back a long, long way. A long way from outside off stump to bowl him. What a beauty. Oh, top of off stump.
Top of off, yeah.
That would have probably just about missed a second set from where it pitched. So tremendous delivery from Revis, and reward for his efforts. But the main thing really from Yorkshire's point of view is it's broken that partnership with the old ball, and they're going to have a new cherry in their hands fairly soon.
And
Revis absolutely cock-a-hoop.
Running around like that. Yeah, it was an absolute beauty, and you know, it's a slow pitch. It's played well, but now this it is moving about a bit. We saw one from Revis earlier on, which nipped back alarmingly for the batsman. So Glamorgan seamers might think, oh yeah, there's something still in this, and turning out to be a good cricket pitch. Last ball of the over, and where's your friend who said he doesn't look like taking a wicket?
I shall certainly be reminding him when I see him at tea.
Yeah. So it'll be Tim van der Gooten who rescued Glamorgan on numerous occasions, especially last year with some runs. quite a number of good knocks from him. He loves batting, and also said in an interview, I think, with Nick a couple of years ago, that he loves doing night watchman. I think it's the only one I've ever heard saying that.
Yeah.
So, second bowling bonus point for Yorkshire. As Van der Gooten strides to the pitch, we'll go and have a word with his senior partner, Colin Ingram. And Ingram knows, and this a lot depends on him now, and to see if he can farm. Okay, I won't call Van der Gooten the tail, but certainly the next three, possibly you could call the tail. This is Crane, Hadley, Gorvin. No, Gorvin is an useful club batsman and bats about 4 or 5. So, here we go. Best to continue. Comes in, bowls, and is pushed forward. Thinks of a single, but decides wisely not to risk. 196 for 6. And Bess goes in again, bowls, goes back now down his stumps with an arc of 4 saving 1. Although he might fancy one if he hits it to mid-off, because he's rather deep. Bess bowls. I don't know if you think, John, in one-day mode at the moment. Pushing it through. Then he comes again. And again, he can pierce that. And a lot depends now on, as I say, on Ingram. But he's not going to give it away, because that would be not what Glamorgan want at the moment. They want him to stay there for some time.
Definite turn as well, as we saw yesterday from him.
Here he is again, comes in and bowls the left-handed Ingram, clips it away onto the onside, but interestingly, 3 men on the onside, saving 1, and 1, 2, 3, possibly 4, you can say, because mid-off is so deep on the offside. Thou shalt not get through. Last ball of the over, and he comes, bowls, tosses this one up, and Ingram turns it round the corner, which will subject now Tim van der Gooten to the accurate bowling of Revis, 1 for 30 off 12. And the score is 196 for 6, with the new one due in no time at all, 3 overs.
Yeah, just going to say, Ben Crossland, good afternoon to you. Says, afternoon, JD. Isn't a better way to enjoy Easter than watching the Tykes on the stream here in sunny-ish Huddersfield and listening to the comms of you and your excellent colleagues. Start of the summer, if a bit chilly. Same down here, I can promise you. Ben?
Well, I watched footy on from Bramall Lane yesterday, because my side were playing up there, and it was glorious sunshine. A famous cricket venue, of course, as you would know. So, well, Bramall Lane.
Yep, I've never commentated on the cricket there, but I have done both football and rugby league there. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it was. It's one of those. I'm not a heights person, which I know is a bit stupid doing this job, particularly with football stadia, because there are some fairly.
I'm the same. Never liked it.
Certainly in old-fashioned stadia when that were not that well built. Yeah, there's some fairly scary gantries that you go on. And Bramall Lane was okay, but it was, from what I can remember, fairly high up. It's quite a while since I was last doing a game there, as Revis is in and bowling, and that's punched into the offside by Van der Gooten for no run.
Well, my first visit to Twickenham for international match, England and Wales, years ago, I don't know if Nick would have experienced this. You had the old stand, and in the middle of the stand you'd have a little box jutting out, and I just walked.
Revis is in bowling, Van der Gooten defending, no run.
And when I went in there, I hate heights. I was petrified. Now, I was going to do one of my first international commentaries, England, Wales, as I say, and just me, and there was no room for an electrician, engineer rather, and a summariser. And I had my nerves, as you can imagine, and it was awful. Do you remember it, Nick, that place? It used to jut out in the front.
Revis in, Van der Houten defends, no run.
But you got used to it.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I can remember. I used to do some Sky Sports News reporting, and I went to a rugby league game at Huddersfield at the stadium that is there now. And that was. It was mainly because you climbed up wherever you climbed up, right at the back of the stand, and it was one of those walkways that was attached to the roof above you. As Revis is in, and that's defended by Van der Houten, no run, and so for me, with not having anything propping it up, my mind was obviously saying that this is going to go at any point when I walk down it. It was quite a long walk down to the front of the roof, and then you went off to your left, I seem to remember, down a couple more flights of stairs into this box at the end to do your bit with the cameraman, and it was, I didn't find that fun at all. I used to do a lot of work at Headingley's old south stand on the rugby league side, and you went up some stairs, and then again you walked under the roof on just like a mesh grilling. That was, and you could see the crowd beneath you standing in the stand, and obviously they were, because of the back of the stand you were closest to them. That didn't feel too bad as Revis bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. But the further you got forward towards the actual commentary box, the worse it got, because you could see these people disappearing further away below you. And that was probably may have been better, I'm not sure, than in the days when Eddie Waring would have been there, and you would have been, I think they had a spiral staircase at the front of the stand that he used to go up to the com box in.
Another thing, you daren't take a drink any time, because there wasn't time in the old days in rugby.
Here's Revis again. He waited nicely for that Van der Houten, but he couldn't get it away past point with his push square on the offside, so no run to complete the 78th over. 196 for 6. There are a couple of experiences. Actually, I mean, just sitting in the crowd at the stadium down here, at the Millennium, as I still call it. Went to watch a match one day where I wasn't working, and up the back behind the goals, that's a fairly steep drop, isn't it? You wouldn't want to trip if you got out of your seat there. You'd end up in row A from row Z.
As everybody says, you got a cushy job. You sit there and you get paid for it, watching it. Yes. Now then, Nick is back. Who's to disappear here? Are we going to get
better
Jonathan?
Let you get together.
Just before you go, Jonathan, when I was back in the old days, whoever was commentating was talked to about 6 different stations in Yorkshire. On the phone down, Radio Leeds, Radio Cumberland, or whatever. What happens now?
Nothing.
It's just listen to us.
Yeah, the drawing together of the stations a couple of years ago into regional radio.
I see.
They're all potted.
That's it then. Well, as you were there, Ingram clips this away for 4. Applause as he takes Glamorgan to 200. The magical 200 has been reached for 6. Ingram moves on to 93. Nick is back after his exercise in the freezing cold, and Jonathan takes a break as Bess comes in then and bowls, and this is pushed out into the offside. So Ingram taking advantage there of a ball that was pitched outside leg stump and clipped it through a vacant mid-wicket for 4. Bess bowls. Ingram is forward and doesn't attempt to run.
Yes, anyone listening today and planning to come over the next 2 days, bring some rather warm clothing with you. I wouldn't have fancied staying out for more than about the 20 minutes I did.
Hearty souls down. Ingram again. Bess here, Nick, is willing to get his new ball bowlers on. 78.4, just 8 balls left before the new one. And then Yorkshire will be hoping for another breakthrough. And he comes again, and that's a very quick delivery from an off-spinner, which is well taken by Bean outside the off-stump.
I was a little surprised to see Yorkshire's over 8 dropping to -1 when it was readjusted after lunch, because Bess has certainly got through his overs quickly.
Here's the last ball of this over as he bowls. Played back to the bowler, that's the end of the over. 200 for 6, Ingram 93. Van der Houten yet to open his account. And we have had 79 overs.
So the last one before the new ball, I had a message on Blue Sky from a conflicted gentleman And Heald, who says, divided loyalties as a Yorkshireman who's gone native in Llanelli. Supports Wales in rugby and football, England in cricket, and is a member at Glamorgan. He'll sport a Glamorgan hat and a Yorkshire sweater when he comes later in this game, and applaud every run and wicket. It's like Tony Cotty, the former Glamorgan and Sussex batter.
That's right.
Who's done commentaries with us, and if the two sides are playing each other, he calls both sides "we," depending on who's winning at the time.
Yeah. So whoever wins, our friend in Llanelli, whoever wins the game, he doesn't care.
Here's Revis to continue with this last over with the old ball, running away from us and bowling to Van der Hochten, who remains not out as he prods down into the gully, and there is no run.
I see you haven't cleaned the windows again in the winter, Nick.
Yeah, someone was asking me about that. I hadn't noticed the dirt, but as you mention it is still there.
Makes us think that it's darker than it is.
Have you seen the price of cherry pickers these days to
I don't think these
go
are
up on a scaffolding? As Revis is in, bowls. Van der Hochten drives pleasantly through the covers. He'll get at least a couple here. It's being pursued towards the boundary. It'll be hauled up just inside the ropes, and they should have got 3. But Colin Ingram thought twice about it. He wants to conserve his energy for more runs, and they'll just get a couple to get Van der Hochten off the mark.
I think there was another one there, really.
White was the fielder and managed to dissuade them. 202 for 6, Glamorgan, as Revis bowls to Van der Hochten, who pulls a controlled shot, but it'll be fielded on the square leg boundary by Ben Cliff, Yorkshire sub fielder. Luxton, the other sub, is still on as well. Bairstow we have not seen in the middle today, and if you are just joining us, it's still TBC whether he has been replaced just for fielding purposes or for batting reasons as well. Revis bowls round the wicket. Ingram steers it into that gap on the offside. Cliff, who's magically turned from square leg into point, does the fielding, and the single is taken. 204 for 6. I think with Crane and Gorvin able to certainly hold up one end, Ingram won't look to hit out unless he gets to the number 11 as his partner, in which case he would be advised to get on with it, because Hadley can't be expected to last long from his previous record. Revis bowls. Van der Hochten defends on the leg side, no run.
Talking of his predecessor last year, Mr. Fernando from Sri Lanka, the first innings I saw him play was at Gloucester, where he tried to square cut a ball that was going 2 foot down the leg side somehow. Do you remember that? And I thought, what on earth? But then he decided he'd play defensively and play properly. But it was an extraordinary display of batting. And I'm looking forward rather to see Mr. Hadley perform out there.
I'm not sure if he's a blocker or a slogger.
I hope he's a slogger.
Revis in. Bowls. That's forced away on the offside by Van der Hochten. It's beaten the dive of the point field, and that one will race away. Meaterly met by the Van der Hochten bat, and that's his first boundary. And Glamorgan move on to 208 for 6. There may well be bowling changes at both ends now. Lilly enjoying Matthew Revis having his first wicket of the season, and says, I love listening to Edward Bevan on commentary. There we are, obviously all
Who's that?
Lily in North Yorkshire.
Hello Lily, thank you very much. It's been a long time.
A frequent contributor to Yorkshire.
I'm worried about Lord Tenby.
We haven't heard back from Lord or Lady Tenby.
Is he racing up the M4, do you
or
think, from
indeed
Tenby?
their dog, as to whether Lord Tenby completed his holiday packing or not.
Yes. If you didn't hear that, it was a
marital communication via the commentary.
Road end with the new ball, Ben Coates.
New ball at 208 for 6.
As predicted, Ben Corder.
Which is not the highest score that's ever been on the board when 80 overs is up.
And what do they say in favour of the batsman? The new ball goes further if you're well entrenched, and it is short or full. But Ben Cord is a very good bowler, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. And his figures, 1 for 23 off 12, and here he is, and he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. In he comes, bowls. Not particularly threatening delivery, and it's just pushed up gently to mid-off. So Ingram, 94 not out, and my word, he is a very, very good batsman. And I'll say that because he's a Glamorgan player, but we've seen him in all sorts of cricket, 1 day, 4 day, and then he comes again. Code and bowls. Oh, and that's edge, and that's going to be 4 runs. Not intended by Ingram to go down to the 3rd man boundary, but he now nears that century mark. He's just 2 runs short as Glamorgan move on to 212 for 6. Perfectly safe, but it wasn't intended to go down there. Right across.
Indeed, it flashed through, didn't it, in that gap between slips and gully. But Ingram moves on to 98. Will he get Glamorgan's first century in the first division
on the second day?
20 years.
That's right into statistics. Code then to Ingram again, and he comes and bowls to him, and Ingram is back, plays it off his legs up towards mid-wicket, and he moves on to 99.
I've had the communication from Dr. Hignell as to the last score of a century by Glamorgan player in the first division, 2005. It was against Nottinghamshire. Any guesses? Wasn't the sort of entirely obvious candidate.
Dan Cherry?
No. Current chief executive.
Will Bragg?
Nope. Good guess.
2005.
Yes.
Oh, I don't. It's a long time ago, Nick.
Yeah. It was by a man they signed from Nottinghamshire. There you are.
Oh, yes.
And he's still active in the first class game.
In comes the next ball. Oh, and that's going to be 4 more runs this time to Van der Gooten. Poor old Cord. 2 through the slips for 4. And it goes down there. Can't remember the name, I'll be honest.
A man active in the first class game. Come on, Edward.
Yeah.
That should tell you.
Still active, not as a player, obviously.
No.
Glamorgan player active. Alex Wolf, possibly.
Correct.
Yes.
Well done.
Very, very useful. He used to come in about 7 or 8, Alex. And many congratulations to him, who umpired in the World Cup this year. And
Involved in the final, wasn't he? I believe.
he did the final, yeah. And also to Dean Cosgrove, who's now on the international panel of, what do they call them?
Match referees?
Match referees, or yes, you know. And he went to Zimbabwe to do under-19s Cup, and he also went to Sri Lanka. As in comes Corden bowls, and this is clipped away down for a single, which gives Colin Ingram the opportunity of scoring the single of 1 ball of the over, and he obviously is on 99, and one of the slips has gone out to try and block this 100, and they come on in from all angles. Here we go then. Ingram on 99, Code to bowl, and he comes and bowls, and Ingram leaves outside the off stump. Anti-climax, but there we are. A good over, even though it conceded 9 runs. Code bowling with the new one. 208 for 6.
Yeah, Code gets a consolatory pat on the back from George Hill, because the 2 boundaries that came in that over were both off the edge, one to either batter.
He walks away looking at the ground as if to say there's no justice in this game. 2 edge boundaries. Bowlers hate that.
And the cloud is a bit low. I don't think we're going to get rain before this evening, but in terms of the light, and I do very much hope that the the club is able to use floodlights once they're all
we're first division and all this.
once they're all renewed. 3 out of the pylons have been renewed. One has still got the old lights on, and I presume there's another one to be re-erected to the left of the pavilion.
How many days are they allowed?
Ask Cardiff Council.
Yeah.
Here's White running away from us to Van der Hochten on 12, and he dabs it into the offside, and there is no run. We have heard back from the Tenby family, in which
Yes, if you hadn't heard.
Lord Tenby, who was told by his wife via the medium of this stream to get on with holiday packing, does point out that they don't go on holiday until Wednesday, but he has chucked a couple of things in a case.
Wednesday?
Yes, but he adds, Lady Tenby is nearly always right in these matters.
Oh, yes. I pack on the morning of in about 10 minutes.
Really? White is in to bowl, and that's defended on the offside by Van der Hochten. I usually pack about 3 weeks before, and then forget as to what I've put in the case. Have to unpack it all.
Get excited, you see.
Do it all. Well, I like looking forward to
me.
a break in the sunshine, but
I shan't be waiting until August this year. Yeah.
So I hope peace has broken out in that particular household after their packing habits were exposed to the nation.
I hope peace breaks out in other parts of the world where we intend going.
There is that. White is into bowl. Van der Hochten slaps it through the offside. Will pick up a couple of runs. Point might have just got a finger to it, and they'll take an easy 2 down to deep point. Dutch Kate, I don't know if Jonathan mentioned this earlier, is listening, or was anyway, in Carmona in sunny Spain.
Yes, she mentioned.
There we are. Sure, the views and weather are very similar in Cardiff, or maybe not. So thank you for that. Thank you to Pompey for his usual variation of puns on X. As in comes the next delivery, which wraps Van der Hochten on the pad, possibly with an possibly might have hit him somewhere as well, as he's looking rather rueful at that one. The replay will show us better where exactly it struck. Oh dear, centrally.
Rather midships.
Testing out his box.
A lot of work in front of Tim this year, again. Not as a batsman, but predominantly as a seam bowler. He bowled extremely well last season. 220
for 6, Glamorgan, as White bowls, and that's clipped off his legs by Van der Hochten. There's a misfield. Van der Hochten wanted a single. Ingram says, not on your Nelly.
Can you hear him from here?
And there is no run.
I'm on 99, mate.
Yes, he's not going to get run out on 99. Someone else can walk for that. Derbyshire have declared on 625 for 8 against Worcestershire after being put in. Martin Anderson hit a double century. And in Division 2. As
I'm sure you're going to pick up what I've just said to Jonathan. Have a look at Lancashire Northants.
As Van der Hochten defends.
Some youngsters doing well there.
No run. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra with the news that Glamorgan are 220 for 6. Ingram even is 99 not out. Could be Glamorgan's first division centurion since 2005. Van der Hochten is 14. The wickets to go today. Kellaway for 52, Cook for 30, a wicket apiece for Bess and Revis, and we're now operating with the new ball. Edward Bevan.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, and Code, who was edged for 2 fours in his opening over with the second new ball, will bowl to Ingram on 99. 3 men on the offside, 2 men on the leg side, saming 1, 2 slips in a gully. As in comes Code, bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives, but straight to extra cover, and there is no run. 220 for 6 then. Earlier on, we saw Ben Kellaway out for 52, and Chris Cook out for 30. But the main man who's rescued Glamorgan from the depths of 28 for 4 is Colin Ingram, 99 not out. There's code from the river end here at Sapphire Gardens, comes in, bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who pushes us down to the line-up for middle stump and just turned away from him, or not turned, seamed away from him and went out into the covers. Again, there is no run. Ever been on 99, Nick?
No. 99's an ice cream as far as I'm concerned.
Code turns, determined to stop Ingram from getting 100. In he comes, but he won't, because that's driven through the offside. A lovely shot will get him 4 runs. He gets his 100 in style, moves on to 103. Very well played, Colin Ingram, who's rescued Glamorgan in this innings. And that excellent innings came from 225 balls. Ingram takes the bows, takes his helmet off, lifts his bat to the crowd, and indeed it has been a terrific innings by, well, I'm not going to call him a veteran. He is 40 years of age, and boundaries will come from Nick.
13 fours, 1 6.
Yes, the only 6 hit in its innings, but a wonderful way to get your 100. His Code comes in and bowls again, and now that beats him, and he's caught at the wicket. The very next ball. Okay, he's got his 100, but he pushed forward to a lovely outswinger from Code. He's caught at the wicket. What an eventful over this is. And Glamorgan 2-2-4 for 7. Ingram goes by the deputy wicketkeeper caught there. Finlay Bean, in the absence of Johnny Bairstow, bowled by Code for an excellent 103. All action, Nick Webb.
Yes, I don't think that was a question of Ingram losing his concentration after 100, because it was a regulation defensive push from Ingram, but didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and it provided Bean with a fairly regulation catch. So well batted Colin Ingram, he's held them together, but Ben Code has his second wicket, and Yorkshire are back on top after they were defied so long by first Ingram and Cook and Kellaway, then Ingram and Cook for a long time. But Glamorgan have crawled rather to 224 for 7, and there's not a lot of batting to come, so they will be grateful, I think, if they scramble 1 batting bonus point now.
Yes, but when they were 28 for 4 yesterday morning, they would have said to you,
yeah, they'd take
fancy 2-2-4 for 7, or please, any day of the week. So Mason Crane is coming out, to me, Nick, rather surprisingly in front of Andy Gorman, but there we are.
Yeah, a bit of a toss-up, I would have thought.
Yes.
Crane with an average of 22 last season, Gorvin with a few more not outs, average 27.
The possibility here of the new seam bowler from Australia, Ryan Hardley, to come in facing the second new ball. And from what I've heard from Nick Webb about him, he is your typical number 11. I wait with interest.
Yes, well, I'm seeing him play, but certainly the scorecards of the matches that he's been involved in, very much a number 11 and a first-class average of 3, suggests that's probably where he belongs, if not number 12.
So the new ball has struck, and Ben Code gets revenge for 2 edge 4s, another boundary. It's been an expensive over and a half, but he's got his rewards by dismissing Glamorgan's Centurion, namely Colin Ingram, for a chanceless, I can't remember a chance, 103.
No drops that I've recorded anyway.
Now then, it'll be Mason Crane with 3 slips waiting. And 2 balls left of the over, and Ben Code will bowl to him. And he bowls, and he gets behind it, plays it into the covers, and there's no run. Brightening up, well, the sun is trying its very best to come out, but it's not succeeding at the moment. It's a bright morning, but it's been cloudy this afternoon.
Yes, it's quite chilly out there.
Yes, I haven't been outside the door today.
Don't blame you. Wouldn't recommend.
And the ball under this cloud cover, and it's a new one, is ideally what Yorkshire want. Leg slip coming in, interesting. They did this to Kieran Carlson, who caught that leg slip. In comes the next ball. An appeal for LBW and not out, says umpire Russell Warren. A concerted appeal. Chorus of, how is that? Not out, says umpire. Two batsmen will go have a little chat. 224 for 7. Crane yet to score. Van der Gooten on 14. Glamorgan need 26 runs. Will they get them? Nick will tell us. Not in this over, I don't suspect.
And the replay backs up what I thought in real time from the shot being played, is that it was going down leg.
Yeah.
And was speculative in the extreme, that appeal. 224 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Welcome along wherever you're listening or indeed watching on the Glamorgan video stream, also on the Yorkshire website, of course. Pleasure to be accompanying the video for all the championship games in Cardiff and most of the games away from Cardiff as well. White comes racing in and bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays this out on the leg side. Although he can hit a very long ball, Tim Van der Hoogten, he's generally a fairly correct player, as are Crane and Gorvin. They're technically
proper players.
Technically, not lower order sloggers.
Like some of us.
So, the sky is quite dark over central Cardiff at the moment, as White is in to bowl, turned off his legs by Van der Hoogten. He's found a gap there. Past square leg, it sizzles and races away to the boundary in front of that grandstand for 4 runs, 228 for 7.
What he is, Nick, is a good timer of the ball, Tim Van der Gooten. Often you just think he's pushed at it and it's racing away for 4.
The lower part of the grandstand is open, and it's not very far from the pitch. It's probably, if you need to be on one side or t'other, the grandstand is the better side to be.
Always this time of year, isn't it? The pitches are over there.
Yes. One extreme or the other of the square. Van der Hoogten leaves that one go past his off stump. It did come back a bit from White. I'm surprised there are people watching from the pavilion, to be honest, because it's not a great view, square on and miles from the wicket.
Strange, isn't it? They sit there.
There is a group in whites who I don't think are actual players. I suspect they might be stag do or something like that.
Yeah.
So they didn't have any particular team on, but a group of young chaps. 228 for 7. White balls. Van der Hoogten wrapped on the pad as he poked forward, but you can tell from the way that the appeal dies away rather quickly that they didn't hugely believe in it, and again it was going way down leg. White's has got some fairly filthy trousers on at the moment from one or two of his earlier slides in the outfield. He's got longish hair held back by a black bandana or headband as he's in past umpire Long and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who defends on the offside, just dead batting it and the ball trickling away.
Watched it right onto the bat there, and we couldn't be saying now it's up to Van der Gooten if Glamorgan scrambled a batting point, a precious batting point.
Yes.
Lots of runs around the country rather. Lots of runs at second division too. And why I mentioned Lancashire, there's Sir Anderson has taken 4 of the 5 wickets to fall.
All right. As that's defended by Van der Hoogten, no run. Good day for the Andersons then, with Derbyshire's getting a double century. Although he's got an extra S in his name, so it's not quite the same spelling. Here, Glamorgan 228 for 7. They're looking for their first batting point, and Yorkshire already with 2 bowling points, and big favourites to make it 3.
Yes, the two batsmen confer, and we have 104 overs today, 56 remaining. I remember you saying yesterday if we get them in 36, but we did get them in yesterday, and who knows if it brightens up, because Mr. Dave, the weatherman, not the weatherman, this typhoon that is on its way, is striking first North Wales and going up northwards, so it's unlikely to catch Dave as he comes through here. Code starts in the over and bowls, and the batsman, Mason Crane, comes forward. I wonder if he expected to play today, Nick, as a leg spinner, because he didn't play last year, did he?
In the early games, no. You wouldn't expect,
Bashir, didn't they?
You wouldn't. Well, yes, Glamorgan did have the additional factor of Shoaib Bashir in for the first 3 games without much success.
In comes Code, bowls again, and that's played away onto the offside, and it's fielded by an athletic Van der Beek at cover.
Mind you, I'm not sure. Crane wasn't available for the first 3 games, to be fair. He'd injured, I think, a shoulder in pre-season, which was one of the reasons they went for the fruitless Bashir experiment.
Well, Bashir should have plenty of bowling now, defending the 600 first innings total with Derby. But it's Code here at Safari Gardens, bowls to Crane. Crane, oh, it's beaten by an absolute beauty. As Code might say what a famous old Yorkshire bowler Fred Truman used to say, that we're wasted on the lad. Absolute cracker. Good bowler. 2 for 37 in his 15th. Polishes the ball on his flannels as he turns at that river end. Comes in and bowls to Crane. Crane plays it back up the pitch to mid-off, and there's no run. Period of calm now that Ingram has been dismissed for 103. Just in case you weren't around yesterday, Glamorgan lost Byram for 5, Tribe for 11, new signing Dixon, no score, Carlson for 2, and then we had a 101-run partnership between Ingram and Kellaway. Kellaway making 52 as Code is in again, and bowls. This is played away on the offside, and he's getting off the mark with the tight in shot, and they come back for a second, and it's gone for 4. It does race along that side. It's not all that far, but again, that was very well timed as we watch it again on the replay.
Yes, Crane just getting a solid jab to that one, and timed it sweetly, as you say. Having walked around the ground, it is a lot shorter, that boundary on the grandstand side than on the pavilion side.
So, he's off the mark, 232 for 7. Last ball of the over from Code. He's in again and bowls, and this time is defended quite well by Crane. Plays it up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan 232 for 7. Crane is on 4. Van der Gooten again, as he did last season, playing his part. He's on 18 as they inch towards 250. Try and scramble a batting point. Who knows?
Yes, I mean, there has been some movement, both for spin and seam, off the pitch today, as the camera shows that group of gentlemen, one attired as an umpire, but he's not going to do any umpiring today because he's
2 of them padded up,
getting himself
one of them.
Hydrated, as they say. Yes, they've gone for it, that particular group that we saw on the screen. I suspect it is a stag or similar event. 232 for 7.
Will they be let into a club tonight with a bat and ball on pads on? I doubt it.
And possibly not with the bat and ball. Maybe the pads, because you can't do much damage. I wouldn't have thought assaulting someone with a batting pad. Here's Jack White from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who defends back to him, and there's no run. But you wouldn't like a bat or a ball wielded in anger, as should any temperatures rise in a club or whatever.
Yeah.
2-3-2 for 7. Here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan and Yorkshire websites. As White charges in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten defends again. Run rate 2.72 it was, down to 2.5 at one point because Cook and Ingram crawled along. But occupation of the crease is better than not doing so. Cook out for 30, Ingram for 103, the ball after reaching his century. And just the lower order, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Gorvin and Hadley to come. White bowls on leg stump, flicked down towards backward square for a single. As they amble through. Finlay Bean still behind the stumps as he may be for the rest of the game. We don't know whether Johnny Bairstow, unless word came through during my spell wandering around the ground. No official word as to... I suppose he doesn't really have to decide for a while yet.
No.
Unless there's any
He'll want
provision in the regulations, but obviously he's carted to bat at 5 or 6. As that's down leg side. Crane plays at it, makes no contact. Finlay Bean makes the take and grins, having made a good take.
The way to my left, delighted to say that Caerphilly Mountain is very, very clear under a bright, well, not sunny, but quite a whitish sky, if you know what I mean. No clouds, of darkness variety. And that is where we look.
To see the rain coming mostly, yeah. White on his way. Balls to Crane, beats him, all ends up through to the keeper. In the Glamorgan warm-up game, Glamorgan women's warm-up game at Bristol, and Glamorgan made 276 for 10 because they it's one of those warm-up games where you can make up the laws. So 12 people I think batted, and a couple retired. You know those games.
Yeah.
As that's driven into the offside by Crane. There is no run. It's 233 for 7 at the end of the over. So Glamorgan women batted their 50 overs and made 276. And in reply, Gloucestershire have made a bright start, but they're 65 for 2 in the 15th over. A few debutants in that Glamorgan women's side as they try out a few lone players and trialists and academy players and so on. 233 for 7 here, the men's team. 86 overs gone.
Yes, occupation of the crease here is paramount. Morgan try and get some sort of a score. They'll be so grateful to get a 233 for 7 as Cord. 2 for 41 after 15 overs will continue from the River Tough end. Sky has got a little bit brighter. As Code starts his 16th over and comes in, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who goes back on his stumps and plays it back down to the bowler, who parries it to mid-off.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 388 for 6 against Hampshire at Southampton. Matthew Critchley is 166 not out.
My word.
All-rounder leg spinner whom Glamorgan were interested in at one point a couple of summers ago.
Former Derby player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Leg spinner, as you say, very useful. Here's Code again into the right-handed Van der Hoogten, who goes back again, and this time plays it to the onside.
At Grace Road, the other promoted side, Leicestershire, at 214 for 7. Weatherall, Jake Weatherall, their hastily recruited Aussie, made 83. That after the withdrawal of Peter Hanscom. And that's in reply to Sussex's 361, so likely that Sussex will get a first innings lead there.
Here's Code in, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who is forward, correctly, plays it to mid-on, no run.
Taunton, Notts 107 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 347 all out. There was a century for Tom Abel and 60 not out for Craig Overton, who's skippering them these days. 5 wickets for Dylan Pennington for Notts. Glamorgan up at Trent Bridge next week.
That won't be easy. Champions. Code in again. Bowles forcing shot up to mid-off, who's rather wide. It's Shy coming in, but batsmen are home, and the white man there feeling at mid-off. 234 for 7.
Glamorgan did win there, possibly on their last visit.
7 wickets, wasn't it?
Yeah, Labuschagne got 50 in
That's
the
right.
closing
And Carlson got
day,
runs,
and Glamorgan only chasing 160-ish to the best of my recollection off the cuff.
As they often do, recruit players. And
Yes.
they've got Pennington, who apparently bowled very, very well yesterday. I was reading Mark Atherton's report. As in comes the next ball. And, a funny-looking shot there from Crane, but just shuffles it back to the bowler.
Warwickshire going well at Edgbaston. They are 219 for 2. 2 opening bats in the runs. Robbie Yates made 70 and Alex Davis 54. Mousley and Hayne going well at the moment. That's in reply to Surrey's 328 all out.
Last ball of the over from Code. Crane waits. And this time he aborts his run. Does Ben Code? No, got it right. Or Crane might have been... no, I think it's somebody obeying orders from the captain. Here is Code. Comes in again. And bowls. And Crane flexes round the corner and will get 4 runs. Good way for him to end the innings. The tail enders, or the lower middle orders, they like to be called, doing pretty well. 238 for 7. And Glamorgan are 12 runs away from that batting point, and Van der Good's on 20. Crane is on 8. Where's Jonathan? I think he's time to come in and have a yap.
Thank you, Edward. Edward Bevan can retreat in search of coffee and maybe cake, who knows. Tea is going to be a fixed time today, and it'll be 3:50, won't it? Adding on, or was it 4 o'clock? Add on time to each session. Lunch 1:10, yeah, I presume tea will be 4 o'clock. Jack White will bowl his 18th over. And he'll bowl the first ball to Van der Hoogten, who defends it. As we get even more wires crossed across the commentary box. You all right on that side, Jonathan? Yep. You all right on that side of the box? Or do you want me to move?
You're all right. As you carry on, you keep going.
Okay. So we try not to type on each other's laptops. 50 minutes, we believe, until the tea interval. White on his way. And Van der Hoogten squared up by that one, but playing it defensively. He's on 20, 238 for 7. Of course, there are all sorts of complications if 9 wickets are down, or indeed if 10 wickets are down. We could take tea before or after 4 o'clock.
I'm sure my colleagues on the circuit have got a multitude of moans about me when I'm not in the room, Nick, but one of them would probably be the fact that I always do like to stay on the same side of the comm box throughout the game, which is just for getting yourself set up comfortably purposes, really.
As that's defended by Van der Hoogten, I will bear that in mind for our next stint together to make sure we're on the right side, but I'm moving slowly these days.
Yeah, well, I'm not moving so quickly myself.
At Derby, Derbyshire, 625 for 8 declared. Anderson 228. Lewis Rees batting down the order at 6, made a century. Worcester 20 for 0 in reply. White on his way as Bess waves some instructions. White bowls down leg. It probably wasn't to bowl there, but he gets away with it through to Bean. Up at Durham. Durham 335 all out. Kent 193 for 9. Sam Northeast, formerly of this parish before going back to his native parish, 94 not out, but he's only got number 11 for a company there. So well batted Sam. At Lords, Middlesex 445 for 9 declared. Gloucestershire 3 without loss. White in bowls and Van der Hoogten forward defensively. Laius Deploy hit 182 for Middlesex, and Joe Cracknell, who's got the gloves, made 97. At Northampton, Northant's in trouble against Lancashire, thanks to Mr. James Anderson, or Sir James, who's got 4, and Tom Bailey, who's got 3. White bowls, and Van der Hoogten defends. 143 for 7 Northants, that's in reply to Lancashire's 384 all out. So there we are, we're up to date with scores around the country.
You mentioned Laius Deploy on Yorkshire's annual hammering at Chesterfield in T20 cricket, which is now 8 successive seasons. There was one of those about 3 years ago where poor Ben Mike, who spent a season with the club, I think they're still fetching some of the balls that Laius hit out of the retail park across the road. Went for 30 something in the over. Wasn't pretty. Ben Code then at the river end. And he's bowling here to the right-handed Mason Crane. In he comes. Cool, Crane gets that towards the inside of the bat, and he's clothed it along the deck, fortunately for him, to James Wharton, 1 run. James, give me a nice wave as I just went for a walk round as he was out there in the field just after the wicket had fallen. I don't know what you made of that because I was outside, but obviously
great delivery.
Got his ton the ball before, so it's weird, isn't it, this sport? You know, the bloke who's concentrated for that long gets 103, brings it up with a nice boundary, and then the very next ball.
Yeah, it wasn't lightheadedness from an Ingram, he just played down the wrong line.
Here comes Code again. Nicely played by Van der Hoogten, out into the offside for a single. So these two, I'm sure they'll be content for the moment to just keep running it around. They've got themselves into a reasonable position now, 240 for 7.
Yeah, certainly whatever happens now, it's some degree of respectability from 28 for 4 after an hour's play. Welcome to the new season.
In comes Code, white sweatband on his left wrist as he bowls. Crane playing to mid-off. Sam Whiteman doing the fielding.
I remember first day of a season, I was not working on the championship at that point. I was sitting out in the stand, and one old regular greeted another. One of them had arrived about an hour into play. Glamorgan were 4 down, and their first words of the season were, "Same old rubbish then."
Here comes Code, and that's defended by Crane. Yeah, well, just some people just like to moan, don't they? about whatever. They'll turn any situation into a moany one, or however you want to put it.
It's half the fun of supporting a less than stellar team, I suppose, in any sport, is a bit of dark humour.
Here's Code again. And Crane nicely played that. Full length delivery, drove it straight back at the bowler, but Code good enough to stop it in his follow through. It's certainly not an issue that is confined only to supporters of Glamorgan. I can promise you that, Nick, from the correspondence I receive.
Indeed.
With regard to the White Rose County. Code turns again, coming in now past umpire Warren, bowls it. Crane once again, this time defending another fullish length delivery. So end of the over, dot to finish with. Crane on 9, Van der Hoogten is 21. And as you said, I think we're through until 4 o'clock for tea. So a little while to go yet, bit of cricket to be played. 2:40 for 7. 89 overs complete in the match so far.
And for any complaining Yorkshire supporters, I think Glamorgan followers would be delighted to have your record from last season. Played 1 4, lost 4, 50% either way. And survival in the top flight, I think, would be warmly welcomed, having not achieved that feat before Glamorgan. The hirsute white is to continue with 2 slips. 10th over with the new ball. Bowling to Tim van der Hoogten. And he's forward, slightly squared up again, but meeting it solidly and defensively out on the offside. And this is, I suppose, where the bowlers' pre-season training gets tested out when they're moving up towards 20 overs apiece. And they think, oh, I haven't bowled 20 overs since last September or whatever in a lot of cases. But Yorkshire do have 5 seamers, as well as the top-class spin of Dominic Bess. As White bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays gently on the leg side, no run. A few Yorkshire players who will be testing out the washing machines, I think, at the end of this game, because the ground, understandably, is quite soft, and if you do slide, skid, dive, or whatever, you'll be picking up some muddy patches on your trousers. White among those. As he bowls, Van der Hoogten works it on the leg side, but straight to Revis at shortish mid-wicket, and transfers it back to his acting skipper, Dom Bess. Found long lulls in the action either side of lunch. Cook and Ingram went along around about 2 runs and over for a long period either side of lunch. But Glamorgan supporters won't be moaning too much about the time taken. 2:40 for 7. As Van der Hoogten is forward defensively, back to the bowler, and there is no run. 100% cloud cover at the moment.
Yeah, Jack's winter training program, I'm not sure what it was, but as far as I'm aware, he was at home. It would have gone to Oz. The Yorkshire bowlers were out there for something like 2 or 3 weeks a few weeks ago, spending some time with Mick Lewis in his backyard, as it were, in Melbourne, Victoria.
White in. Balls edged and not caught. Van der Hoogten lives to survives to fight another day, but Yorkshire should have got an 8th wicket there. Is that Lythe who's
It is.
taking a long time to peel himself off the ground? Yeah, I'm afraid that's his second spill of the day. Went round about knee-high, shin-high, fairly fast off the outside edge as Van der Hoogten was squared up again, but they couldn't cling on. White on his way, and that's down leg side, well claimed by Bean. Not maybe cleanly, but efficiently enough. 240 for 7 at the end of the over.
That was what, 89.5 when the chance went down.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten on 21. Notes to make, just in case he progresses on to a more significant score.
255 not out.
Didn't he get an 80 against Yorkshire a couple of seasons ago?
I think he did, didn't he? Yeah.
That's Headingley. Seem to remember him getting runs at Headingley.
Change of bowling at the River end. Adam Lyth is looking at the grass in front of him. He's taken his position up with his back to us now at this Cathedral Road end of the ground, and he's walking around with a double teapot at the moment. That's, yeah, two he's put down. He's been a real good grabber over the years, which is why he's fielded in that position. Second slip predominantly, and it's Logan van der Beek who nearly induces a chance from Mason Crane first ball there. He was playing that one uppishly towards straight mid wicket, and it bounced not so far short of James Wharton.
It was 5 years ago when Van der Hoogten got his career best at Headingley, 85 not out.
5 years ago.
Yeah, didn't time fly?
It does, doesn't it? That was a single, by the way, to Crane. Yeah, that was the match where it snowed, wasn't it? Is that right?
There was one where it snowed between Yorkshire and Glamorgan.
I think it was that one.
Yeah.
Because I seem to remember it was. I always remember things by Grand Nationals, because there have been moments when I've tried to do both, do the cricket commentary and watch the race. And that's played into the offside no run. I think it was the year that Rachel Blackmore won the National, and I don't think there was any play on at the time, so I was able to watch the race in full.
There was one year where we were taken off air by the BBC because of the death of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Yes.
And there's also Thunder and Lightning ended one game a couple of years ago, didn't it?
Here's Van Beek. Oh, just playing or pulling the bat across and inside that one. Van der Hoogten.
And a route century off route as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, was that? Were we together at the death? I think it might have. I always think of Kent for that game, so that may have been when it was the funeral, perhaps, and we were not on for an entire session or something like that. Here's Van der Hoogten playing forward again to Van Beek, who feels off his own bowling.
There's, I think it was when the late Duke passed away, because we were taken off by the BBC and we continued on for the Yorkshire YouTube service.
You're outdoing me on the memory front there. Here comes the Dutch international, and Van der Hoogten nearly plays onto his own stumps. As it turns out, it's probably a fair way off them, but it was one of those that could have been nibbled on.
He didn't know where it was as it rolled behind him, and the little Dutch derby that's going on out there. There's also a game post one of the COVID lockdowns where I was staying in the same hotel as the Glamorgan team, and I think I only saw two of them in the course of 4 days.
Van Beek, this time Van der Hoogten choosing to leave that ball wide of off stump. Mark Clayton sent me a message in, which is presumably picked up off social media, that says, which is accredited to medium-paced Dobbler, saying in 2005 James Anderson dismissed David Sales of Northants. In 2026 James Anderson dismissed James Sales of Northants, David Sales' son, who was only 2 when Jimmy dismissed his dad. Talk about longevity.
It's reported to be a wintry scene at Taunton, according to our Nottingham colleague Dave Bracegirdle. Dark, cold and blustery, but very light rain, so they're taking an early tea over the water at Taunton, which may mean there's a little bit of light rain blowing our way as well. White in. Bowled to Crane, who'll get a single here, clipping it away firmly on the leg side. Fielded deep mid-wicket by Van Beek. 242 for 7 as Glamorgan crawl towards the promised land of a batting bonus point. Notts 114 for 2 at tea in reply to Somerset's 347. Glamorgan are up against Nottinghamshire next week, when your commentary team. We'll see BBC Wales' Rob Phillips joining Dave Bracegirdle and Five Live's Kevin Howells. White balls. Van der Hoogten tries to steer it into a gap on the onside, but the gap is quickly filled by Matthew Revis and there's no run. 92nd over of the innings, and even if Glamorgan were to survive the 110, which is probably not very likely, they would have to accelerate to reach a second batting bonus point. Such has been the economy of the Yorkshire bowlers. White in, bowls, there's a single to be had here as Van der Hoogten works it down to fine leg, and the batters jog through. And well, survival certainly and understandably doesn't look as risky as it did in the first hour of the game, as you always find really, but run scoring's difficult as well. 2:43 for 7. On a slightly gloomy Easter Saturday afternoon, as Crane is hit on the pad, and umpire Long shows disdain for the appeal as he wanders across towards the offside.
He was walking off for his tee at that point.
He wasn't even going to think about that one. And
no, it was kind of a, come on, Jack, please.
Yeah, what are you appealing for that one for? It's moved a long way, to be fair. It's probably hit in front of Midland leg, but it was missing leg. With these cameras the umpires have these days, as White in bowls and Crane takes a single on the leg side, 2:44 for 7. You wonder how long it is before they just replay it on their cameras, rewind a bit. Yeah, okay, you can have that one.
Oh, please don't say that.
Well, with the
not more stoppages in sport.
Wouldn't take that long, surely. With everything being televised on the county game these days, and match referees being employed, there's always a third official somewhere or other. 2:44 for 7. As Van der Hoogten prods suspiciously out to short mid-wicket, so Glamorgan going in singles at the moment. 2:44 for 7 after 92 overs. The wickets today, those of Kellaway for 52, Cook for 30 and Ingram for 103.
Yeah. Did he call him for another bat here? Mason Crane? He just motioned with it, I think, in the general direction of the changing rooms.
The spectators, there's still a hardy gentleman with shorts up at the River Taff end, but they seem to be huddling together for warmth, that group of spectators. Mind you, it is the best viewing point because it's almost in line with the wicket and it's the shortest boundary as well.
Yeah, it is what we describe in Yorkshire as a bit parky out there. Went for a wander round. I had to get 4 layers on to do so, and it is a change of bat for Mason Crane, which is why we've got a slight stoppage here. Logan van Beek is going to bowl this next over number 93.
Zainul Hassan gave him plenty to choose from, came out with 4 bats.
Yeah.
Now he's got to remember which is the duff one as he takes them back to the changing rooms.
I think there were more bats in those 2 hands than I've used in my entire life playing cricket. Van Beek is in then. Bowling, bangs that one in. Nicely played by Mason Crane. There's a bit of zip about it, but he's got it away wide of the cordon. And vacant third man, as pretty much ever. Means that he gets a boundary. So 16 to him, 2:48 for get my teeth in. 2:48 for 7.
Yeah, that's
replace the top set.
Quite a short boundary down on 45 on the offside, behind square.
I knew I shouldn't have had that ginger cake earlier. Sun shining at Sophia Gardens, banged it in again here, Logan van Beek, and that's over the head of Mason Crane. One signalled for the over by umpire Russ Warren. And that wasn't the worst of short balls. It's probably, in fact, one of the better ones we've seen. Looking at the replay at least. And he comes again then. Bowls it now, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted. Firmly into the deck and then back to the bowler who fields again. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge on X or jonathandoidge.bsky. Whatever it is on Blue Sky. It's too long, is that one, for me to ever remember it?
Yeah. I'm Nick Webb 2017 on both once you add the appropriate bits.
Here's Van Beek again, and that's pushed into the offside by Crane. He's got off the mark nicely there. It was just beyond the grasp of Sam Whiteman, and he called his partner through, and he was willing. Ben Code, the man round to do the fielding.
Keith Davis, Keithy from Usk, who is watching from somewhere below us at the Cathedral Road end, advises a fellow supporter better off watching on television. It's freezing down here, as I suggested.
Dom Bess just skipping off back to gully while Van Beek gets himself sorted for this next delivery, and he bowls it now. Again, effort as he whips that arm over, pushed into the offside. No run.
If you want to follow the rugby tonight, by the way, Cardiff away to Benetton and Treviso, Ospreys away in Ulster in the European Challenge Cup. You can follow both of those on BBC Radio Wales on the wireless, also on the website as well, and I believe S4C are televising both games.
In comes Van Beek again, and Van der Hoogten playing that out square on the offside for one to complete the over at 250 for 7. That's 93 overs now complete. Van der Hoogten 23, Crane on 17. I suppose I should throw in a couple of Rugby League scores then at the moment on the back of that. Well, I was seeing Huddersfield 12, York 0 and Warrington 12, Lee 0 on the BBC site, but they've now both gone to 18-0. Catalan play Toulouse in the All-French Super League derby this evening. You mentioned your commentary team next week. We've got a cast of thousands across the 4 days for the Yorkshire-Hampshire match at Headingley, because I can't do the first couple of days, and so Graham Colley is stepping in very ably for me, and I'm going to be doing days 3 and 4. Got Liam Thomas third voicing for a couple of those days. You may recall Liam from a couple of days last year. We've also got Graham Orange on one day and Bumble on, I think, day 4.
Good heavens. Here comes Hill then taking over at this Cathedral Road end, and his first ball is sent to the boundary by Van der Hoogten, stepping back. Minimum fuss. Square cut to the boundary. 254 for 7 as Glamorgan celebrate their first division point for 21 years. Or since September 05.
Ed's just tucking into a bit of ginger cake now. He's been tempted.
There's a big cake out there.
Yeah.
Huge. Is that you?
Huge gatto out the back.
As Hill bowls and Van der Hoogten pushes to mid-on. Whiteman fields no run.
What are you looking at?
I'm just busy resisting temptation. I've had one of Mrs. Bevan's Welsh cakes, for which many thanks, Margaret. As Hill is in to bowl and Van der Hoogten defends. Are there any of those left?
Yeah.
Yep, oh, there we are. Might permit myself another one at tea, hoping my dear wife isn't paying attention. 2:54 for 7. 4 o'clock, we believe, is the tea interval. As Hill looking for his first wicket and not finding it as Van der Hoogten plays to point.
4 o'clock for most of us, Nick, but Ed,
He's gone early.
being Ed, he's gone early. You've gone early on tea.
Tempting. Man City beat 4-0 Liverpool. Surprise of the day.
Edward fulminating away about the FA Cup. Manchester City 4, Liverpool 0. Hill in bowls, full pitch, half volley really on leg stump, clipped away by Van der Hoogten, down to fine leg, single taken in front of the scoreboard, away to our right as we look out from the Cathedral Road end.
Most important FA Cup tie, of course, takes place tomorrow afternoon. West Ham Leeds United. 4:30.
As Hill bowls, Crane drives, scrambling stop by Revis at mid-wicket, no run. Other FA Cup games, Chelsea Port Vale is at 5:15 today, Southampton Arsenal, the glamour tile of 8 o'clock on a Saturday night, which always strikes me as a bit late, don't know why. 2:55 for 7 here at Sophia Gardens. There have been a few, for television reasons, of the Welsh pro clubs kicking off at 8 on a Saturday night, and not in favour of that generally.
No, but if you're going to take the money,
Yeah. TV dictates if you have to kick off at 3 a.m. on a Monday morning, then you have to do so.
Van Beek going to continue from the river end. Just got a slight change in the field because Will Luxton is coming into gully. Ben Cliff is out there on the field and has gone out to a square cover on the boundary edge, which I would imagine means that we've seen Adam Lyde lead the field because Bess has moved into second slip. Van Beek in and bowling to Van der Hoogten, and that is wide of off stump, and left by Tim with a double M.
Yeah, don't forget to pronounce the second M. Even if opinions vary as to whether his surname begins with a G sound or an H sound. One's the Aussie version, one's the Dutch version, either's okay.
Van Beek in, Van der Hoogten driving pleasantly into the offside where Ben Cliff's called upon to come in and do the fielding. 1 run. I think we will see Ben Cliff in action in red ball cricket with ball in hand at some point this season. I think just from chatting to him yesterday, you know, he knows he's part of that sort of squad, and there's bound to be some sort of niggle at some point for somebody. That's just the way of things, which might give him that opportunity, or it may just be that he is thrown in there because of somebody else not bowling so well. Van Beek in again, another real effort ball with a zip about it, but it didn't draw Mason Crane into playing a shot angled too wide, and I suppose striving for that bit of extra pace. Logan Van Beek might just lose a little bit of accuracy from time to time. Hasn't struck yet in his first match for Yorkshire. Here he comes again, wide of off stump and flat batted by Crane, really, with a lack of foot movement.
Talking about the seamers, I mean, if Cliff is in the first team squad, surely he'll get a go at some point when they're playing 4 matches on the bounce, and not likely to field the same seam attack for 4 in a row.
Yeah, you'd have said so. But I'm trying to think, from a distance, Logan Van Beek reminds me of us. I think he's with the slightly longer floppy hair and the way he runs in that first bit. There's a bit of an Alan Donald about him, actually, as that is banged into the pitch and dropped towards gully where Luxton fields.
Not quite Alan Donald pace.
No. He's probably plenty quick enough for the likes of you and I, but he wouldn't be as quick as Alan Donald. White lightning, they used to call him, didn't they, back in the day?
I think the dobbliest of Dobley County players would be too quick for me.
In he comes again, and that's back and across from Mason Crane, and defended to complete from Bakes. Over 14 now complete. He's not yet bowled a maiden. 54 runs against his name, and he's part of this cohort who are just putting some effort in trying to complete their first innings with the ball in the 2026 championship season. Still need 3 wickets to do so, and there are still 45 overs remaining in the day's play.
All right, so
4.
if we get 5 of them, probably only 5 before tea, so it's going to be a 40 over last session if the light persists. Hill bowls, and it's blocked by Van der Hoogten. Actually going about the same rate as Ingram and Kellaway did, fractionally under run every other ball. So Glamorgan, after the top order collapse, have certainly made Yorkshire work for their wickets. Hill in to bowl. Van der Hoogten drives to mid-wicket, no run. 14 and a bit overs for Yorkshire to claim at least 2 wickets for maximum bowling points. And I don't think there's much danger that Glamorgan will get to a second batting point. So it's likely to be 3-1 to the visitors on points after this first innings of the match. Hill in, bowls, Van der Hoogten on the back foot, pokes it to mid-wicket. No run. So this game is not progressing quickly after the drama we had of the first over in the evening session yesterday. We had to hang around for 2 sessions. Wait till 4:15 for play to start after morning and lunchtime rain. Hill bowls. Van der Hoogten plays another one to mid-wicket. There's only 3 people in the game at the moment: the bowler, the batter, and mid-wicket. So I'm not sure who will be the happier, Glamorgan for surviving or Yorkshire keeping the runs down at the moment. Hill, 5th ball of his over, bowls full length. Van der Hoogten drives firmly, but straight to mid-off, just for a bit of variety. Jack White, the fielding, firmly struck, but straight to him. Hill's got a grin on his face. He won't have a grin on his face bowling his 17th over in the back end of September, I don't think. Maybe he will. Maybe he's just a happy chappy. Last ball is poked away on the leg side. It is mid-wicket. Clef, the sub, who does the fielding again. And it's a maiden over delivered by George Hill.
Yeah, so, well, a bit of the marking of time really from the Glamorgan pair in the last quarter of an hour or so before the tea break. And Yorkshire will want to mark that time with another wicket or possibly more. And the skipper is sticking himself in the firing line. I say skipper, obviously Johnny Bairstow. Yes, I know he's skipper, but he's not on the field at the moment, and Dom is doing that job. He did have a go in first-class cricket last year, the Warwickshire game at Headingley, when Johnny had gone to the IPL, and then of course he kind of had the job properly, if you like, He was the nominated captain from the start of the 50 over comp for that particular tournament. Did a pretty good job, but they succumbed on a pretty grim afternoon at Scarborough after a rain break when they capitulated and should have got to the final really. Lost out to Hampshire. Bess then from the river end. First ball was played with an open face by Crane into a vacant area square on the offside. Whiteman fields but can't prevent the single. It takes Crane to 18. 257 for 7. Wharton in under the lid at short leg. Lyth back out on the field at slip. Van der Hoogten playing forward back to the bowler. It's mainly a ring field with a square sweeper on the offside. And a man set back square in front of the square on the leg side, George Hill, just having a drink and a chat with one of the non-playing staff as Bess bowls another dot there to Van der Hoogten, who waits for this next delivery. Just plays it uppishly into the offside. Whiteman will field again.
Had there been a silly point instead of a short leg?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Here's Bess again. This time Van Hoogten playing it into terra firma. Whiteman again drawn in to do the fielding. Bess leaves umpire Warren behind and once again has his opponent playing forward just into the leg side to complete that over. Bess 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. It was a ripper of a delivery that saw the back of Ben Kellaway this morning, turning sharply from outside off stump to bowl him for 52. And just 2 other wickets have followed. Chris Cook bowled Revis for 30. Absolute beauty. Nip backer that took the top of off stump. And then Colin Ingram, the ball after he got to his 100, feathered one through to Finlay Bean, standing in for Johnny Bairstow with the keeping gloves. That was off the bowling of Ben Code for 103.
We mentioned various other sports. Gareth brings the boxing to our attention with Lauren Price from just up the road, fighting here in Cardiff tonight, defending her world titles as Hill bowls, and that is off an inside edge from Crane down to fine leg for a single. Lauren Price, the welterweight world champion, is defending 3 belts against Stephanie Pinheiro at the Utilita Arena in town. That's live on BBC 2 this evening apparently, from 8 till 10, and the undercard on iPlayer. Thank you for that, Gareth. As Hill is in and bowls, and forward stretches Van der Hoogten to defend. And apparently, according to my BBC colleagues, Lauren Price in talks with Claressa Shields, the heavyweight world champion, over a possible fight next year. As Hill is in and bowls down leg side, no contact made by Van der Hoogten. Simon messages he was at the ground early yesterday hoping to see some cricket. Bad luck for that, but he says he has the pleasure of spending a couple of hours in the company of Jonathan from Cheltenham with his friend Bill Hughes. Thanks for the mention in his email to you. There we are. We are bringing people together from around the UK, whoever they support. Hill is in bowls and forward stretches Van der Hoogten to defend. The dots continuing to be strung together by the Yorkshire bowlers. They have only got now 12 and a bit overs to claim these 2 wickets that they need for the 3rd bowling point. And Crane is starting to look fairly solid alongside Van der Hochten. Hill in, bowls, up in the block hole. Van der Hochten digs it out. Wharton fields. No run.
Famous Welsh boxers, Ed?
Sorry?
Famous Welsh boxers?
Di Dower.
Di Dower.
What was the little fellow who died?
Johnny Owen.
Johnny Owen.
That's defended on the offside, and there is no run. 258 for 7. Edward going rather further back with his suggestions than
Howard Winston.
Joe Calzaghe of
Calzaghe.
recent years, who
Colin Jones.
retired
was
and
he?
defeated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Robinson.
I remember Colin Jones at that great fight with Kirkland Lang, wasn't it? Was it Kirkland Lang? Colin Jones? Did they draw?
I'll take your word for
It's
it.
taken me back to sports night of the 80s with Harry Carpenter.
Yes, Wales has produced probably more than its fair share of leading boxers over the years.
And a bloke I've done an interview with a time or two, Barry. Yeah, Barry. Sorry, Barry, if you're listening. Bess is in, and that's pushed out into deep into the offside by Mason Crane for a single.
Welshman,
Yeah.
Barry Jones.
Yes, Barry Jones. Why
Unusual
Why could I
name.
not think? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
There's
done
not
quite a
many
bit,
Joneses to the pound down here. No.
quite a bit of punditry. Which reminds me of a story about a plane parked on the tarmac in Italy.
Meanwhile, back in the land of the living, Bess bowls and Van der Hochten plays a single to then code deep at mid-off.
There was obviously a discrepancy between the number of people on board and the number of people who checked in or whatever. And the captain, to a plane full of Welsh rugby fans, announced...
Bess to Crane, dinked into the leg side, no run.
So he's got about 400 Welsh rugby fans, and he announces, "Is there a Mr. Jones on board?" To which half the plane stood up.
Bess again, Crane defending. Yeah, Joan, Bevan, I suppose, as well.
And
Relatively common names in these parts. I think I'm talking about Ed. And as Bess is in, that's punched into the offside, and Whiteman does the fielding.
Yes, the founder of the National Health Service is probably the most celebrated of that surname.
Bess in again. Crane goes back foot, which just have to make sure you get contact with bat on ball, and he did, completing over number 99. So 19 overs into the use of this ball. 260 for 7. 3 wickets having fallen today. Crane 20 and Van der Hochten is 30.
So probably time for 2 more overs until the tea interval, the first of which will be bowled by young George Hill. Looks down at card to check that Hill can still be decently described as young at 25. He can by me anyway. 51 wickets last season, 420 runs as he bowls to Van der Hochten. Defends. And ticking on into the 100th over of this match, which began just under 24 hours ago at 4:15 on the first day. As that's worked away towards fine leg, but they won't bother to push for a second. As Code does the fielding down at deep fine. 261 for 7. And shouldn't be out of the question to push for a potential second batting point, but there's no sign that Glamorgan are going to do so. They're quite happy to take singles at the moment and keep their wickets as long as possible. Oh, and that was nearly one being lost as that one went through Mason Crane. Good delivery from George Hill.
It was, wasn't it? Because rare occasion, I think possibly the first one I've spotted in the match, really, where he didn't know whether to come forward or go back to it, and he ended up getting stuck in no man's land.
Edwards off for a circuit. Hill bowls, and forward comes Crane.
He's just eaten so much ginger cake that I think he needs more than a walk. You should need to go to the gym. Just go into the Institute for Sport next door and get yourself on the treadmill, I think, Ed.
We're heading for tea. Edward will be back on microphone thereafter. Crane 20, Van der Hoogten 31. As Glamorgan make painstaking progress. Crane defending again.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be reporting on any record scores in this match. That'll just be just a slight hunch, Nick. It is slow, isn't it? It's making it difficult for wicket taking. It's making it difficult to score quickly as well.
It's the sort of match that we're sort of grateful that it's early in the season and we're still fresh and keen to describe cricket rather than in September when we're less fresh. Hill bowls, Crane defends. End of the over, 261 for 7, 2 minutes to go until 4 o'clock.
And 100 overs complete. Bess is going to continue. 1 for 25 off 16 overs. It should have been 2. It was the dropped catch by Adam Lyth at slip. And that was Chris Cook, final ball of the morning session. Another one's gone down since then. And that was Van der Hoogten, who's now on strike.
Edward hasn't lasted very long.
No, Bess comes in. Van der Hoogten playing forward into the offside, no run.
I told you.
And the magnificent athlete that is Ed Bevan is back in the comm box.
There's people hours outside all day.
What's up with you, lad? Positively balmy back home, this. As Bess is in and bowling. Oh, Van der Hoogten, I think misses that, and I think it might have hit Finlay Bean's foot. On its way between his legs, Adam Lyth retrieves it from slip. Just having a look again. Did he get an outside edge on that?
Wasn't the sort of reaction that suggested it would be a
didn't
chance.
go through Finlay Bean's legs either. I think it came somewhere more like off the edge of the glove. Another dot ball, this time turned to Jack White, who was 45 degrees behind square on the leg side. 3 gone, 3 to come before tea. Best floats one up. Van der Hoogten wants to get his hands through that. Eyes lit up there, didn't they, for a split second, and he's ended up drilling it along the ground to code at mid-off. 2 more before they head off for a cuppa or whatever. And that's just 1 to come now as Van der Hoogten's played and 1 into the leg side this time for Luxton to field. Grey cloud overhead. Not a hint of blue at the moment, but the cloud is plenty high enough for us to continue playing cricket as Bess is in, and Van der Hoogten drops that into the offside, and we'll turn tail and head off to the dressing rooms for a 20-minute break. He's on 31, Crane on 20, and Glamorgan 261 for 7 after 101 overs. Just those 2 wickets of Chris Cook, bowled Revis for 30, and Colin Ingram caught Bean bowled code for 103 to have fallen during that afternoon session. We'll be back when the players come out after the break.
I've got some latest scores from around the country. Once again, we'll start at Bristol, where Glamorgan's women's team are meeting their counterparts from Gloucestershire. Glamorgan made 276. Gloucestershire were 133 for 3 from 26 overs, but it is raining at the Seat Unique Stadium. A reminder that next Sunday, that's the 12th of April, the Glamorgan women will start their campaign in the Metro Bank Run Day Cup against Gloucestershire here at Sapphire Gardens, and the game will be getting underway next Sunday morning at 10:30. I've also got some latest scores from the other games in the Rothesay County Championship, starting at the Utilita Bowl, where Essex are still batting. They're 439 for 7. At Taunton, Notts are 133 for 3, so they're still trailing Somerset by 214 runs. It's tea time at Edgbaston with Warwickshire 251 for 2, trailing Surrey by 77 runs. Tea time as well at Northampton with Northants 198 for 8, still trailing Lancashire by 186 runs. There's rain at Chesterley Street, and that's after Kent were dismissed by Durham for 197. Durham though leading by 138 runs. They're playing at Lords, where Gloucestershire are 18 for 2, trailing Middlesex by 427 runs. It's tea time at Grace Road, where Leicestershire have just been dismissed for 245, so they're trailing Sussex by 361 runs. It's also tea time at Derby, where Derbyshire declared on 625 for 8, and in reply Worcestershire 65 without loss. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook, or a copy as well of the special memorial brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. It's a look back on Hugh's fantastic life and his massive contribution to this wonderful game. It costs us £10, with all proceeds going to the Lindra Hospital. A reminder, of course, that during this tea interval you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. If you're venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to take any food or drink with you. Mentioning food and drink, refreshments are available in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount there for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Casket Howell stand and adjacent to Gate 2. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school.
Ready? Okay. Well, welcome back to our sunny Safari Gardens, I'm delighted to say, as we've faced the final session of the second day's play. Glamorgan have recovered remarkably well from the depths of 28 for 4, as they were this morning, and they've gone to a 261 for 7, thanks mainly to 103 from Colin Ingram, 52 from Ben Kellaway, and now resistance from the lower order. Van der Gooten on 31, Crane on 20. It's been a hard slog for the Yorkshire bowlers, but they've kept to their task, restricted Glamorgan to 2.5 runs and over. And the question is, but possibly not, is Glamorgan require 39 runs for their first batting points, but the approach to this innings has been safety first, so I doubt very much if they'll get to that target, and conversely Yorkshire will try and take these last 2 wickets to get their maximum bowling points. Your thoughts there, Jonathan?
Well, I'm not sure they won't get to the next batting point. They have been accumulating slowly, but nonetheless accumulating, so they could do. Yorkshire obviously want to blast through them as quick as they can and get in there and have a bat. If they do, they've got to play an hour or something tonight against a new ball, and could be an interesting little spell, but at the moment they're being made to grind things out for the wickets. They fell at 20, 20, 21, 28 yesterday, and then 129, 196 and 224, the 3 wickets that have fallen today. Ben Cody's going to then open up at this Cathedral Road end of the ground, and he's going to bowl first up to Mason Crane in this final session on day 2 to bright
it's warm.
sunshine. And in he comes, past umpire Nigel Long, right arm over the wicket. Crane forward and across, punches to James Wharton in the offside, and we're underway for session 3. Only got the one session yesterday, but happy to say we've been uninterrupted in that respect today, and a bit more pleasant, at least for a few moments, for the speckies out there, who the vast majority of whom have got top coats on. Here's Code again, up there to drive. Crane doesn't accept the invitation, just strokes it along the deck to Jack White.
It's slow, so consequently it's not all that easy to score, and not all that easy to take wickets. I think you can sum it up like that, hence the slowness of the game.
Still Andy Gorvin and Ryan Hadley to come for Glamorgan after this partnership is broken, if indeed it is. Code makes his way in again. Circumspect, Crane just dropping again into the offside, and his score remains on 20. Ben Code 2 for 48 from 17 and a half overs now. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge on X. Whoop. And Ed's just losing his head, or is it his headset? I think it's the latter.
I lost my head a long time ago.
At jonathandoidge.bsky.social on Blue Sky, as they're across and pushing into the offside, and there is no run out. I'm actually also on Instagram these days, as well, as you've kind of got to be when you're doing this sort of thing. I'd love to be able to tell you what that is. That's at Jonathan Doidge 1.
There's only one Jonathan Doidge.
They can't be, can they? Because I would have just put at Jonathan Doidge, so there must be somebody else of the same name. So I've had to stick a 1 on the end. Here's Code bowling, and a straight blade offered by Crane, turning that one just to the onside of straight. No run.
I shall relate to you the stories that you were on about Welsh boxers in just a moment. It's an entertaining little tale. And when he fought for the, I think it was the World Championship welterweight out abroad, I can't remember where it was.
Here comes Code again. Turn to leg this time by Crane. Again, no run. That's completing the first over back. 261.47. Go on. Hit me with the Welsh boxing, as it were.
And when Colin was fighting for this championship, as I say, the BBC Wales Sports Department had decided that they would get interest in this country, inasmuch his home village of Lycha or Gorsain, and it's very close to each other in West Wales. As I live about 10 miles away, would I go down there in the evening and just do some interviews just before and during the fight? It's a Saturday night, and I said, well, yes. He don't say no. He didn't say no. It was one of my early days. And I was dispatched down to the workmen's club there, and they said, you better get there about 7 o'clock. I said, how am I going to get cues and interview? Well, you know, I haven't got any machinery. I'll just break off as Code comes in, bowls the first ball of this over, and it tucked away down the fine leg for a single. If you can get down there by 7 o'clock. So I got down there 7 o'clock, and I said, what am I going to use? Oh, use the telephone. I've spoken to the secretary of the club, and there is one telephone here. Where is it situated? It's on the bar. So I thought with trepidation, yes, I've got to go down. And down I went. And by 7, most of them had been there most of the afternoon. As Van Beck comes in, sorry, I said it was Code, he was bowling from this end, and it's driven away for a single, 263.47. And I thought, yes. And it was very loud noise. And I went, "Oh, what are you doing here? You're a cricket man." I said, "Well, would you like a drink? What do you want?" "No," I said, "I won't drink if you don't mind." Anyway, the hours went past. The beer was flowing. And it was coming up time. And there was my producer, "Stand by now for the first round. We'll have the first round. It's on television. It's the next ball. Down the leg side. Good take by Bean there. Diving away to his left. It stops any chance of buys. It's 263 for 7. And by the time 5 to 10 came, Jonathan, you can imagine what was going on. And Colin had a good first round. Right, if you can grab somebody and do an interview. And I looked round and none of them were in any sort of state to give any sort of interview. And producers, being what they are, said to me, "Well, can't you get anybody?" Then comes the next delivery, and it's a beautiful delivery which pitches, moves outside off stump, and the batsman, Van der Gooten, as a pace bowler himself, nods in appreciation. Well, I can't, I said, and I can't blurt out the phone. They're all very much in a state of uncertainty, and you know what? "Oh, okay then. Well, I'm awfully sorry," I said. "I'll do my very, very best," but there wasn't anybody you could have the same conversation with. So I went down there for another round. So she said, "You might as well pack up." And down the leg side again a good take. Half a peel, not out. And that was my only interest that night, was getting out of the workingmen's club. They said, "Have you finished?" "Yeah, I have now." I said, "I've done what I want to do," and off I went. So that was my recollection of being interviewing people on a Saturday night where their local boxer was fighting for the world title. But looking back on it, things we had to do.
In the name of entertainment.
Ever. Big bowls is driven just backward of a square, and they go through for a single. And I think that being another, just a single or two, they are not really interested here about bonus point.
No. I mentioned I'd worked previously for a well-known satellite broadcaster, and I was once sent up to Sunderland, and it was actually it was Easter Sunday. I think I'm right in saying Martin O'Neill got sacked on Easter Saturday, and I was sent up to get some fan reaction with a cameraman. And this is Easter Sunday at about 9 a.m. You know, I was off there at stupid o'clock in the morning. And actually, bizarrely, there were supporters around, hanging around the ground at that time on a Sunday morning, even though there was no game going to be played, because they'd obviously blown him out because of the day before's result. But yeah, there were a few people who I think might have been out all night who I was trying to get vox pops from.
And you've got to be careful of the language, haven't you?
Yeah. There were certainly one or two worse for wear at 9 a.m. up at the Stadium of Light. Here's Ben Code in and bowling, and solid block by Van der Hoogten, and there is no run.
There were so many times. Nick, I'm sure, has got a few stories to tell, but there was a Welsh manager, or he was coach then, lovely chap called Kevin Bowring, and he's no longer with us, but I had to go to Wembley, where France were playing Wales, and France won 52-0. And my producer, they don't, you've got to do the hard work.
In comes Code, and Van der Hoogten leaves.
Said to me, "I want you to go and interview Kevin Bowring." "Yes, that's fine," I said. Just ask him, does he expect to be in a job Monday morning? Nick laughs, he knows. So I said to Kevin, and then in a nice sort of way, it doesn't help matters that, another heavy defeat. And there will be talk about your job. You knew it was going to come out. It isn't up to me, it's up to my employers. So that was that. There are so many times.
Code in, dropped into the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, there was an occasion as well. I can remember I was at home in Leeds. England are playing South Africa, I think I'm right in saying, at Trent Bridge. And I get a call from Sky saying, "Can you get yourself down to Trent Bridge? because we want you to ask Stuart Broad, I think it was, a couple of questions. And I think first and foremost, he didn't appear in the presser. Here's Code and bowling, and Van der Hoogten defends, and there were very specific questions that they wanted me to ask. There was just 2 questions: drive all the way to Trent Bridge, a couple of questions.
And where were you?
I was in Leeds. Anyway, he did come into the presser, and whoever was running the media at the time, I remember just saying, Stuart Broad, ladies and gents, by the way, he won't be answering any questions on whatever it was that I'd been asked to ask him about. What even started?
Well,
here comes Code. Oh, nicely played by Van Hoogten, who has to give himself a bit of room and runs that one down through third man. And he's going to get back for a 2. A bit of a backward roll from Will Luxton in doing the fielding.
yeah, we could go on. Well, the listeners really enjoy, or are they bored? But there's so many stories, in this job.
I was in one when Wembley was out of commission and England football played around various different stadia. They were playing at Ellen Road against, I think I'm right in saying they were playing Sweden at Ellen Road in a match, and the under-21s were also playing Italy at Bradford City, I think, just before it, as Cody's in, and that's blocked by Van der Hoogten to complete the over at 266 for 7. And I went into this presser at the Rudding Park Hotel just on the outskirts of Harrogate, where they're having it, and so the few people come in and it was all perfectly nice. I remember Alan Smith came in, and there was young Ian Wright-Phillips, Sean Wright-Phillips I should say, various other people, and then in came David Platt, who was I think the under-21s coach or whatever at the time, and he was asked a question by a very well-known football journalist for the same station as us, who's still broadcasted on national radio now, very politely, something to do with David Platt's time playing football in Italy and how it related to this under-21s game that was coming up.
Van Beek starts in the over down the leg side. A belated appeal from the slips. Such a good take that my impression is that they had to appeal, but umpire Warren says not out.
And he could have just said, I'm not answering questions on that, thanks, next question. But he just got up and said, not answering any questions on that, this is an England football press conference, and just walked out. I just think, why?
I'll just give you I promise it will be the final one. Cardiff City playing home against, should we say, Millwall. And they lost 5-1. That's the next ball. It's cut away nicely, just backward of square. Will he stop it from going in? Yes, he will. Just pick it up inside the boundary. It was Revis who returns. They go through for 2 more runs.
I'm sure we've all had those as well, where there's, the higher levels you go up, that often there's more security, so we can't get to people. I remember being at Headingley on the cricket side when there were the metal barriers put out so that you had to stand behind these and wait for the players to come by, and the then captain of the side walked straight down. He couldn't have bisected these 2 sets of fences any better to avoid speaking to anybody from the press.
That's defended by Van der Hoogten. Crane rather. He's on 23.
Head down. I've not seen you, so I can't speak to you. One of those. Yeah.
They don't realise, do they? But back in the studio. Anyway, to finish the story, 5-1, and they were hammered, and there was his name. I should remember his name. He was a Scotsman, manager of Cardiff City, and the interviewer, who I knew very well, went up at the end of the game, and he said, "Mr. So-and-so," I think it was Jimmy Schooler. Again, this is pushed out to mid-off, and having lost 5-1, Jimmy, I don't suppose you're very pleased with that performance. To the reply, I daren't use the language that he used. Thankfully, it was on a machine which would send back, not live. No, he says, I'm absolutely delighted. Now, off you go. Which, he admitted, the interviewer said, I shouldn't have asked such a silly question. He must be disappointed with 5-1 as he gets another single. Does Crane nudges it away to short leg.
There was one.
I'm finished.
Oh,
Nick will be next.
There are loads of these. I mean, you don't think about them on a day-to-day basis, but when you start to think about them, the people who've been, sort of just obstructive when there's just no need.
Yeah.
There was an England-related person, shall we say, who was at Headingley at another time. I'll tell you that in a sec after this delivery.
Van der Beek not for 60, still to take a wicket. 269 for 7. And he's racing in past umpire Warren his way and bowls. And appeal for Ellie Dagley, a huge appeal. Arms up in the air, and Mr. Warren says not out. 269 for 7, Crane on 24, and Van der Gooten on 35. Let's have a little look at this. That's not a bad shot, that.
No, good shout, really. Has he got an inside edge there? No, that could have been the case. So yeah, I mean, I've never deliberately been rude to anybody that I've interviewed or wanted to interview, let's say, because they might not have accepted the proposition, but there was, a particular, again, well-known former England cricketer who was, I think, by this point, maybe around the coaching staff, something like that. We're at Headingley, and I patiently waited behind all these other people in the radio interview queue. I was the last man, and at the point I asked for an interview, I got an absolute volley of, basically, not in so many words, but
go away.
Yeah, I've had enough of doing these now. Can I just go? And I said, well, excuse me, but I've been waiting patiently to speak to you. It is a press conference. Can I please do an interview with you? Just give us 3 minutes of your time. And off again, blah, 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 blah. And I actually then said, I actually play a bit of cricket with your godfather, I think. And the response was, oh, well, so I'm not going to mention any names at this point, as Ben Code comes in and bowls, and that's played into the leg side where Bess feels no run, and the whole tone of the thing changed, and it was, oh right, well okay, where's the radio point? Yeah, come on then, well, let's just go quick 5 minutes then, and off we went.
Or you'll tell my granddad. Yeah, I know. Well, the joys.
It was a genuine. I did play cricket with his father.
But he would have told him then, I heard you rude today. Yes, it's a happy life though.
269 for 7 as Code is in, and that's turned into the leg side, and Luxton does the fielding. It's an interesting looking field here. There is a slip in place. Finlay Beans slapping the cymbals together behind the stumps. Adam Lyth is in at cover. James Wharton is just a yard or so off the cut strip to the offside of straight, and probably about best part of 20 yards away from the bat. Jack White is over his left shoulder, splitting the gap between Lyth and Wharton. And at a more regulation wide-ish mid-off, Code bowls again over the wicket, and that is run by Crane down through backward point, and Hill will chase after it for a concession of 2. Sam Whiteman's at mid-on, fairly deep. Luxton's in fairly close at mid-wicket. Matthew Revis has disappeared off into the distance in front of square on the boundary.
Just looking at Tom Bess and Tim van der Gooten, they've been earnest in conversation here for some time. Whether it's a genuine little chat, nice to see you again, start of the season.
Here's Code again, and that is stroked back along the deck to him by Crane, no run.
What do you think? What's your plans? Tim probably is not going to tell you. Or you might say, we want to get main runs as we can, try and put a bit of pressure. But at the moment, it's pretty slow going here.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, unfortunately, Ed, the pitch is just not helping, is it?
It's gone down
either,
a lot.
Yeah, either batter or bowler, really. It's sapping the pace out of the ball, which is not much help to either party.
No.
As Code is in, and that's played out square on the offside, and Crane gets himself a single. Adam Lyth round to field.
Yes, I don't think Glamorgan want to lose this match because they've recovered so well. It's the first match of the season, In the old days, 3-day matches, you might have had, well, it's the first game this season, let's make a deal. But I don't think that's happening at all in county cricket because of the 2 divisions.
Here's Code again, and nicely fielded there. Oh, very nicely fielded indeed by George Hill. He's dived down to his right, picked that up, and flung it back in. And if he'd have hit, I think Tim van der Hoogsen would have gone, as he just wandered out of his ground. Those who've got the pictures will see this again. Now. George is off screen, but you can see the ball come back in here. Yeah, he's out.
He's out.
If that hits direct.
Yeah, out a couple of feet. And he knows it. Tim was lying down on his front, as just to say. Who was that at slip then? It was a great bit of
George
fielding.
Hill.
Great bit of fielding. So it's been slow going, but we've entertained you in our little tales of days gone by.
Yeah, the journalist's lot.
Oh. And do you remember Neil Pearson used to manage Leicester? I think it was Leicester City.
Yep.
First ball of this over is pushed into the covers. It's a couple of years ago now. My good friend Pat Murphy, who recently retired, well known and excellent broadcaster. And you know, if there's something to be said, Pat will say it. And this press conference, Pearson had a little go at a young journalist, to which Pat Murphy stood up and absolutely rollicked the manager and said to him, you know, exactly what he thought, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, Pearson apologised to Pat, which I thought was good on both sides.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, we've not even started on those. I mean, we could be here the rest of the day. Going through some of the things that you get back from coaches and managers and players at times. But then, you know, also there are, you know, some great people out there as well. I mean, I remember doing York, BBC Radio York, following their rugby league team around, and Lee Crooks was the coach at the time, and he would just voluntarily speak to his players after the game. Fine, does that the first job he does, and then he'd make a beeline and come and sit with you in the com box and have a chat with you about the game, and all his thoughts were fantastic.
Yeah, it's difficult for us at times, and it's difficult for the players, but I do find at times there is no point, no nil-nil draw, where there's, you know, nothing at all in the game, mid-table. But these days, everybody's got to talk, and they talk. The managers have to talk to the press representative for the club, the radio, the press, the written press. I suppose they get a bit fed up as well. As this is cut away to deep extra cover for a single, and that is the 50 partnership between the 8th wicket pair of Crane and Van der Gooten. Van der Gooten's 36, Crane is 28, 2-7-4 for 7. I do think if they'd shown some sort of aggression, not risky, they might just have got to the point. But I don't think they're going to get it now, because there are, what, 3 and a bit overs? No, just another single. And Yorkshire doesn't look as if they, at this moment, will get 2 wickets in the allotted time, which they would have thought they'd walk at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, if they did have 3 overs and have a pop at it, 25 runs, then they could offer up opportunities. So.
Then comes the next ball, and it's tucked away off Van der Beek for a single. 2-7-6 for 7, and that completes the over. Crane is on 29, Van der Gooten, I mentioned when he walked to the crease, is no mean performer on 37. So that's the third useful partnership. Big one, of course, was between Kellaway and Ingram, who put on 129. And there were other partnerships 67 between Van der Gooten and Ingram, and now this 50-run partnership.
Returning to bowl, Matthew Revis.
And the two batsmen looking down at the crease, as if to say, what are we to make of this? You're a leg spinner, I'm a medium pace bowler. Get anything out of this? Do you think we'd like a bowl? I don't know. Plenty of overs left today, 33.
Yeah, Matthew Revis, Cathedral Road End to be reintroduced, 1 for 38 from 14 overs that he's bowled so far.
I've just rung Mrs. B in the tea interval to tell her that she can dine alone this evening, and I'll have mine later.
What's on the menu?
I don't know. Well, we generally have some fish and chips from the shop on a Saturday night to save everybody cooking.
It's very good of her to not make you cook for one night a week.
I do a bit of cooking, not a lot, but I do a little bit. So there we are, Jonathan.
Revis in and bowling, and Van der Gooten playing that one into the deck. No run. What's your signature dish?
Fish and chips I can make. We have an air fryer, which is easy to throw in. Little things, nothing fanciful. But if we were in Scarborough, of course, it would be the closer play. Pop into the Albert. Is it the Albert pub is still there? It's just down the road. I think it is. Have a glass of lemonade, and then his fish and chips. Got to be at Scarborough, isn't it?
Yep, as that's played into the offside this time by Van der Gooten and fielded by Wharton. No run. Yep, the Albert just up the road. The North Riding just down the road from the ground.
And then possibly on a wall while we reminisce, if it's a fine summer's evening, at the fish and chips, which are absolutely beautiful. I think be there for about 5 nights, and you'll have the same food for about 4 nights.
Revis bowls it now. It's turned to leg by Van der Gooten and fielded by Bess. No run.
What is it about those two venues at Headingley? There used to be a great fish and chip shop, Brian's. Do you remember that?
I certainly do.
Yeah, must do. Is that still going?
No. No, it finished as Brian. Oh, can't tell you exactly when, but a while ago, and was replaced by another name. But I've got to that age now where you still remember it by the original name. Here's Revis in, and that's nicely cut by Van der Gooten, and Ben Cliff, who's out there 12th manning at the moment, does the fielding.
Oh, that was a must as well.
Nick Moxon's asking if there's any update on Johnny's injury. Nothing further since this morning. Not sure that there ever would have been, Nick, because I think that statement was pretty clear from Anthony McGrath that he was just going to rest it.
Have a look in the morning. Probably.
Revis making his way in again to come in the 108th over and bowls it now. Crane solidly behind it, no run. David says, I see Yorkshire's usual problem of taking the final 3 wickets hasn't been resolved. They're missing Tomo, the man who makes things happen, he says.
Yeah, but it's not as easy as in the old days, because a lot of counties bat down to 10, don't they? You know, and they play responsibly, because in the old days it you'd often get them come in and swing and off to go.
Bangs this one in, Matthew Revis, and Crane happy to get underneath it to complete that over at 277 for 7, 8 minutes before 5 o'clock. We still have an entire session, basically 32 overs remaining in the day. Not sure at this stage whether we'll get them all in, but we may do. And it's going to be a long day if we do.
Yes, I remember the groundsman at Swansea sadly lost to cricket now. Dom Bess repairs to bowl from that river end, you might have heard. The groundsman at Swansea, he did see a 10 and 11 walking in. He'd start the engine of the roller. Because it was a case of, well, I'll take guard if you need. Have a swing, get out, and give me the new ball.
Neil Dutton's message in on Blue Sky saying There was a coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the late 70s who, after a rather abject display, was asked what he thought about his team's execution. "I'm in favour of it," was his response.
Here's the first ball. Mid-on has gone back halfway to the boundary for some reason. Now, if he's going to toss it up and Van der Guten's going to have a crack, I suppose that might. But he's neither back. He's not saving one there. As Betts come in. Well, he plays a funny-looking shot, trying to guide it to the offside, but it ends up at short fine leg. 277 for 7. We're in the 109th over, and I think it's going to be 2 bonus points for the visitors and none for the hosts. Play defensively back down the pitch. Another point we could look in here is that the Glamorgan hierarchy think it might turn or crumble in the last day or so. Bat as long as you can, I don't know. Oh my. This is tossed up, but again defensively. Reproach from Van der Guten. Tim, why are you staying out there? You've got a bowl. A lot of overs on this. Said he in jest. No, he's looking for a single. He won't get it this time. As the man at cover, Whiteman, comes charging in. Get a bit darker way to our left at the moment, but bright in front. Last ball of the over. Maiden over. 18 overs, 1 for 25, and well, the run rate remains as it had, 2.5. 31 overs left. If they have to be bowled, let's hope it'll be Bess bowling them.
Yeah, in the interest of getting some tea tonight, Ed.
Yes.
So do you say you're going clubbing first before you get home for tea? Right.
No, not tonight. Had it finished at a decent time, I would have called in at the hostelry just up the road and had a glass of shandy or something. But that, I think, won't be. Thirsty job is what we do, says he, for an excuse.
Matthew Revis is going to continue.
There's going to be a meeting.
Cathedral Road end.
Adam Lythe is there. Revis is there. Whiteman is there. And having his sixpenny worth is Jack White. What do you think they're talking about, Jonathan Dodge?
Could be Adam Lythe's latest designer wear. Possibly Sam Whiteman saying that it's a little bit colder in Cardiff than it was in Perth when he left recently. Or maybe they're just urging Matthew Revis on to get a second wicket here so they can all hopefully get off the field a little bit sooner than they might otherwise. In the cold, it'd be not easy fielding out there with freezing fingers. You'll have to keep those warm. I would imagine there's a few hand warmers in pockets. Matthew Revis is in and bowling then short to Crane, who was underneath it.
I think that Jonathan was the idea because he's got a leg slip. He's got a chap at short, fine square leg. And he's got a man, again, at short leg. So he's thinking, right, I'm going to bounce them to see if they can take evasive action, put a yard a bit more on your pace, Mr. Revis, and see if you can bounce them out. That's what it appears from here.
Here he is. And this time he's going to go for 4. Yeah. Short, wide of off stump. And nicely played by Mason Crane.
Wrong side of the pitch.
Cuts that away backward of point for a boundary. 33 now against his name, 281 for 7. Yeah, just too short and a bit too much width. And he tucked into that. 103, the top scorer in the match so far for Colin Ingram, the only Centurion of the season for these two sides. 52 to Ben Kellaway. It seems like a long time since he was bowled by Dom Bess earlier. And here's Revis to Crane once again, who's across the crease, crab-like to defend. The field, for those who can't see what's going on, Dom Bess has gone in at what would probably be about third slip if it was in a regulation position. He's on the leg side, and opposite him in pretty much the same position to the side of the tracks is George Hill. Short leg James Wharton, as Ed was saying. There's also another man in sort of over his right shoulder in a short square leg, Jack White. He's up towards the wicket ends at mid-on, and in a similar position at mid-off. Whiteman.
Bouncer, you reckon, round the wicket?
We'll find out. Yeah, short ball, but Crane comfortably playing that to the incoming Whiteman. Ben Cliff still out there, is coming at cover. So who is missing is the question. Hard to tell who is out. Square leg. He's so far away with his hands in his pockets. Could be Logan van Beek. Yeah. And Ben Code, is it in the distance at final leg? So perhaps it's George who's just off at the minute. No, in fact, George has gone in under the helmet now. And before that delivery, my apologies, that's dropped into the offside, and he gets in and fields it. So he's gone in at a sort of silly mid-off, wide-ish, and Ben Cliff moved into his previous position.
He tried to bounce him there. He really banged it in, and it bounced about thigh high. It's can't blame groundsman. The rain we've had this winter is unbelievable.
Revis is in, and that's dropped at the feet of Hill. There's no run. So Luxton's out, it was on the boundary edge. Van Beek was the man down at fine leg, so it was Ben Code. And is it James Wharton who's come back on? It's hard to identify players from this distance with my contact lenses. Yeah. That is
110 overs gone.
And it's Ben Code who's come back on. And Ben Cliff has just left the field again. So 281 for 7. Bess to continue at the river south end of the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. I was thinking it was far away there. That ball was driven back to the bowler. I was thinking of other things. In comes the next ball. Back foot drops in front of him. Drops him into the offside. 281 for 7 it remains. Here comes the Yorkshire spinner. And here we are, the big hit has come at last. Swung away. Is it going to go for 4? No, it isn't. Everybody thought, including the batsman. But they're only going to get 2. He swung at it, hit it very, very hard. And the man at long on had to run. Initially, didn't know quite where it had gone. It went to his right, and everybody thought it had gone for 4. But a sprint told us he was going to pull it in. But he gets 2 runs as he moves on to 40. A rare show of aggression there, as Best is again in, and this time it's just tapped back to the bowler. He moves on to 40, Van der Gooten, 33 to Crane, 283 for 7. Best 1 for 27 in the 90th over. This is tapped away to the onside, there's no run. Over 8 is level, not surprised with Best bowling. Last ball of the over. That's dabbed away. No run. 283 for 7. Crane on 33. Van der Gooten is on 40. Nelson is on the board. And that is 111. And that's the number of overs bowled. Was it 99 last night for 4?
Yes.
So what do we had? 184 runs, yeah. Just the 3 wickets falling on this pitch, which seems to be getting slower and slower.
And that conclusion of the 110 overs, by the way, just confirmation that Glamorgan finished their batting with 1 bonus point there at that point, and Yorkshire 2 bowling bonus points.
Yep.
So Wales 1, Yorkshire 2 so far in the match.
Yes.
Matthew Revis is going to continue to increasingly gloomy skies at the moment.
That field has been abandoned, the bouncing field where they had 3 people around the bat, because there's no bounce in the pitch.
Bowls it now. Crane across and defending to Jack White. No run.
I've been told to go.
And not before time, Edward Bevan. I think you outstayed your welcome on the microphone this time.
I think we'll all do our fair share of the work today with the 28 overs to come.
Revis to Crane. Watched it well again. So just drop that into the offside. Wharton doing the fielding.
There may even be a radio update or 2 in the next hour and a bit. With the Welsh Rugby taking BBC Radio Wales airwaves.
Forgotten what radio updates are like these days, Nick. Considering I used to do 21 a day in 2019 when I first started.
Yes, you used to have a long list of stations and times, didn't you? And jumping from one to t'other.
Revis making his way in once again. Bowls it now to Mason Crane, who again finds that very easy to defend.
I was just doing a lap of the ground for exercise purposes. Taking a few token steps in, but I got detained in conversation by several people, as you can imagine.
Yep, usually the case when I do the same. 283 for 7. 112th over. Revis bowls now, short of length. Diverted into the leg side by Mason Crane, but fielded there by Bess. No run.
Nice to see some of the younger Glamorgan players in the squad here supporting their side today. Group of them earlier, and then saw Romano Franco with, who I presume are family members or friends.
Here's Revis again, Crane again defending. Chris Parkin, afternoon to you, says great that county cricket back. I've just heard you speak about Scarborough Cricket Club and of course fish and chips, and this reminded me of the hybrid pitch that's been installed at Scarborough. Brings me back to the 2024 match at Headingley, Yorkshire v Middlesex. I think we were north of just over 600 and then declared. Meanwhile Middlesex got 520 plus match drawn. Was, in my opinion, a bland affair to say the least. I hope it's not going to be true at Scarborough this year. Here's Revis, and that is blocked by Crane. That is if they use a hybrid pitch for the 2 championship games. The last hybrid pitch that springs to mind, and I'm not saying this was the last one, but the last one that springs to mind that was used when Yorkshire played on one was at Trent Bridge last year when Finley Bean got a double ton. Hybrid pitch and a Kookaburra ball, I think, that match. Anyway, it goes on. I hope it's not going to be true at Scarborough. I'm not a fan, but I see change has been employed, but at the sacrifice of watchability. What's your thoughts? Well, as I say, Chris, I'd say wait until you know precisely what strip is being played on, but if it is a hybrid pitch, then they obviously hold up well, and it becomes more of a challenge to get a result. In my experience, in the few games I've commentated when they've been in evidence.
Here comes Bess then, wheeling away at less than 1.5 runs and over. And Van der Hoogten stretches forward and was beaten. I was walking around the ground. How close was the near run out from when Van der Hoogten set off and had to dive back?
Yeah, he was out if it had hit.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's hard to say with the foreshortening, but probably at least a foot, you'd have thought.
Bess balls, and Van der Hoogten is beaten by that one. Didn't know much about it. Trickles out on the offside. No run. 2-8-3 for 7. Scoring rate dropping back down towards 2.5 and over. It's only just over at the moment. What do you think? So Bess. And he's got a wicket here, as he's got one through Van der Hoogten and ended his long vigil. He's gone for 40. It's 283 for 8.
Yeah, just sneaking another one through Dom Bess. 2 for 27 for him. And Van der Hoogten was about as well set as you can be on this pitch with his 40 off plenty of deliveries. But he's
bottom
played
edge,
that, hasn't he? Yeah,
bottom edge, inside edge.
Into his stumps.
Yeah. Maybe kept a fraction low. Let's have a look at the replay from the other end. Yes, he's inside edged it onto his off stump. And he does look back in anger, just the one bail going.
Van der Hoogten was bowled by Dom Bess for 40.
Solid job, very solid. It's off 122 deliveries from Van der Hoogten, who may yet get a turn with the ball this evening. May get a few overs in, depending on how long Andy Gorvin lasts, because we're not expecting the number 11 to last very long, Ryan Hadley. So it will be Gorvin with a one unbeaten half century to his credit in the championship last season, and batting down at 9 and 10 as he usually was. He actually got a few not outs as well, and a very respectable average of 27 for the season. In the 7 matches that he played, he was seen as something of a home specialist. Andy Gorvin as a medium pacer, maybe better on the Cardiff wickets, which can be slowish and lowish. And he's getting a chance first up, and we'll probably have to do quite a lot of bowling with just the 3 seamers in this Glamorgan lineup. So they'll be maybe happy to have a burst tonight and be able to come back fresh in the morning, because unusually for the first game of the season there are 2 spinners, specialist spinners among Glamorgan's frontline 5 bowlers. And then you get the backup spinners, bowlers as spinners as well, like Carlson and Tribe, who are both off spinners. So there isn't a fourth seamer in this side anyway. Here's Bess then to bowl to Gorvin, who allows his first ball to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. So a short leg and a slip. The unfortunate Adam Lyth. His best bowled. Gorvin is back on his crease, covering everything up and jabbing down the bat defensively. Ball trickles to short leg, and there is no run. And there have been 1 or 2 comments about the stream from the far end, as Gorvin pushes that one into the offside and is happy to wander through for a single to get off the mark. 284 for 8 at the end of Bess's successful over, but it is a fixed camera, and there is a bit of movement due to the breeze, which has been reasonably considerable again, not quite as breezy as last night.
Yeah, the vibration on it does make it difficult, doesn't it, as a viewer, unfortunately. George Hill Cathedral Road end, then back into the attack. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. None for 53 off 19. Very unusual looking figures for George. And he's going to have at least one slip in place. And a gully, bad luck of things. Ring field, long leg. Just a man, Sam Whiteman, who's coming in a short straight mid wicket. Looks anything that's not orthodox. Good delivery first up from Hill. Finley Bean down on the seat of his pants, having taken that, and a smile from George as he makes his way back to his mark.
Yes, that was whistling through Gorvin's defensives.
Light blue band of some sort on George's left wrist and a short sleeved shirt. He's a brave lad today, and he bowls again, and this is punched out square on the offside by Gorvin. No run.
There's one to wrap up warmly today. Even so, I'm not sure if I'd have lasted a day's worth of cricket outside.
Ben Cliff is back on again. He's the man who's just fielded that ball is at point. As Hill comes in, and that is played out to gully this time by Bess, who fields and flings it back in. No run. I'd love to be able to see, as normal, the batter playing his shots at the far end. Things are a bit blurry at the minute. Do with cleaning the right contact lens. I can manage the monitor screen immediately to my right. That's okay. So I might have to commentate off the TV, which when I'm doing radio, I'm not really like doing, to be honest. I like the bigger picture. Hill in again. Gorvin plays inside the line of the ball, and it makes its way through to Finley Bean's gloves. Bang on, 2.5 and over. Just that one wicket to have fallen since the tea break. Tim van der Hoogten bowled by Dom Bess, a ball that would have missed his stumps had he missed the ball. Defended forward, and it felt like it hit it very low on the bat, and it's run onto his stumps with a slight inside contact on the bat to it. Gorvin pushing forward and fielded in the offside once again by Ben Cliff. Yeah, so with the contact having filmed over, I'm trying to pick out who's off for Ben Cliff that's come on, but everybody looks a bit too blurred out there at the moment to be able to tell you that. There's Hill again. Once more, Gorvin defends to complete over number 114 at 284 for 8, and Nick going to be taking you through an update shortly.
Yes, and you wonder what Dan Moriarty has done, the other member of the Yorkshire squad, to earn his lack of time out in the cold in the middle, because we've seen plenty of Luxton and Cliff, the other mentioned members of the Yorkshire squad, unless Moriarty's gone home for some duties elsewhere, maybe.
He was certainly here earlier on. Let's put it this way. If they all fielded for 10 overs each, then I think you'd be using the two players who we've seen out there in the middle as opposed to Dan Amos.
Here comes Bess into bowl, and chopped away on the offside by Crane for a single. So the bowling load has been fairly evenly spread, actually, very evenly spread. Code, White, Hill and Bess have all delivered at least exactly 20 overs each, and Van Beek and Revis 3 overs less, 17 each, as Bess is into his 21st and Gorvin tries to cut and misses.
Tell you what, the backroom staff will be probably having a beer to celebrate that tonight, won't they? They've got that. They've got the stats just right, the workloads. Wow.
Yes. Spinner bowls a few more, but yeah, workloads for the seamers. As that's punched out on the offside by Gorvin. No run. If only Bess hadn't gone into a 21st and Van Beek and Revis had bowled the next 3 apiece, then I could have had 6 bowlers all on 20. Here comes Bess, though, acting captain, and Gorvin flicks it to short leg, who flicks it back just in case he was straying, but he wasn't. Bess 2 for 29 into his 21st over as acting captain in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. As Gorvin drives, nice looking square drive, but straight to cover. Whiteman does the fielding, no run. Light levels, well, you wouldn't necessarily fancy opening the batting at this time of day in this light. As Bess bowls and Gorvin plays it late off the back foot, and it dribbles down to slip where Lyth does the fielding. Single off the over, 285 for 8. Crane has 34 and Gorvin has a single.
I've got a message in from Connor Murphy, who messaged in this morning asking me whether Huddersfield Giants would win or not, and they obviously have. So he's expecting an apology from me.
Let's get an update from the cricket, shall we? Glamorgan back in Division 1 of the county championship.
Update for BBC Radio Wales.
20 years. Disappointing yesterday, but today, very different story at Sapphire Gardens as they take on Yorkshire. Let's get the latest with Nick Webb.
Glamorgan battling hard in this game. It has been attritional cricket today, but Glamorgan have reached 285 for 8, which, considering they were at 28 for 4 at about 5:15 on Friday night, is pretty decent. Colin Ingram led the way with the century. He reached it off 225 balls, 13 fours and a 6, only to edge his next ball through to stand-in wicketkeeper Finlay Bean. Also contributions from Ben Kellaway, 52, Chris Cook 30, Tim van der Hoogten with 40 and Mason Crane 34 not out. So Glamorgan have sold their wickets dearly today, certainly. There have been some fine spin bowling from Dom Bess, who's 2 for 29 in 21 overs, and the Yorkshire seamers have been mostly tight as well. Glamorgan at 286 for 8, and we have a further 24 overs scheduled to play after this one, so we could be here a while yet if the light holds.
Nick Webb clocking up the overtime in the first game of the season. Commentary.
He wishes he was getting paid overtime for it, I'm sure. So George Hill's bowled a couple in this over so far. Single off one of them, 286 for 8. And he comes in once again then, bowling here to Gorvin, who is solid in defence. So yeah, massive apologies to Connor Murphy for disrespecting Huddersfield Giants apparently earlier on today when I said they'd lose to York. They've won convincingly, 34 points to 14. Tries from Clune, Evels, Zenon. Sounds like they've signed a photocopier. Gagai and Wolford.
Sounds like a false name for a trialist to me.
I had a few of those back in the day in rugby league, playing as A-N other. Here is George Hill. That's punched out into the offside. Ben Cliff does the fielding. No run. I can remember going to watch. You'd often go to an 18 game at Headingley. They used to get 5,000 crowds watching the seconds at one stage. Friday nights. And you would get a few AN others turning out. And you're trying to identify who they were. Who's on trial here? Which union player is this who doesn't want to be recognised? Hill bowls. That's pushed, of course, into the offside. And no run. That all changed back in, what, 95? Was it 96 when rugby union went professional?
No,
officially went professional.
Yeah, as opposed to the brown envelopes before that. It's too late to claw the tax back yet. No, I think 30 plus years on.
Want to come in the 116th over. And George Hill will bowl it. It's edged and it has dropped short of Dom Bess at first slip, I think. There's certainly no reaction that it was a dropped chance. Let's have a look again.
Yeah,
well short.
A foot short. It was probably an awkward one to field in these cold conditions. It's not quite as bleak as yesterday. There have been spells of sunshine. It's been pretty chilly despite the sun. And I suppose the keenness of Glamorgan to prolong this innings means that maybe they don't have to get out in the chilly weather and field, but they'll probably have to do so at some point tonight if the light holds, with 24 overs theoretically left on the clock today. We'll get through them quicker if Bess bowls his fair share as Crane defends the first ball of the acting captain's over to Whiteman at cover. 2-8-6 for 8. As Crane is forward defending, can Glamorgan scrape to 300? Which would be some achievement, even if it doesn't matter in terms of bonus points anymore. 2-1 to the White Rose on that particular front. Bess in balls. Crane is forward watchfully. It really has been about crease occupation, picking up the singles. Hasn't been much off target from the Yorkshire bowlers. Van Beek may be a touch expensive compared to the rest. As Bess comes around the wicket, try a different angle to disturb Crane, who steps back and cuts and will get runs down towards backward point. He hasn't hit it very hard, so he won't get a boundary. And Van Beek is able to run round and stop it easily, and it's 2 more runs to the Glamorgan total. 288 for 8. Crane under 37. Not out. Just played the 5 championship matches last season, Mason Crane, to take the impressive tally of 23 wickets. As he's pushing forward and deflecting that one, deliberately or not, past slip. I think it was a thickish edge, but it's run away safely for 2 more. 290 for 8. With the bat last season, Crane averaged 22 and had a higher score of 42. He hit 3 half centuries the previous season when he played a bit more. Last season was ruled out through injury on a couple of occasions, at the start and then a knock in the middle as well. As he's driven that one handsomely through the offside, and that one will reach the boundary at wide long off. So taking his chances in that over, and it's a rare burst in the scoring rate, and particularly rare off Dom Bess, because Mason Crane's picked up 8 runs in the space of 3 balls, and Glamorgan have galloped, he says, quasi-ironically, onto 294 for 8.
Looks like we're going to see Jack White. No, George Hill. My apologies. It's that's again the contact lens. I need to get this out and sort it out, I think. Yeah, George making his way towards our commentary position. It was Jack walking across and taking his sweater. So the outstretched left arm horizontally by Nigel Long, as Mason Crane just dropped the bat and the gloves for a moment or two. He's putting those back on, and Hill moves in and bowls then to Gorvin, who defends into the leg side. Sam Whiteman will do the fielding. His thoughts, I'm sure, will be already turned towards the possibility of batting. May still do tonight, you never know. 22 overs and 5 balls scheduled still to be bowled. Just the 2 Glamorgan wickets to fall, and then if Whiteman's in at 3, well, he may still see some action for the first time with the bat for Yorkshire, as George Hill's latest delivery, I think, got through Andy Gorvin.
Very much so.
And Finlay Bean had to go a fair way across down the leg side to take that. Gorvin has now seen 20 deliveries, which is that notional, generally accepted thing that you've been out there, you've had a bit of chance to get used to the pace of the pitch, the pace of the ball, the light, but he couldn't get bat on ball with this latest Hill delivery, which wraps him around about the thigh pad area, dropped into the offside. So 3 successive dots here for George. Four previous maidens during the match for him so far. And he comes again. Bowls it now. Gorvin pushing to James Wharton in the offside. So got those shin pads on from his short leg fielding in particular. 2 slips. A backward point come fly gully really, Ben Cliff. Wharton is in the covers. They've got Jack White at mid-off. Ben Coates at mid-on. A couple of men in fairly tight on the leg side, one of whom is Whiteman fielding now. And Van Beek in the distance down at long leg. Bit of humour outside. Well, might as well have a laugh if you can't keep warm. And the latter is a bit of a struggle today if you're outside. It's not so bad in here, even though we've got the window open. Final ball of the over. Sun pokes its head between clouds, and Gorvin defends back to George Hill. 294 for 8. Gorvin on 1. Crane on 43. They've added 11 for this partnership since the 8th wicket fell, halfway through the 113th over.
Yes, the going continues to be slow for Glamorgan. Yorkshire have rattled the stumps 3 times today. Both Bess's wickets have been bowled, and so was Matthew Revis's, getting one that seemed to jag back and take the top of off. 4 wickets taken in a twinkling of an eye last night, and 4 so far in 2.5 sessions, give or take. Bess is in and bowls, and Crane pokes it gently towards cover, and there is no run. Run rate has now gone below 2.5 runs and over, so it really has been attritional stuff. As Bess bowls a full toss that Crane manages to put away through the offside, past the diving Whiteman at cover, and the ball scuttling up towards the grand staff hut, bounces back off some part of concrete. And a very rare bad ball from Dom Bess. Has been economical in the extreme, but Mason Crane seized on it and dispatched it. 298 for 8. As the ball is given a quick polish. This one's now, 39th over, so it's moving towards middle age. There's a quicker ball from Bess, and Crane back on his stumps and defending that one to Whiteman at cover. Gorvin just happy to hang on in there and let Crane tick the scoring along gently. Another quicker ball from Bess that's again just steered gently out on the offside, and Whiteman is again the fielder. Short leg and slip, still wait in close attendance as Bess bowls, and Crane cuts very gently indeed towards point. Ball just trickling halfway towards the boundary, but Van Beek was back on the ropes. Probably not needed there, to be honest. And they amble through for a single off the penultimate ball of the over, leaving Gorvin to face and to defend the last ball. So Gorvin happy to play passively at the moment and support the man one ahead of him in the batting order, Mason Crane, who has moved on very nicely to 48 not out.
Yep, done a good job for the hosts. 48 off 90 deliveries so far for Mason Crane. Shown pretty good stickability. We're going to see George Hill continuing from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. Still the two slips. They've sent a sweeper out now. Bencliffe backward of square on the offside as Hill bangs this one in at Crane. Short of length. Happy to get out of the way of it and watch it through to the gloves of Finn Bean. Not as buoyant out there in the field, Yorkshire. They've probably been worn down to some extent in that respect. But still the odd yelp of encouragement, and a yelp from behind in the slip cordon from who else but Adam Lyth as they come back for a quick two there. Mason Crane with two takes his way, or makes his way to a half century in first class cricket.
6
for
fours.
the third time.
6 fours. 92 balls, as you say, third half century in first class cricket to the season before last.
Also brings up the 300. 301 for 8. And George Hill making his way in once again then. Holds that one back. And it's turned away backward of square on the leg side, a single. Takes Crane to 51, 302 for 8. Highest first class score of 61 for Mason Crane is within reach. One test match to his name and a couple of T20 internationals. Gorvin on strike though, and he waits. Hill bowls now. Played into the leg side for Whiteman to field once again. I remember the game here when Shan Masood was skipper, so it must have been Yorkshire's last trip for a 4-day match here a couple of seasons ago. When it did, we were playing quite a long way across again, a bit similar to this position to this, wasn't it, I think? And it was very, very difficult to pick up wickets here. Short ball pulled. Oh, what a catch! Outstanding catch by Logan van Beek, who's doing side steps and all sorts of stuff as he makes his way in, and will celebrate with George Hill, who picks up his first wicket of the season. Wow. Andy Gorvin, he'd waited patiently and blocked that ball defensively for the one run he scored. Hill bangs it in. He played the pull shot. It was one of those where we're looking in the distance, you see the fielder move, and you've probably gone 9 out of 10 that's disappearing over the boundary, and he's flung himself backwards, one-handed with the right hand. Magnificent catch by Logan van Beek. And he's very happy to beat all comers in his run to the try line in celebration. Fantastic.
Stunning stuff. One-handed, leaping above his head, just in from the boundary. And Gorvin, having played so many patient blocks, plays an aggressive shot for the first time. Looked as though he might have got it away for 6. Would probably have pitched about a foot inside the boundary down in the distance. And Gorvin has to go. As Ryan Hadley comes to the middle, Gorvin in the end faced 27 balls for his single. That was one of the more bizarre innings that you'll see in the championship, I guess.
He's not going to encourage too many people to play shots as when that's the result, unfortunately. Ryan Hadley, I think, is just getting some batting tips here off Mason.
Let me score the runs.
I think he's just checked, am I right-handed or left?
He's a tall fella, Hadley, around about the 6'5" mark, as we see him take the field for Glamorgan for the first time. He wasn't here in time for the warm-ups. Where are we? Last ball of the over. Just block it. Oh, he's taking guard. That's an improvement. Michael Hogan didn't always do that. Looked like centre. Maybe middle and leg. Not quite sure. It certainly looks as though he's got the levers to hit a long ball if he ever gets hold of it, but he's only here for 6 matches, so I'm not sure that we will.
Well, let's see. George Hill, he's got 1 ball to try and finish this off. Oh, absolutely textbook defence into the offside from Ryan Hadley. Andy Gorvin, by the way, finished with 1 from 27 balls, a 28-minute stay at the crease. He was out at 5:37, and on the 5th ball of the 120th over at 302 for 9 even. And he was out to an absolute fantastic catch by Logan van Beek down there at long leg, and we're going to see this again for those who are watching the stream. First shot in anger, as you heard from my colleague, and he's only a couple of strides in from the boundary, but this is a brilliant celebration. Fantastic one-handed catch, and then equally as entertaining was the way that he ran the ball back into the hands of Nigel Long.
He didn't want to be, obviously didn't want to be mobbed too hard by his teammates. As Mason Crane plays the first ball of the over away, there is an easy single available, and Crane does not take it. So the single is being offered to Crane. We're in one of these cat and mouse situations where Crane can get off strike any time he wants to, more or less. There's only 2 saving the single. 2 catching and everyone else out, as there's appeal for catch at the wicket. Not out. Bess thought he had his 3rd there. Umpire was not impressed.
Dom Bess, by the way, now 2 shy of 300 first-class wickets. He's not going to obviously get to the 300 mark in this innings, but may do so in the match.
Bess in. Balls, Crane goes to the slog and will be caught at long on. He's underneath it and he takes the catch. 302 all out Glamorgan, Mason Crane 51, Ryan Hadley not out. 120 came at a fraction over 2.5 and over, and Yorkshire will head with some relief to the dressing room, but with 17 overs potentially available to play today.
Yep, could be tricky with the bat for them, I guess. As we've been saying, that new ball is key here, and it certainly feels that way. A lot of the moisture that was in the pitch, would have been drawn out because we've had them uncovered for the day, but the footmarks are still dark out there, so it's still just that little bit on the soft dead side, isn't it? And I think that's really why it's been a bit of a grind to score runs, and after the new ball, a bit of a grind to take wickets. But a comfortable catch there for Matthew Revis. 302 all out. We can give you some Yorkshire bowling figures, which are as follows. Ben Code, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 53. Jack White leading the way with 3 for 40 from 20 overs and 8 maidens. George Hill, 23 overs, 5 maidens, got some reward, 1 for 57 with that superb catch. Van Beek, the only wicketless bowler, none for 64 for the overseas, 17 overs, none of them maidens. Revis, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43, and Dom Bess finishes 23.3 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 42. He's 1 short then of getting to 300, and he'll hope to bring that up in the Glamorgan second innings. And Yorkshire, 302 they've got to rub off before they get into the positive here. Of course, Johnny Bairstow's been off the field all day, so there will be still, I suppose, an element of doubt as to whether he can bat. If there's a rattle of early wickets, we'll see if he walks out there. And shortly we expect to see walking out there Finlay Bean and Adam Lythe for the first time this season.
So Jonathan and I will take 5 minutes or so break, and we'll be back with you for commentary on the final hour or so of the action.
So Glamorgan all out for 302. In that total there were 7 extras comprising 3 leg byes and 4 no balls. Here are the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 53. Jack White, 20 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 40. George Hill, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Logan Van Beek, 17 overs, no maidens, 0 for 64. Matthew Revis, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. And Don Bess, 23.3 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 42. To open the batting for Yorkshire, Adam Lythe and Finley B. And to open the bowling for Glamorgan at the river end, Tim van der Gooten.
Not the first time that Dr. Hignell has said that, and it won't be the last. For Tim van der Hoogten, who again bears the brunt of leading this Glamorgan attack, and he's had so much work to do in the last few years since the exit of Michael Neser and Michael Hogan. But he has borne it manfully. Edward Bevan is alongside me to describe the Dutchman's labours.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, Van der Gooten from the river end. That's the end he always bowls from. And he will be bowling to the very experienced Yorkshire opener, Adam Lythe. And the other opener is the man who did a very good job of keeping wicket in the absence of Johnny Bairstow, Bean. 3 slips and 3 saving one on the offside as Van der Gooten comes in, bowls to Lythe. Lythe hitting the pad, a huge appeal, but surely he was outside the line there. And umpire Warren says not out. Just watch the replay.
Pitched outside leg.
Pitched, yeah, it was. I don't think Van der Gooten was interested. Then comes Van der Gooten, bowls to Lythe. Lythe crosses stumps, plays it nicely through the onside. He's off the mark for the season as the return comes in from Gorvin, and Henley Bean comes down to take guard from umpire Warren. 3 slips then on the offside, and there are a cover, an extra cover in the mid-off, and on the onside there's a mid-wicket, mid-on, and a man down at, well, he's not exactly fine leg, he's a little squarer than that, away to our right. Van der Gooten to Bean, he's in and bowls to him. Bean comes right forward, nullifies any chance of swing or seam and pushes it back to the bowler. One without loss. On a cold, not very pleasant evening here. It's been quite nice in the day, plenty of cloud, and now it's got very cold. I don't think Storm Dave rather, is going to touch this part of the country. It's supposed to start in North Wales and make its way northwards as Van der Gooten turns. He's in and bowls. This is played defensively out to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. We will presumably see Ryan Hadley bowling from this end. Now, who's got the advantage of the wind? The senior bowler, I would have thought. Well, who knows? We're inside, thankfully. As Van der Gooten turns, comes in and bowls. We rather opened him up then. He looked to play on the onside. It ended up at cover and fielded by Ben Kellaway. It's the single off this over, scored by Adam Lythe, and there's 1 ball to come. Some very brave spectators, especially this side of the field where you bear the brunt of the wind when it's blowing. It's much colder under the shadows of these big buildings this side of the field. Here's Van der Gooten to complete the over, comes in and bowls, and that's driven nicely and firmly, but straight to cover. That ends the first over of the season for Glamorgan's Tim Van der Gooten, and the score is 1 without loss. Glamorgan having been bowled out for 302, which will please them, no doubt.
I wonder if we're going to get much more play. The umpires are coming together.
Yeah. I did. No, Hadley's about to bowl. He's taking his sweater off.
Give me the ball, Adam.
But they decide that they will go on for a... Well, I was telling you in the interval, Nick, I didn't think they'd bowl the 17, but I'm doubting now if we'll get 7.
Yes,
which is a shame, really.
Glamorgan will be hoping that these two opening bowlers can have maybe 3 or 4 apiece at least, and then come back fresh in the morning for another half dozen.
And we'll see Hadley bowling just in front of us. He's got a rather long run, and he's going to come round the wicket. And there's a fine leg, and the third man for the first time this season.
And he's a tall man, Ryan Hadley, from New South Wales. He's in, bowls round the wicket to Lyth, who steers it into the offside, and it's athletically fielded by Ben Kellaway at point. Lobs it to Mason Crane, who rather spoils the impression by dropping it.
Nice approach, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got an interesting build. Hits the deck hard, we're told, from a reasonable height. His first-class record is
average.
Not outstanding. Is it 36 wickets at 37? But developing late, maybe. Playing for Australia A against England Lions as Hadley is in, bowls full length. Lyth drives to mid-off and there's no run. Dixon. It is at mid-off rather than Crane. Apologies to Crane.
You might be watching at home, and if you are, I can assure you that it's not as bright as it seems, because the pictures there don't tell us the big picture, where it's very, very gloomy.
Here comes Hadley. At high velocity, but Lyth again gets a firm bat to it.
He's built
steers
like,
it out on the offside.
He's built like a, well, I wouldn't say number 8 these days, they're giants, perhaps a flanker.
Well, he's got the height for that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's around 6'5".
Shoulder's good. Yeah, he's well built.
He's a bit broader than Michael Hogan, who is a similar height.
Yeah. Not quite the same bowler.
But he'll have to hit the ground running, really, in British cricket, with only half a dozen matches. As Hadley bowls outside off stump, no shot played by Lyth this time, and I guess with the relatively small number of first-class matches they play in Australia, it's possibly something of a shock. As we see a replay of that last ball angling in with a decent amount of bounce. Umpires together, and they're off. So 4 balls from Hadley, and we're off because of bad light. Yorkshire won without loss in the second over. In reply to Glamorgan's 302, the umpires are taking a light reading, so they've got a base reading, but they appear to have already made their decision, or Lyth and Bean have made their decision for them.
Players don't want to go off.
Glamorgan obviously don't, but they're going to have to, and really with the lights on the board shining out brightly, I think that might be
it for the
last
it's
action
6 o'clock,
of the
isn't
day. It is a minute short of 6 o'clock, and
there has been bad light at Taunton. I think that's all for the day. There's also bad light at Edgbaston.
And not surprising, with no use of the floodlights available here, that Glamorgan troop off. But Glamorgan will be happy with their day's work. Yorkshire had to work really hard to get the remaining 6 wickets in the Glamorgan innings. So we lose 15.2 overs from the day. We can't make up any more than the 0.2 tomorrow, because they were already added the extra 8.
Applause from the players next as they walk off for Colin Ingram.
Mm.
And why not? It was a saving innings from him, because at 28 for 4, he'd just come in. This is going to be very, very hard, but he weathered the storm for a long time, and priceless runs for Glamorgan, as they look as if they don't particularly want to go off the field. The spectators are certainly making their way home.
Yeah.
And who can blame them, really?
It looks absolute odds on that is the end of cricket for the day. with Glamorgan making 302 all out. Colin Ingram hit 103. Half centuries from Ben Kellaway, 52, Mason Crane, 51. There were 3 wickets apiece for Dom Bess and Jack White, who got his last night. And Yorkshire are 1 without loss after 10 balls. We will, of course, be back if there is any further action, but that looks extremely unlikely. Otherwise, Jonathan, myself, and debutant in the championship, Rob Phillips, will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll speak to you then. And for the benefit of our online viewers and listeners, that is officially the end of play for today, with the umpires making their way to the middle for a last check, and the ground staff now putting the covers on. So commentary resumes at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Radio report in 3. So Glamorgan finished on 302 all out thanks to a Colin Ingram century. He hit 103, holding the innings together. Yorkshire won without loss after just 10 balls. Oh. Take 2.
Play for today. Thank you everyone for your company.
Wait for that announcement to end.
Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. Don't forget that...
Let's get rid of it. Glamorgan finished with a creditable 302 all out after being 28 for 4, and they owed much to Colin Ingram, who hit 103, carrying on his form of last season when he was top scorer in the championship for Glamorgan with more than 1,000 runs. It was a patient innings from Ingram. Off 225 balls his century came, and there were supporting contributions down the order really. Ben Kellaway made 52, Chris Cook 30, Mason Crane was last out for 51, and Tim van der Hoogten made 40. Glamorgan frustrating the Yorkshire bowlers despite a lengthy and economical spell from the off-spinner Dominic Bess with 3 for 42. Yorkshire batted for just 10 balls before bad light descended. They're 1 without loss. Glamorgan 302 all out, and we'll start again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Cheers.